Yes, the logic is the more stop signs you have, the more you're going to control speed in that regard. Uh, assuming this is going to be some very fuzzy math, but assuming you have a regular sized car, it's traveling 50 miles an hour on Pond Road, which there are times that we see that as a norm. Uh, and they are doing what we call emergency braking, i.e., stomp the brakes, ABS would kick in. They're doing everything they can to come to a stop. It would take the vehicle, your average vehicle, roughly 300 feet. The distance, according to Google Maps, from Huckle Hill Road to Ferret Drive, which is roughly the recreation center, is roughly 528 feet. So under non-emergency circumstances, a vehicle needing to come to a stop at Huckle Hill is going to need to begin braking uh, pretty much a little bit before Ferret Drive, which is what's going to cause them to reduce the speed at that point if they're the bad actor going 50 miles an hour on Pond Road. Ideally, I stop them before they get to the recreation center, but as you know, we can't be at the recreation center all the time. So that would be the benefit of putting it right at the Huckle Hill intersection, is you're actually going to start seeing people slowing down beforehand. Coming from the other side, the Newton Road side, I agree that it's certainly it's not going to stop the car or reduce their speed in that area. And so these are questions of, is a stop sign the appropriate tool to stick along the entire road? I would encourage either talking with someone who does traffic studies. I think VLCT does have a person who actually does this type of work, who's got a background in civil engineering and might actually be able to do the engineering study. Because there are people who actually look at this traffic counts, figure out how often, how frequent, what's appropriate based on flow. Another question is, are sidewalks actually something that the town might want to consider to get kids off the road? There is a lot of foot traffic that does follow Pond Road, and even if it's a sidewalk that extended from, I'm not sure necessarily where, but I'm thinking the Newton Road or Silver Lane area that would get kids up to the pool. That might be a valuable investment over the years. Certainly, it's not a one-year project. That's something to look at long-term, but maybe the Planning Commission could consider that as well.
They did have a bicycle lane there.
No, that was never considered a bicycle lane. It was supposed to be a breakdown
Well,
lane.
when they put it in, they called it a bicycle lane when they first put it in.
Yeah.
Bikes thrown on the ground on it.
And I think that when this has been brought up before, one of the issues is if you start putting a sidewalk with a curb, I think the road has to be
Wider.
a certain size, and it would have to be wider than it is now, because this has been discussed in the past. But David has all of that information, so it's not a real easy thing to do.
Yeah, sidewalks do complicate it, no doubt, and David would definitely be the right person to talk to about that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, it's a little tough, especially with the drainage ditches and everything. It's a little tough there, so I'm not sure how feasible it is. But foot traffic is usually good on sidewalk as a general rule of thumb. Bicycle traffic, not as good on it, but younger children who can get off their bike when they're coming across people walking, that's we would prefer them to be protected by the curb than the white line that's called the bike lane. So.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Speaking as a driver, I feel that the kind of sign that flashes when you're exceeding the speed limit and in other cases just reflects your actual speed is very effective in making you conscious of how fast you're going. And it also serves as a reminder beyond the original permanent painted signs as to what the posted speed limit is on that road. And so I'd like to weigh in favor of considering that approach as opposed to or in addition to the stop signs.
I appreciate that. And as you're talking about that, and we're talking about the north end of Pond Road and down towards Newton Road and Silver Lane. What if we considered putting those flashing signs that the sheriff has suggested down somewhere between Newton Road and Silver Lane, and one somewhere down by the horse farm down towards Jean? And then if we made that intersection at the rec center a three-way stop, I think that we've got the majority of that road covered. We have them notified prior to getting to the wreck that you're driving too fast. And that covers that whole span that that Linda brought up, where the kids are walking far beyond the reaches of the wreck. So we're flashing them, and then they get there, and then they have to stop and start again. So I don't know if that would be a solution. In my mind, it seems like we're covering a lot more of Pond Road that way.
Yep.
Than we would be by just having a stop intersection or just having those signs. At this point, I think that we have an awful lot to think about with that. What is the select board's thoughts and feelings on where we should be looking, and possibly myself and Tom Carino reaching out to VLCT or whoever we may need to further this discussion? But in order to do that, I need some direction. Sandy?
Yeah, I think you should reach out to VLCT. I like the flashing light very much, this flashing sign, especially for Linda.
Jean, your thoughts?
I also like the idea of the flashing sign, and perhaps getting a study or evaluation of really what they think would work in this situation. So,
Michael?
I like the ideas. I think we should get with the road commissioner as well, and definitely get some quotes from Sheriff Anderson, because I've looked online and they're twice the price online than his idea he thought he paid for them. So going through them would save us a lot of money if we do go that route.
Not everything's cheaper on Amazon, Michael.
Just on Google,
Free
going through my
shipping.
construction links from when I worked in construction. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for the sheriff on that? So we can let him out of here. Mark, if you could send us the information on that, the flashing signs, and how that would work if we did that through you.
Yep.
It sounds like, based off from your rough numbers, that we'd be somewhere in the ballpark of 3,500-ish with the signs and the extra batteries and nonsense.
As long as nobody's price has gone up since coronavirus has hit.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll get a quote. I'm actually looking at one of the vendors that we talked to. So he doesn't have the numbers in this email, but I'm sure I have it somewhere in my email.
Okay.
So I'll be happy to do that and follow up with you. If the consideration is to lean towards purchasing the feedback signs, I would encourage delaying the stop sign or the three-way stop to see what effect the signboards do have. If you don't see the impact you want, then consider either stop light or stop sign at the intersection, either in front of the wreck or in front of Huckle Hill. I think that would be a very effective solution, but also measures the majority of drivers who are responsible and do want to go the speed limit and will slow down, especially when kids are present.
Mr. Garino, could I ask you to reach out to VLCT and find out if they have an engineer that could come and assist us with a traffic study on Pond Road, please?
Absolutely. I'm wondering also, Mr. Chairman, does Wyndham Regional have transportation planners?
I do not have an answer for you on that one.
I believe they do.
You believe they do, Sheriff?
I believe so, because Wyndham Regional also does the traffic counters, the tubes that they'll run across the road. I believe someone's in charge of that.
I'll check with both. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions for the sheriff? Mark, thank you for joining us. Thanks for sticking around and helping us through this issue as well. I appreciate it. Stay safe out there, sir.
My pleasure. Have a good day, and thank you for your time.
Thank you,
And
Sheriff.
Seth, you're up.
All right, so let's keep bouncing around. Now let's talk about the town forest. And I'm just going to say at this point, we can remove our discussion about the lily pond. We have no clear answer at this time whose property that is, who's responsible for it, any of that. So I know that Carol has been working on it diligently. Tom has been involved in it. Tim has been involved in it. I have been involved in it. Norma Manning has been involved in it. One way or the other, we're going to get to the bottom of this to figure that parcel out. Having said that, we did receive a lengthy email. I'm not going to read this whole one, but it's a very well thought out email. It has to do with potentially putting, they're asking for 6 to 8 campsites in the Vernon Town Forest, some of which would be set up specifically for tents. Some of them would potentially have lean-tos that are built in. They would all have a fire pit that would be installed. The thought process behind this is that some local businesses, 2 of which have already offered funding for it, would essentially get a plaque on the campsite that says that it's sponsored by them. They would pitch in something. They would cover the costs of setting that campsite up, the installation of a lean-to or the tent area, and in turn, again, they would have a plaque there that has their business name on it. The resident that brought this forward, again, very well thought out. He has reached out to multiple citizens, the Cub Scout, Boy Scouts, the fire department, a couple of different building supply companies around us, as well as Big Guys Property Maintenance, who they have offered to fund part of this. And he even went as far to acknowledge that we would obviously have some potential vandalism, some people that would take advantage of it, some people that just wouldn't respect it. And like everything, would hurt it for some of the other ones that do want to use it. But at the same time, we have a beautiful town forest that Seth takes care of, and it would be great to see that utilized in a different way that invited people through our town and offered that service. So Seth, I know that you and I spoke earlier. You respectfully said that we should do a walkthrough of the area potentially at some point, and that we would be remiss if we did not include Mr. Miller on this discussion. So on that, I have emailed the proposal to Mr. Miller, asked him for his feedback, and we will start that conversation as well. But since we have Seth here, I would like to get his feedback.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think I would just, I'd reiterate a couple of the things you said. I mean, I think that the proposal, I can appreciate the effort that went into that. It wasn't something that was just thrown together. There's a lot of time involved in that, and I can appreciate that. Anytime we do anything in the town forest, I feel it's appropriate to touch base with the Miller family. It has their name on it, and it's meant a lot to them over the years. So changing anything up there, just touching base with them is certainly something we need to do. So it sounds like you've done that. That's, we'll go from there on that. And whether or not it's something where if we do move forward with this, maybe not 6 or 8, maybe it's 3 or 4 sites and see how it plays out. I can certainly see some value in it for sure. And I think it could be a good thing if we can find a good way to do it. I was one of the ones that did voice concerns regarding vandalism with the proposal when the individual did touch base with me on it. It does cost the town hundreds of dollars on an annual basis up there. And if we're going to do this, I kind of, like you said, there's a risk to vandalism all the time, anywhere, and you can't eliminate it completely. For some reason, that area seems to invite it for some reason. I don't know if it's because it's so secluded. I'd have to guess that's probably the case. So we'd have to have a plan that, we feel we could work through to try to reduce the risk of that. But the nuts and bolts of it, the plan looks good to me. I think that if, I think we, a walkthrough and a couple other discussions, and I see merit in continuing to look at it.
Perfect. And as far as the vandalism, again, this being a well thought out plan, there was a suggestion to have trash bins, recycling bins at the base of the hill, and things along those lines. So I would like to think that if there was 4 sites, maybe one of them gets trashed and the other 3 people are considerate enough to help us pick that up on their way out. And I think that we see that a lot on hiking trails. Certainly, I know when I take my kids fishing, I walk out of the edge of the stream with a heck of a lot more stuff than we brought in. So I would like to think others do that. I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess my concern isn't necessarily just at the campsite. It's opening more access to the area. Right now, if you decide you want to vandalize something, you got to walk all the way up the hill to do it. When the gates open, a plan to include a gate, further up. So well thought out. Definitely worth looking further into.
Okay. Jean, your thoughts?
I would have to agree that maybe 6 or 8 sites is a little ambitious at first. If it happened, I'd like to see less and see how that works out, because the vandalism happens. It happens on my property only because, we find it because we're out there. We never even realized what was going on. So they find a way, and hate to encourage more of that activity, but I would go with maybe half as many sites just to see how it really worked out.
Well, that's perfect, because there's only funding secured for 2. So
There you go. There you go.
Michael, your thoughts?
I think it'd be great to have something to get people to come to Vernon. It's awesome that the citizen did all this work. I like the idea.
Sandy?
My question is, who would man it? Who would police it? And who would accept the money for it?
I would venture to guess that the system would include the rec department, as we are responsible for managing the town forest. The monies itself would go back into the town forest fund. That money wouldn't come to the rec department as income. The proposal would utilize using the funds that we receive for the sites. I believe the proposal has an $8 or a $15 charge, depending on which site, and that money could be used for annual cleanup or maintenance. Is how the proposal was written up.
So I look up on their website and I see it's a Black Gum Swamp, and I want to bring my kids there, and I live in Michigan. Who will I contact?
You would contact me. Is my understanding. It's early in the process, but I would venture to guess that is the process that would probably take place. It's not outlined in the proposal. I think that we're early in the discussions, but I would venture to guess that that's probably what would take place.
Right. It's a fragile area up there. You want it protected.
It is, and they're class 2 wetlands right now, so there's a 50-foot buffer around the 7 wetlands. So the town would be responsible for any damages that took place inside that buffer. So, but at the same time, we're encouraging hiking and walking, and we're encouraging people to go up there now. So, we need to continue to have the discussion and think about what all it would entail.
Cool. Thanks.
So at this point, because this was an addition and received relatively late in the process and it was not properly warned, I think that this was a great discussion to have. We will await Art Miller's response on this. And then we will put this back on the agenda, hopefully at the last meeting of this month, so that we can continue to have this conversation, hopefully after we've gathered some more information. Any questions on what we've discussed about this so far this evening?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Mark Snow.
Yes.
I would like to be involved with the conversations about the camping sites in the town forest. From
I would love for you to be involved.
Okay. I do have some questions and comments and concerns. So I would like to meet with the individuals coordinating this to bring those to their attention.
Mark, I'm going to right now forward the email over to you so that you can have that proposal. and reach out with your questions on that. Is that all right with you?
That's fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
What was that, Mark?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, where are we on this agenda anyway? Let's go to approval of minutes.
Oh,
Good
okay.
night, guys.
Thanks, Seth, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
on May 19th minutes, we need to get a last name for Natalia and Greg.
yes, and they are both different names as well. I thought that I had it here and I do not. Okay,
And then on page 2, under Seth Dio, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th line down. There's, I don't think Seth is a the in front of Seth's name.
okay.
But the Seth, oh, okay.
And on page 3, Martin's referred to, but I think for posterity's use, we should include his last name. And did you get to check into the terms for the fire warden? For some terms hadn't gone out yet.
I did not, Sandy. There was something that I had tried to figure out all week what that was. Where are you, Tom? We, at our last meeting, we discussed the fire warden, and Sandy had questioned that, I'm sorry, only 2 of them should be renewed, not 3, is
Right.
that correct?
Let's see if I can pull my paper up.
I got him here.
Jesse
John
Jacobs.
Wielden,
Yeah.
Jim, Jesse Jobin.
Okay, his term didn't end until 2021.
Okay.
So I wondered why we were appointing him again.
I will say what I didn't say on the road last time is that's because that's what the state sent to us. They only sent,
Okay,
the state sent these 3 names, Jobin,
Chapin. Todd
Chapin,
Chapin.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wielden.
Okay, that was just my question. That's all I had.
So I guess because I completely dropped the ball on that, what do we need to do about this? Because we've got to get that signed and off to them, don't we, Tom?
By the end of the month.
I think we could sign it, just put a letter in there
Yeah.
asking why.
Okay.
We can put a note to that.
All right, Tom, if you could do that and have that with the clerk, I will stop and sign that.
It's asking for the majority of, at least the majority of the board on the signatures.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I forgot. That was the one that Gene, yes, okay.
So a note on Jobin. All right, so that, that'll be available for your, what's today, for the next warrants. I'll put them out with the next warrants. And you can sign them if you so choose when you review the warrants.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Does that
Sure.
work for the board?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Sounds
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else on those minutes, Sandy?
That's all I had. Gene was-
Anybody else? Gene?
I think Jason O'Brien is also on the planning commission. Is that right? Is he on? Yeah. So I don't know where he should fall on this guest list, so.
Okay. Any other corrections? If not, I would accept a motion.
I move we accept the minutes as corrected.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Bills and warrants, please.
Okay, I lost them. There we go. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 24T, accounts payable, $28,431.06. 20S, payroll, $7,091.03. 21S, payroll, $7,853.71.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of accepting the bills and warrants, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. All right. Smoking on town property discussion. I mean, there's, the only ordinance we have is that you cannot smoke inside of a building. That is a town ordinance, that is a state law. My personal opinion is that there should be an ordinance that states no smoking in town vehicles, and that there really does not need to be any smoking on town property. Highway department, town garage, the rec center, the school, fire department, any of that, I don't see. So, discussion.
So it's not a law that to prohibit smoking on town property? That's not a law then? Is that what you're saying? It's not a
No,
state?
I'm saying that currently the law states that you can't do it inside of a building.
Inside the buildings? I
Yeah,
thought it
but
was.
I did look at our town ordinances yesterday, and there is nothing, that is the only ordinance that we have in play, is the no smoking in a town building, but nothing about town-owned.
Property. Hmm.
But yeah, well, I was thinking the vehicles, and then just the property in general. I mean, cigarettes, smoking of any, it generally leads to some type of littering or garbage, and I just don't think that it
Right.
needs to be right out in front of town buildings. So that is my own personal thought. And for anybody that would like to, I did smoke for a very long time in my life, so I'm just grabbing to make sure that I didn't miss the ordinance, but.
I could say
Sandy,
from,
your thoughts?
on, sorry,
No, go ahead, Michael.
on the Air Force bases, they made it this way where you can't smoke unless you're in a designated smoking area, but they can't control you in your own personal vehicle, so that caused more people to smoke in their cars and litter their cigarettes outside of their car. So if we're gonna do something, I would set a set location for each building just for fire reasons, but other than that, you're not gonna stop people, and you're gonna have littering all over the parking lot instead.
Sandy?
I agree with Michael.
So if we did that, that would require us to,
We'd have to amend our policy, wouldn't we?
well, I'm curious if that would mean that we would have to supply those smoking poles, the ashtrays that they would.
The butt receptacles, yeah.
Yeah,
Don't we have them outside the town office?
that I'm not sure of.
Used to.
I don't think it's still there, Sandy. It may be, but I haven't.
It used to be
remember
one
it
by the
used to
police
be in
department
there.
door.
Yeah, it may have gone the way of the flower pots.
Yeah.
Linda, why didn't you speak up? I just found a more current ordinance that has your name on it.
Oh, Linda.
So this one was not in the ordinance book that I found at the town office yesterday, but this one says the town of Vernon, Vermont, in order to comply with provisions of 18 VSA 1421, has established this policy to protect workers by prohibiting smoking and use of smokeless tobacco products in the workplace, except for 30 feet away from town buildings and vehicles.
I think I did that when I was reviewing the town policy. book. And at that time, that was what the Vermont statute was.
So, I mean, this says 30 feet or more.
Right.
So the statute says that, Linda?
It did at that time. I don't know what it does now, Sandy.
I mean, this is approved on 10/5 of '09. There is 4 signatures, and I apologize. The only one that I can make out is Linda's, and it looks like maybe Bob Miller's.
That's when I was first on the select board,
Okay.
because
So,
I was elected to the select board.
so it sounds like this is in play, which would turn into more of an enforcement issue as opposed to having to make changes to this.
And I can tell you, I am a former smoker, and my husband is, who now has COPD really bad. So the only reason I stopped smoking was because my workplace said I couldn't smoke. And I think anything we can do to help people not smoke is a public service. And when they get to be our age, they'll wish they didn't smoke.
So I'm wondering if perhaps maybe we should just reiterate this policy to the department heads, and Tom, if I could task you with sending a friendly reminder with this attached that this is the rule of the town and that it needs to be followed.
I certainly would, Mr. Chairman, be more than happy to. I might suggest to the board, they might want to look at amending that policy only in as much as not allowing any smoking on recreation property where the kids are.
Right.
There is a state law on that. Hold
Yep.
on, I have it up.
Act 135?
School grounds and childcare, you're not allowed to smoke on their grounds. The school actually has a sign for that.
Right. But I would-
Workplaces, motor vehicles, public places, school grounds, and childcare settings. That's Act 135 and Act 108.
Right, but the playground, the rec center isn't a, well, it's a
Yeah, but
childcare setting in the summer, I guess. I just thought, I just brought that up as a,
Like, makes sense, but I consider it a childcare facility. That's me.
yeah, during the time that childcare is going, that they have the rec programs going.
I mean,
Uh,
I
I'm
understand
sorry.
what you're both saying. I was just looking at this as far as your idea to amend, and I'm wondering if that 30-foot should just come out of there, and that it is no smoking on town property. Period. Done. Hospitals, everybody around here does it. You can't smoke anywhere anymore, and I don't think that it needs to be on town property. And to that, I certainly understand what Michael is saying, because when I was smoking, we found those loopholes to make sure that we could sneak one. And I'm certain that we're still going to have those, but with the ordinance in place and potentially being town employees or town volunteers, we would have that to fall back on for those purposes. Brana, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think eliminating the 30-foot is good, because 30 foot isn't much. I mean, you go, that means they can just drop their butts on the parking lot of the town, the town property, right? The other thing I would say, I have a question. Can you smoke in the town forest? I would say, I would hope not, but.
I don't know how you, that one sounds a little slippery to me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's dangerous, it's town property. But anyhow.
Sandy, your thoughts on this?
I I'm with you. I think we should find out what the state law says and
Right.
utilize it.
Right.
Michael?
I am a smoker and I still say designated area.
Yeah, they
You
should
tell
have,
me I can't smoke, I'm still gonna smoke. You're not gonna stop me.
but if you had a place to go to smoke, you would probably use that rather than every place, right?
As I am a very good person, I would respect that.
Yeah.
Because you're respecting me and my choices.
Right. My sister's a smoker and they have a special smoke shed they go to smoke.
So would that require us to purchase those butt cans, if you will, for each of those locations so that it is the ones that I can't say eliminate, but reduce the risk of fire because of they're in those contained. Should we
To
look
make
into
anything,
that?
do anything, you usually have to provide something.
Yeah, it's only right.
Okay.
And I try to find the ones we used to have.
So do we need to look at this policy again, Sandy, and revise that and then send that out after we have designated areas and given them the proper equipment to do so?
I think so. I think they should know before we do it, what we're planning.
Okay.
It should be looked at anyway.
That's right.
So let's put that on the next agenda, and that'll give us some time to Tom to research the state laws on that and make sure that that's still current. This is for
Yeah, I'll
2009.
call the Vermont Department of Health. They'll know straight up,
Okay.
as well as VLCT.
Okay, so let's put that on the next agenda. We will revisit it. Okay, perfect. Condition of town properties, appearance and upkeep. Some pictures around to the board. We've got a lot of chipping paint. We have cracks in the cinder blocks of the highway department. We have a highway department that is still a shining display of the 1970s as we drive down Route 142. And I think that we've got to do something. At some point that becomes preventative maintenance, making sure that everything is painted and we're not rotting out the eaves and things like that. But also, if we want our town to ever be taken seriously when our planning commission is seeking potential investors in our town, when we want other people to move to our town and bring their children to our school, I think that our town property has to kind of look the part, the same as we're replacing the stairs at the town offices for safety and for aesthetics. So that's why I brought this up. Again, I did send those pictures around, and I'm just curious the board's thoughts. Sandy?
I think we need to take care of our infrastructure.
Jean?
I've been fighting for this for years. And fallen on deaf ears, but I was thinking that our budget was built with a line item for an evaluation of this sort. I'm trying to find it. Do you remember that discussion?
And
About,
so that is actually under, we have that coming up under old business, town facility inspection to
okay.
continue that movement. But yes, you're absolutely right that we do have that, and that did pass at town meeting, and that's why the discussion is here this evening, so that hopefully we can get back on track with that. COVID stalled an awful lot of things. Linda, I apologize. Were you a part of any of that discussion when we talked about having that firm come in and look at all of our buildings the same as Guilford did?
Well, yes, our whole committee was, because when, I think it was Tom, weren't you the one that you found that out when you went to Guilford and brought that information back to the committee, and the committee brought it to the select board?
Yes, I spoke to the town administrator, if that's his title, in Guilford, and he told me about having gone through the process very recently where they hired a consultant and they were very pleased with the result. He not only went through and made an assessment of all of the town-owned properties, but he also recommended priorities for which things needed to be tackled immediately and which things could wait. And it wasn't necessarily what the select board in the town had in their minds in terms of the priorities. So they were very grateful to have an expert opinion on that aspect as well as an estimate of the approximate cost. So he heartily recommended that as a way to approach the infrastructure problem.
So,
And I don't know, Sandy, Jean, if anybody remembers, I believe that it was up to $15,000 that we voted on, or was it?
yes,
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
yes.
Because I think that Guilford came in around $6,000 and they had fewer buildings than we did, so we went up to that 15,000.
Right.
So we've now combined two discussions, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I think they go hand in hand. So,
Can I update the board on to the company? So
please.
back on April 23rd, I received an email from Danielle Sweeney, who was with the engineering firm. It's Criterium Lalandset and Dudka engineers. They're the people that did Guilford. Wanting to know when they could get going on a field work, to get going on the field work for the project. At that point, we were in the middle of COVID, and I had been trying to find get that other company to take a look too, so you'd have two bids. If you go back to March, we had discussed Dude Solutions, a facility dude. Now I've had emails back and forth with them, but nothing to any fruit. So given that this particular firm was so highly recommended, I did reach back out to Danielle to let her know just recently that if she could contact me, and then I could come back to the board and we could perhaps start the field work on this project. Guilford was very pleased. I think they were $4,200 or $4,800 in Guilford at the end. But that's the name of the firm. They're out of Rutland and they're ready to go at your convenience.
Now, this is not something that we can do before July 1, is it?
We might be able to get the field work done, and it's in the capital plan, so wouldn't that carry over anyways?
It's not in the that's not in the capital plan. That was voted on in our budget, wasn't it? I think that was added to our budget.
Well, so what could happen, Mr. Chairman, if I could, if there's a contract signed for that amount, that money would be encumbered until the project was complete, if it got started before June 30th.
Yeah, we couldn't pay until then.
7-1.
Okay. I'm all for reaching back out to Danielle and asking them when we can get that scheduled.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's been voted on. We've all agreed on it. I think that we need to move forward on that.
I asked her to contact me next Monday when I'm back in the office for the day. So that's already been.
Unless anybody on the board objects, I would say that on Monday with your conversation, go ahead and give them the green light, please. Any objection to that?
Nope.
Could I have a vote on that, please?
I was voted on by the town of Vernon, so
They appropriated the money, but you're going to approve the firm.
I believe we've already voted on that, didn't we? I'm not sure. I mean, we certainly can, but.
So moved.
Thank you, Sandra.
I have a motion, please. Could I get a second?
My question is, where is this in the budget? Is it in our budget or is it in our capital plan?
I believe that it is in the select board budget.
We're under what line item?
Well,
Yeah,
that's a
well,
great,
that-
hold on. Carol's raising her hand. Let me unmute Carol,
Good.
maybe.
Looking for my town report.
I don't know. Carol, are you able to go up to your upper right by your picture? There you go. Hi, Carol.
Hi, I would just
Carol.
like, I need to know the motion. Not so moved. I need a
Oh, come
motion.
on, Carol.
Sorry.
Tom, could you repeat the name of that firm, please, for Carol? Carol, the motion would read to approve moving forward with, Tom, you're up on the company name.
Oh, I just got rid, it was, hold on. Yeah, that would be, Criterium, Criterium, the Lancet, Lancette, in Dudka, Dudka, engineers.
Okay,
I have
thank
to
you.
say, I'm not finding it in our budget.
So I think under general expenses, there's contracts, maintenance and repair,
Yeah,
because all of the groundkeeping, cleaning, snow removal, that's in buildings and grounds. So that's not those contracted services. But there's quite a chunk of money there. Right now, there's $15,000.
That must be it.
That ends June 30th.
Right.
And
But if
then
you're-
for next year is 26,400.
So that's gotta be where we
So-
put it.
yeah.
Yeah, so we should, and I meant to ask Cindy to get a budget summary to know what has been spent out of these line items and what we have left, because maybe we want to get something cooking here
Yeah.
right off.
So this is to move forward with this firm to what?
Undertake a capital needs assessment.
To do a capital needs assessment?
Yes.
On town-owned buildings.
Okay.
And
Thank
it says 8 town buildings in their email to me.
Okay.
Eight. I thought we were up above 8. No, we have, because we were
1,
doing the
2.
town office, we were doing the North School,
Right. The
We were
DPW.
doing- the rec, the pavilion
The pavilion.
at the rec,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
the town office.
The shed across the street from the highway department.
Yeah, I'll call that the sand shed, which that is a building that I sent a picture of that desperately needs some attention.
Right.
We said the
Historic.
salt shed,
Museum.
salt shed,
Oh, the museum is one.
South School. We did not do the chapel because the historians own that, is that correct?
Right.
Right.
We don't own it.
So maybe any other buildings at the highway department besides the main garage?
We said the salt shed as well.
Okay.
Oh, and I guess
Fire
North
department.
School.
What about the fire department?
Oh, yes, yep, fire department. So that, I come up with 9 there, but
Are you, the elementary school was part of that?
No.
No.
No,
No.
the South School. I'm sorry. Yep.
Yep. So I'm coming up with 9. I have the
Alright.
highway department, the rec, the pavilion, the town office building, the sand building. That's the one across 142, the salt shed, South School, North School, and the fire department.
I think we discussed not doing the sand shed because of its condition and age.
So at what point do we make a decision on that building and what we're going to do? Are we going to look at that building and have it painted so that it looks better? Or are we going to have them go over and knock it down with the loader that we just bought them. I mean, this is where I'm at, Gene. I'm right there with you. We cannot continue to allow our town property to look this way and to
Right.
expect anybody to take us seriously. Linda, please. This is where I needed you this evening, Linda. Go ahead.
That's the purpose of hiring this company.
Right.
You can sit here and we all have our own little pet things. There's people want the cupola painted and all this kind of stuff. That company, that's their job. They will come in and they will look at your properties. They will tell you what's wrong with them, what needs to be fixed, and then you can decide, and they'll tell you in what order they think it should be done, but you're the ultimate decider. So I would have them look at all the buildings. They're coming here anyway. Look at all the buildings. Let them evaluate all the buildings, let you know what condition they're in, and then you can make the decision at that time when you have some information. Right now, it's just, I look at this building and it bothers me. Jean looks at that one and it's an eyesore to her. And, it's all, we aren't professional people. These people are building structure people. They're professionals.
Well, I think if his bid only included 8, we need to ask him to increase it to 9.
Yeah, I mean, the intent was to go over everything,
It was.
I thought.
I thought it was at first, but then when he said 9, we had discussed the other one, but.
Yeah. So, Linda, I absolutely respect what you just said. And my concern is more about the fire department, for instance, if we look up at the eaves or that soffit area, the amount of paint that is peeling and the amount of water that is running over that peeled paint, and the same on the backside of the highway department, again, up in the soffit eave area, the paint is coming off from it and that water is just pouring down over what is raw wood at that point. So yes, we need them to come in and let us know where we're at with our capital plan as far as projections and where we really need to be focused more and maybe not look at this direction. But I would think that we could all agree that if one of our town buildings is in need of a facelift with some paint or some general maintenance, that we don't need to wait for this company to tell us that. And I'm saying that as a question. I know it didn't sound like it, but
I think if you have water running over soffits, you have more than just a paint problem.
Yeah.
You have a building.
I don't know, Sandra. I'll have to, I just sent, reach out to them from April. So I'm gonna have to follow up with them. They're to call me when I'm back in the office. And we're gonna move forward from there. I will know better early next week.
so if this company comes out and says, I'll stay on the fire department, if this company comes out and says, wow, those soffits are in rough shape,
So call to order at 6:02. The first thing we'll do is the clerk's report. We have approval of minutes for May 20th and May 26th, 2020, and the warrants of consent agenda warrants of May 4th, May 11th, May 18th, May 26th, and payrolls for May 8th and May 22nd, 2020. Oh, could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Sean. Second.
Second, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda, the clerk's report, minutes of May 20th, May 26th, and 4 sets of warrants and 2 payrolls. All those in favor, please unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. We have recognition of visitors. We're going to hold the public comment and non-agenda items until the end. So I'm not sure, Lyle, do we have any visitors today that presenting or anything?
No, we will next week, but not
Yeah,
today.
next week we have the middle school leadership people coming?
Correct, yes.
Great, okay, good. So we're all set with that. We've had a number of communications this week. I think that most of them were responding to individually. I'm not sure there's anything that we need to take up with the whole board. Just checking, Lyle, and any of those. I've been writing back and you've been writing back and
Correct, yes.
forwarding them to Steve in some cases. So
Yes.
I think we're all set for
Yes.
communications.
Mhm.
And just want to remind people, on the bottom of your screen, there's a little thing that says participants. And if you click on that, you get a column that opens up on the right. And down at the bottom, there's a little blue hand. So if you wish to speak, if you click on that, then I know you wish to speak. Right now, I can see myself, Lyle, Wendy, Sean, Ann Beekman's name, and Emily's picture. And the rest of the other 24 participants are not, I can't see. So the only way I can recognize you is if you raise your blue hand. We will have a guest tonight. Emily Kornheiser is going to come in around 6:30 and tell us about, I believe there was action in the House today. I haven't checked to see, to approve the yield and set the tax rate. And this has been percolating for a long time. It really wasn't ever a question, but they finally have taken that action, which will enable us to put all the rumors about massive property tax increases to rest. Hopefully, well, actually, the rumors might persist, but we'll know at least that the legislature has acted. And she may have some other updates for us as well. And I've invited other legislators to come, and I heard from Molly Burke and Sarah Coffey that they would not be able to join us. I haven't heard from the representatives from the other towns, so people who from Dummerston and Putney who want to make sure that they're well represented, I encourage you to have your legislators join us. The only other bit of housekeeping stuff is, Thomas, I wanted to ask if you would record, when we do motions, if you would record them and then read them back to us. I sometimes forget to do that, and we forgot that last time. And actually, we and sort of had to change it on the fly based on minutes or notes because we didn't have a video of that meeting, which reminds me, I need to record this one. And so, Thomas, if you could do that, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, so just anytime we're going to do a meeting, I'll write it down. I'll write it down in the email that I send to Wendy.
Perfect, yeah. And then, and before we vote, if I forget, Wendy and Thomas, would you remind me to read the motion back before we vote? Because we do tend to make them up by committee and then approve them without ever really finalizing the language. So.
Okay. Wendy, that will be in the email with the attendees list, okay?
Right, and for a while I was trying to have all the motions written down before the meeting, but it doesn't always work that way. So, okay, so we're on to committee reports. Finance Committee, Sean, I don't know if you met, but you probably have some reports.
Yeah, the finance committee did not meet, but I did send a email around requesting that if anybody had any questions on the warrants of payroll, submit it to me and I would get it to to Frank. And so got a couple of questions. I had actually 4 that came through that I just submitted today. So it'll be nice to get back to a regular finance committee meetings.
Yeah.
It seems to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Personnel Committee meets Friday, so I'm assuming there's nothing today to report. Policy and Amendment Committee also, I know, hasn't met. We do have 2 policies that we need to work on. I think maybe wait till the summer and until the vote is over to get to that. Ann, is there anything? Do you have anything that is pressing or from the committee to report?
I do not, and I'm agreeing that I've been setting it back so we could get through what we're getting through now, and we're almost there.
Okay. Let's see. Emily, the Policy and Amendment Committee, we met again.
Yep, the PPC met last Wednesday, and mainly what we went over was we had kind of a packed agenda, so we didn't get through our whole agenda, but we did get to hear from Chris Sawyer and Steve Perrin about their report into equity and sports. And mainly what we're doing is the committee was tasked with reviewing the report and then coming with questions that we had sent in a little bit earlier and hearing about like the data or different points that we wanted to hear about. So we had time to go through all of our questions, but didn't have time as a committee to sit down and then, hash through things or think about recommendations or anything like that. So on our next agenda is to actually hash through that, and additionally to recircle back to the after school conversation and kind of any follow-ups or loose ends and some questions the community had just raised, raising them to the committee and figuring out what we're doing.
Thank you. Let's see. Thomas, the Climate Crisis Task Force, I believe you had a meeting, but it may have been between or before
It was before our last
Yes,
meeting. You
yep.
should have our next one, not next week, the week after, in the middle of the month. And that'll be the same story for the Diversity Committee.
Great, okay. And the Communications Council, I think Jamie got a communication that came today. I think she got a communication out, and Barb as well, about the voting. It was sort of the first informational thing that we're putting out that was actually sent around by the West Brattleboro Association, and it was so thorough and so well done. I just sent it on to them to get that out. So the Communications Council is underway. Diversity and Equity, you mentioned, Thomas. The SU board meets Friday. Carrie, any heads up or highlights you want to give us? What we can look forward to for the SU board on Friday?
I think it's going to be a quick one. I think we're just trying to focus on getting some little housekeeping stuff done. I think we will have to have a longer one because I think an outstanding item is that continuous improvement plan.
Mm-hmm.
So if people haven't had a chance to look at that, I would recommend you try to dig into it. But other than that, I think it's going to be a fast one.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you're following up on that because I have not looked at it since we had it, the improvement plans were presented. I haven't looked at them, so I'm glad we're going to follow up on that.
I'll send a tickler out to everybody on that.
Okay. The next thing is Leadership Council reports, and I see that Emily Kornheiser, the Brattleboro representative, is here. So before we go into the Leadership Council reports, I'd like to invite Emily to give us an update from the hijinks at the legislature.
Oh, it really feels like hijinks lately. Thanks for that intro and for the prompt moment. I'm sorry to interrupt the agenda here. Appreciate the time. So few things happened and a few more things are happening. Want to really appreciate the hard work to get the vote moving. And I'm sorry that we couldn't find a fix before that had to happen. Very hopeful. And I know that I've been talking a lot to Essex folks, I believe, Essex South Burlington, about their vote going forward. And it seems like it's going really well. So the yield bill was passed out of the House today. and want folks to understand that that meant that we were very clear that we were not making up for the shortfall in the ed fund with property taxes, nor do we have an intention of cutting costs as a way of filling the hole in the ed fund. So continuing to be really clear that we're interested in investing in our schools and our education, and we're not interested in doing that right now through property taxes. And so the piece of the property taxes, and I'm not going to get into the formulas and Brattleboro's formulas because then we'll be here for the rest of our lives. But we have set the rates at what they were expected to be in February when budgets were estimated. And so really saying that, you know, any growth, sort of natural growth from health insurance and et cetera year to year is very normal. And any challenges that we have with raising funds due to COVID should not be part of the yield bill. So that's something that definitely happened. Here are some things that are likely happening and in the mix that I wanted to give people an update on, knowing that everything can change and what happens in the House is not necessarily what happens in the Senate, and then who knows what happens when it gets to the governor, and my committee is just my committee, and everything might change next hour lately. But the Appropriations Committee is only setting up a first quarter budget, and that's happening in both of the House and the Senate because we don't have enough information about revenues in order to really figure out a whole year. And what that means, or really enough information about needs to do that either. And so what that means for just sort of the regular normal administration of state government and state government agencies is for the first quarter, they're getting their first quarter's budget. And the budget just looks like a quarter of that budget. And in some cases, with agencies that do a lot more of their work in the summer, they're not doing that 25%. They're say doing 40% or 50%, like the Agency of Natural Resources, for instance, that does a lot of things outside in the summer. There was originally a proposal to do that same thing with schools and the Ed Fund, and that the Ed Fund would just have sort of its first quarter dispersed, which everyone felt like everyone in my committee that it came to felt like it sent exactly the wrong message to our communities and to our schools about when you all really desperately need even the smallest grasp of stability that you can get. And so we've had some conversations with appropriations, and right now it looks like that first quarter budget being just a first quarter of funding is not going to be what happens with the Ed Fund. The Ed Fund will just have its full 100% disbursement the way it does normally. So that feels hopeful and exciting. As for ideas around the whole shortfall, I wish I could find a nicer word to talk about that, that we have in the Ed Fund still. There are various proposals on the table. We're in really close contact with the federal delegation around the CRF funds and how they can be used. And the guidance changes almost every day, and the guidance from the Treasury is different than the guidance from the delegation. And so there's a lot of back and forth. And so as we appropriate some of that funding for various very sort of likely and known streams that are approved, like healthcare, for instance, related to COVID, we are holding some of that CRF funding fenced off to in case guidance changes, and we can use that money to easily fill the shortfall in the Ed Fund. Does that make sense? I've been talking into boxes all day, so if you're following me, please nod. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. And so we're just going to hold on to that. If it turns out that we're like 2 months down the line when we go, because we're operating now through the month of June, and then we're going to take July off, and then we're going to go back in August to fix the things that we don't know about the budget. And so in August, if it turns out from the guidance that that money can't be used for a revenue shortfall still, then we'll find a different way to deal with the shortfall, but we're going to sort of hold that money for that until then. If that doesn't work, we're looking at borrowing, we're looking at different sources of revenue, sort of everything's on the table in terms of how to raise those funds. I have not heard anything on the table about really cutting costs. from the legislature, that is. The last thing that I wanted to hit on is other money going to schools and communities related to children and families, and sort of how that works. We're having conversations as a county delegation about school food and the school food program and the summer school food program and how that all works and how to sustain the really incredible work that our district has done with busing meals to kids, and ways we can make sure that we're using the CRF funds to do that statewide for the summer, knowing that it'll be more expensive because we're going to have to add the busing funds, et cetera. And so advocating to use some of the CRF funds for that. And then there's a bunch of other places, you know, children's mental health, and I'm sure you all have a list of the human needs and the children and teachers' needs and the school needs related to that funds. That's all happening this week and next in the House, and then it will go over to the Senate. And basically, every committee is just fighting over their particular purview and pot of money. And so the issues that you'd be probably particularly concerned about are being fought over in the Education Committee at the end of this week and early next, and in the Human Services Committee. The food issue is mostly in Human Services, but is a little bit in the school, Ed Committee. And then it'll go over to the Senate to be fought about there. Things are moving really, really fast. And to be perfectly frank, the way information usually flows in the State House for us to understand and keep an eye on, say, like, you know, the advice of Hunger Free Vermont, which is who's advocating for, you know, school meals through the summer, and the advice of, you know, the Superintendent's Association and all of that. For legislators to track all of that, so much of that information flow is really dependent on how we operate within the physical building of the State House, and is really, really difficult now. So if you have a particular area that you feel like has just like disappeared off of the conversation that you're aware of, tell someone, please. It's like, there's too much going on and not enough information flowing right now as we're working virtually. So don't assume that myself or other legislators necessarily have our eye on every piece, especially if something's not in our own committee. It's really hard to know what's going on there. On that sour note, I will stop talking.
Actually, that's not sour at all. It's very, very helpful. One of the things that we have been talking about a lot is the broadband connectivity and the inequities around that. I'm assuming that's the Energy and Technology Committees?
That is one of the things that actually feels the most clear on its movement forward right now.
Oh, good.
So
I hadn't heard a thing.
It's very nice. So we're being very careful about how we're working on a bill right now about school construction, and we're being really, really careful that we make space in every piece of legislation that any connectivity piece can be folded into enabling legislation across a number of committees. And so the education committees are looking at that because that might be a really likely place to be justifying the use of CRF funds for connectivity, would be through schools. And so the education committee is looking at, but most of the work is being done in energy and technology. And I know Representative Sibilia is feeling incredibly hopeful about finally getting it done. And I've heard that from Senator Ballant as well.
Great. I see Frank and Tim have their hands up, and Ann's was up at one point. So Ann, if you wanted to speak, please put your hand up again. Frank?
Hi, Emily. Thanks for the update. Quick question on there's two categories of CARES Act funding that we're aware of. One is the 1.25 billion that's coming to Vermont, and then there's the approximately 30 million specifically for public education. When you're referring to the hold and let's wait for further guidance, are you talking about both of those funds, or is it just one or the other?
So the smaller pot of money that's specifically for schools is much, much, much more flexible than the money that is the much larger pot of money, which has to be very, very, very narrowly tied to COVID issues. And so we are holding on to both of them for a short time to see how we can put them together into a puzzle piece. And I know that's difficult because you all need immediate relief to get some stuff done for planning for the fall. But for the things that you're doing for planning and immediate COVID relief would be better to come out of that larger pot of money than that smaller pot of money that is specifically designated for that issue, even though that actually doesn't make any sense when I say it like that.
Mhm. Well, and I'm sure you're aware that, just in 2 weeks, June 22nd is when the summer food service program starts. So we need to start hiring people, today and getting them trained. Of course, we can't do that in the absence of the funding. So you can see that our decisions have to be either to shut down these programs within, a week, or move forward based on, the results of your committee's work. So I'm sure you've heard the urgency and the time sensitivity of this. That's just one example of many programs, that we need to either decide to move forward or not.
I am very aware of that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Frank. Ann Beekman?
Just a quick question. Representative Kornheiser, the number that was on H 959 when I read it for the yield was 10,998. Is that correct, or do you not have that in your head? That's fine.
I'm sorry, I don't have that in my head right now. What I have in my head right now is Abenaki hunting and fishing rights numbers and how much that will cost the Department of Wildlife.
Let's put it this way. You didn't change it from the text that I read, did you?
I doubt it. When did you? We haven't changed it for about a week.
Okay.
So no.
Because the old yield was 10,883. So if this passes the Senate, it should result in at least some of our towns seeing less of a property increase than our budget proposed when we had it back in March.
Yes, some towns will see less of an increase than you saw in March, is my understanding. This is slightly, the one that we passed was the, and sorry, I joined Ways and Means late in the session, and so what happened between January and March is not as clear to me as it should be. But there was a proposal in January that I think most of you based your budgets on, and then there was a second one when budgets came in February that went down, and it's that later one that we base things on. I can pull up the numbers and follow up with you later if you want. Yeah. And please feel free to call me Emily.
Thank you. I think that the numbers I have are right. I just wanted to point out to the board that that would mean somewhere in the neighborhood of a 2-cent less increase than what we have posted on the internet right now as what we're proposing, if it passes the Senate as well.
And we can find out when the estimated date would be for when it might get out of the Senate, if that would be helpful for updating websites and such. I can find that out for you.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ann. Tim Maciel?
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
Frank asked my question about the CARES Act. I like what you said about the yield bill. My question is about process. I don't know how it works. Do you informally discuss legislation with the Senate? So there's a realistic possibility that the Senate and the House will agree? How does that work?
That's a fun question. So under normal circumstances, there are both formal and informal conversations. In this particular time while working virtually, and things are very much more complicated logistically all the time, there's a lot better and more formal coordination around really not picking up bills that wouldn't be able to get through both bodies because we have such limited resources to be working with. And then as a Windham County delegation, we meet either weekly or bi-weekly House members and senators, which is my understanding is actually fairly rare around the state that there's that level of coordination between the House and the Senate around issues that are of interest to the community. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. But are you optimistic about the Senate agreeing with your proposals for like 100% ed funding and all?
I am optimistic about those particular things because those go through Senate Finance. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Frank, I think you have your hand up again.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just wanted to follow up on Ann's point. It was, very, very good in that, if we were looking at our annual report, and we know we're going to refer a lot to that as we get into budget information hearings. Ann is making, a really good point that when we look at the tax impact associated with that yield number that Ann raised the question about, it would change our tax increase. Right now, it's estimated at 1.8% increase. And if the yield is what Ann mentioned, the 10,998, then our tax increase would be less than 1%. So just wanted to kind of reinforce the significance of that for the board, as we talk about budget impact on our June 30 vote.
Thanks, Frank. That's a really excellent point. The nice thing about having that yield set is we now know what those numbers actually are. Thank you. Any other questions for Emily? I don't see any. Emily, thank you for demystifying things a little bit and explaining some of the processes and things that we wouldn't otherwise know about, like the difficulty of communicating with various information providers when you're not in the same building with them, and just the nature of the challenge. It seems great because everything's on TV and I can watch it all, but doing it, I think, is a lot harder. So
And
thanks.
I actually have really been enjoying watching other committees on TV because I don't have a chance to do that normally because I would have to be in rooms at once.
Yeah.
And so, it's a pretty fun opportunity to get an eye on the process. And I'm very happy to be here and sorry to not be able to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, you're going to miss the leadership councils.
All we do.
Great, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so we'll move on to the Leadership Council reports. First thing, we have an appointment to the Putney Leadership Council. Ann, would you, or no, Liz, I guess, would be the person to do that. Would you nominate the new member for the Leadership Council, please, for Putney?
I don't know who it is.
Oh, then I guess it is Ann.
Sorry, no one's brought it to me either.
It's Marissa.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
nominate Marissa to be on the Putney Leadership Council.
Great, thank you. Right, she's the school counselor, right?
Right.
Yeah, and she's been on for a while, just not formally a member.
Right.
Yeah, great. So now we will formally appoint. And her last name?
Lazarus?
Yes, thank you. Marissa Lazarus. Okay.
Lazarus Minor.
Okay. I knew there was, yeah, thank you. So could I have a motion to nominate, to accept Marissa Lazarus Minor's appointment to the Putney Leadership Council, Putney Central Leadership Council?
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Liz. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Marissa is appointed. Okay, anybody want to start the leadership councils that met in the past week?
Should I also, this is Emily, I think there's 2 people for the Academy School Leadership Council who haven't been nominated. Is now the time?
That would be great, yes.
Okay, we're unsure actually if we nominated them before, so, but we will have a meeting tomorrow, so it's probably good to get them on. Their names are Mary Beth Porter, or I move that Mary Beth Porter and Rachel Glickman be nominated for the Academy School Leadership Council.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thanks, Michelle. So moved and seconded to nominations for the Academy Leadership Council. All those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Could I just get that name again for the minutes?
Yes.
Yep. Mary Beth Porter and Rachel Glickman. I can type them to you too if you need it.
That's okay.
Thank you. Great.
I'm sorry, and what school was that? One more time.
Academy.
Academy. Thank you.
Okay, so I think, Sean, I know you folks met, so why don't we start with you instead of making people figure out who should go first. We'll put together an order for this at some point when we get a little bit more established. for now, you want to give us a report on the, we know you meet every week, so you're going to have lots to say, I'm sure. You'll have to unmute, Sean.
Sorry.
Okay, great. Oh, I think you muted again. Good, that's good. You got it.
Yeah. All right, sorry. The Guilford Leadership Council met on Friday, May 29th at 1 o'clock. And there were 12 individuals at the meeting. And there was a lot of discussion, some directed from John Gagnon and the administration about hiring positions and interview positions and some other positions within the school itself. And then there was quite a bit of discussion on the upcoming budget vote and the implications surrounding that. And Beth Bristol actually forwarded an email to me from the Leadership Council, which I then forwarded to David, so I assumed everybody has seen that, which sort of highlighted the Guilford Leadership Council concerns. And so I hope everybody got that and were able to look it over. So it was a really good meeting, and once again, we'll meet this Friday, June 5th at 1 o'clock. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to entertain those.
Any questions for Sean? Did any other councils meet between our last meeting and this one? Yeah, Michelle?
Okay. Dummerston has met. They met last Thursday. They've been meeting every other Thursday. We had a chance to go over, sort of the meeting expectations and clarify minutes being posted for the public. So they should be on that from here on out. Nice group of people. The main conversation they're having is actually, I'm really impressed. They're talking about the outdoor education at Dummerston. And so I don't know if everyone's familiar with the school, but Dummerston's kind of lacking in the area of a playground and facilities for the kids. We saw at the last board meeting with the report from the Programmatic and Equity Committee that Dummerston has the lowest budget for extracurricular activities. They spend the least amount of money per student. It was like $45 per student or something. So anyway, this group has been brainstorming about how to bring resources to our kids, especially with social distancing in mind and things like that. And so the school has a lot of land around it. It's owned by the town, but the school is leasing it exclusively. And so they're in the process of plotting out bike trails that would run along the side of this land. And a lower trail would be handicap friendly, so it'd be something that would be available for the community. They've met with the Conservation Commission to make sure it's environmentally intact. They've met with the select board already to get the thumbs up from the town to be able to move forward. And somewhere between last week and now, they were meeting with a trailblazer, for lack of a better term. I don't know if that's what they're called. Somebody who has a lot of experience in making trails and has done a really good job at some places like behind the Wyatt-Keene and stuff like that. And he was going to be plotting it out. And it's something that's really budget friendly. They think that they can get volunteers from the community to help with excavation and parent volunteers. The parents have been working hard to fundraise for a long time for the playground anyway. And it's potentially could be done for as little as $400 or $500 if we get enough sweat equity. So really impressed that they've just been working hard on this, and they're all really excited and ready to dive into making trails on the school's grounds. We talked about the budget a little bit too, talked about the vote. They understand, and the need to reach out to our families and be communicating how important it is that people show up to support our schools. We talked about, I'd reached out to our town clerk, and so we also just talked about recruiting younger poll workers that aren't in a high risk category to be able to assist in that. And something that maybe other leadership councils or or as a board want to promote to get some new volunteers for the polls. But that's about it. That's about it.
That's quite a bit. Thank you. That's terrific. There were a number of weeks we didn't realize Dummerston had been functioning, obviously functioning at a pretty high level.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tim, I think you have a report for us?
Yes, we met last night. Oak Grove.
Great, thanks.
Leadership Council for Oak Grove had its first meeting. It was a very good meeting, led by Mary Kaufman. And at first we talked about procedural matters, since it was the very first meeting. And then we got into the budget and how to encourage people to vote, and some concerns that the public might have, such as would the budget benefit Brattleboro more than the other towns, that type of thing. There's some very good ideas about encouraging people to vote by putting up a Facebook page for the PTO, Oak Grove PTO, and the Oak Grove Facebook page itself. Going on the radio. Personally, I think that Mary would do a great job on WTSA, possibly. And, putting advertisements in Commons. I think we're going to get into this when we talk about the budget and the Communications Council.
Yes, we will.
But one question I have that I couldn't answer, when we talk about the budget, can we encourage people to vote for it, or do we have to limit it to just voting?
That's actually the first thing we'll take up when we get to talk about the vote. Yeah, there's really clear language in the statute, and it's actually fairly broad. So we'll talk about that explicitly.
Okay, but I'm very glad to be part of the Oak Grove Leadership Council. It was a good meeting.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for Tim? Jackie?
It wasn't a question, it was just to comment about Green Street.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, they did meet, but I did not make the meeting, so I was gonna ask Mark if he could report.
That would be great. Mark, can you give us an update?
Sure. Yeah, it was a really good meeting. We talked a bit about how we've been working to maintain our school traditions while we're doing at-home learning. So for example, we pulled off the Tulip Trot this year virtually. We're still going to do our school musical, our end of the year extravaganza, and then some details around 6th grade graduation. The parents really had a lot of questions about how staff was doing and how morale was. So it was a very emotional meeting, actually. A lot of appreciation poured on the staff from the parents, which was great. So they're going to be working on some way to formally acknowledge the work that teachers have done during at-home learning. So that was really nice to hear. And then, of course, the budget was a huge discussion. And the consensus is we need to pass this budget. Our kids need it more than ever. So they've asked me to record like a 30-second opinion piece on why it's important to share with the school community. They felt like that would be an important action step. So I'll do that. And then they're gonna work on reach out with other families. So those were the takeaways.
Great, thank you. You're already ahead of us on the get out the vote efforts. Kelly.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask for Steve Perrin to speak about the Leadership Council meeting at the high school that was held last week, because I unfortunately was not able to attend. And I believe that he also had some people to be nominated to the Leadership Council for the high school.
Thanks, Kelly. Steve, can you bring us up to speed?
Sure. So we met on May 27th, and we had a
very robust group of parents and staff. And I guess I should start off with the nominations. I believe our slate of parents was previously approved, but would it be okay if we did it again just to make sure?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
good idea.
So parent participants, Rick Mills, Katie Everest, Kiera King, and Kelly as our liaison.
Kyra, K-Y-R.
K-I-E-R-A.
King?
Yep.
Great. So Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira, 2 former school board members,
Yes.
I believe. Excellent. And Kira King are the BUHS parent nominees. I believe we did do some or all of them before, but we'll just double down on these nominees. So Kelly, would you nominate them since your mic is open? Or it was, sorry.
So I nominate the people that have been listed.
Great. Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira King. And could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Jackie. So we have Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira King nominated to as parent representatives, community representatives on the BUHS Leadership Council. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, they are formally included.
Great. So moving on to staff, I believe we had already nominated 1 staff member, but let's go through the whole slate again as we did for parents. The staff members of the Leadership Council, Dan Braden, Ricky Davidson, Jenny McKay, and Tyler Boone.
I don't think we have to approve them.
Okay, great. And then students, I don't think you have to approve these either, but I want to give you their names.
Yeah, great.
Megan Clark, Hannah Lane, Bridget Schneider, Elias Gradinger, and Sarah Butterfield.
Could you do those again slowly for Wendy and Megan Clark?
Megan Clark, and that's M-E-G-H-A-N.
Thank you.
Megan Clark, Hannah with an H on both ends, Lane, L-A-N-E. Bridget Schneider, S-C-H-N-I-E-D-E-R.
Okay.
Elias Gradinger, G-R-A-D-I-N-G-E-R. And last, Sarah with an H on the end, Butterfield.
Great, thank you.
So much of our meeting was procedural. They elected Ricky Davidson as the Leadership Council Chair, Katie Everest as the Leadership Council Clerk. They agreed that they would use Robert's Rules of Orders as needed for formal meetings. There was an emphasis on having respectful dialogue and appropriate airtime as modeled by existing leadership councils. Each council member introduced themselves and their role. And for new business, we spent a lot of time talking about reopening school next year. We spent a lot of time reviewing the needs of the school, both budgetary and curricular and social and emotional. We have begun the process of creating 3 surveys, 1 for teachers, 1 for students, 1 for parents. Chairperson Davidson has created a Google Doc, and people are posting potential questions to that. They're going to review those questions, and then we're going to work on creating the survey. At that meeting, we did not have student representation, so they asked me to redouble my efforts in that regard, and so I met with student council, and we actually were able to get a robust student participation. Our next meeting is Wednesday the 10th at 3:30. And then we're meeting again on the 23rd at 8:30 a.m. Both of those meetings will be via Zoom. And I gotta be honest, it was great. A good group of people, really excited about making sure that we reopen well next year and that we do it with kids at the center of our work.
Great, thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Any questions? Are there any other councils that met in the last 2 weeks? Seeing none. Well, terrific. This is a nice, robust report. Well, this is going to be a bigger and bigger part of our work, I can see. And it's nice to hear the reports reflect the perspective that Sean has shared a bunch of times about how meaningful and rewarding the conversations are and how valuable they are. So this is terrific to hear. So anything else on leadership councils? Any comments or thoughts or questions? Wendy, need some information?
No, I wanted to mention, and I hope this is the appropriate time because you were talking about getting the word out about the upcoming vote. So I am on the volunteer staff for Brattleboro Community Radio, WVEW, and I record a lot of public service announcements from my home. So if you have some language, if you have a public service announcement you want us to put on the air, I'm willing to either take your script or work with you on one, and I'll record it and we'll get it on the air.
Great. I will send that information to Jamie, who's head of the Communications Council, and we'll get you on their list of contacts and take advantage of all your offers. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
I have administrative reports and financial stability. Well, we do have, I think, a brief administrative report or two. I haven't talked to Frank, so I don't know if there's anything more than what we talked about with Emily in terms of financial stability, but I guess we'll find out. So Lyle, anything unusual or extra specific to report?
No, it was actually a pretty short report that I sent to you.
Yeah.
You know, still making sure that people know that we are looking at end of year celebrations and graduations, and obviously we're following what the Department of Health and the governors has set for guidelines, which unfortunately means no person-to-person ceremonies. So I know there are a lot of very disappointed parents, and if it could be different, it would be different. But at this point, that's where we are. Nurses and principals, many principals have been sitting in on statewide meetings with health professionals. And this past week, it was really a very interesting speaker from Switzerland talking about how they had reopened their schools. And I don't know if those are recorded or not, but that was something that if you're interested.
The slideshow is available and you can read through. It's amazing because their calendar is almost exactly the same as ours in terms of when they decided to close and get out of the way. That was really interesting.
Yes,
they're meeting again tomorrow, I think, with some of the lobbyists to try and get an update.
Yeah, I think it's usually a 9:30 Thursday is their regular time. So. And just so you know, all the voting information, how to request an absentee ballot, numbers of town clerks that information is going home in the lunch bags tomorrow. And then the postcards that will be sent out with the same information are at the printers, and the printer actually is the person that mails them. So they will be going out next week. And we have one new hire, BAM's English teacher, Nicholas Yelades. Keith, I hope I'm saying that right. Nicholas has been with us for over a year and a half as a long-term sub, and now he'll be a permanent teacher, and we're looking forward to welcoming Nicholas. So I would ask that you approve Nicholas.
Do we have a motion to approve the Nicholas Yelades, is it?
It's Eulides. I think it's pronounced Eulides.
Eulides, thank you, Keith.
So moved.
Nicholas, thank you, Liz. Second, please.
Second.
Jackie, thank you very much. Moved and seconded to approve Nick Eulides for position at the middle school. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion is passed.
Does anybody need help spelling his name?
I bet you Wendy does. Wendy can certainly do it.
It's Y-I-A L-I-A-D-E-S. I had to think about it. Yaya Laya.
Yeah, Elias. Well, we're going to
Sorry,
have to
just one
invite
more
him
time. I thought I
into.
was typing, but I wasn't. YIA.
LIADES.
Okay.
Having lived all these years with a name that's isn't pronounced the way it's spelled, well, at least not clearly, we're going to make sure we invite Nicholas in to talk about his name and share some funny
Heritage,
stories.
right. And I think that's it for admin report for
Great,
this week.
thank you.
Mhm.
Frank, you have some information for us?
Just a quick update. So we've already spoken about in previous meetings. Just a reminder, I am working on the audit RFP for the fiscal year end. So you'll see results of that when we get responses. The borrowing resolution, just a reminder that should be on next meeting's agenda. And that's just the standard borrowing in anticipation of taxes, given that we have spending in July and August, but tax receipts don't usually come in until September and so on. And then I also mentioned typically this time of year, we have the board approve the food service contract renewal. And as you heard the topic earlier, lot of assumptions there that are not clear. So the state has given us more time to try to understand, what revenue looks like. So that will be coming, but we need more clarity from the legislature before we can bring that to the board.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, any questions? Yes, Jackie.
Frank, just wondering if Cafe Services does a presentation about that, or if they're able to during this time?
They certainly do make a analysis of the current year. They take the feedback from the wellness committee and the administrators, regarding the quality of the program and so on. And then they provide a update to the per meal and per breakfast, proposal for cost. It's not a full bid process. That occurs every 5 years. And that we are in the second year now. This will be the second year of a 5-year full bid analysis. So they typically wouldn't make a presentation to the board, but we certainly can provide an overview of the assumptions and answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Any other questions or administrative information? Okay, we will move on to unfinished business, which is really our primary business tonight, which is to talk about next steps in the budget vote process. And I had a couple of things I wanted to do. One is to just kind of brainstorm the range of things that we could be doing. We've already heard some ideas from the leadership councils and from Wendy. And but before that, Lyle and Andy have been talking and sort of sharing some thoughts. And I wanted to ask them to kind of lay out a little bit of the conversation they've been having. Andy has, in all of his communications with us, he's talked about the importance of having a really clear and consistent message. And I think that's exactly what we want to try and do here. So I think our goal is to get as many different ideas on the table as possible and then figure out how to get them done. But I think primarily to sort of focus in on a message that we're really is going to be the thing that we try to put across. But just before we do that, I just want to put the language up from the statute on the powers of school board, and this just takes a second, about communications. And this is, I think you should be able to see this. It's from 16 VSA 563. We looked at this whole thing a few weeks ago when we went over all of the powers of the school board. And this is section 23. And it talks about the district, at the expense of the district, we can prevent information materials to the electorate on any matter to be voted. So it is appropriate to present information on the budget vote. Such materials shall be limited to those that are reasonably designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And I think I read that as pretty broad. I mean, obviously we can't tell people you have to vote for this, or you're bad if you don't vote for this, or it's gonna, terrible things are gonna happen if you don't. But we certainly can talk about why we think it's important, what values we're promoting, why this budget, why this amount, why these particular items. These are all things that have already happened in this process. And this budget was developed in public. It was approved by the board. It's been fully vetted. The Brattleboro Town Meeting, Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee generously reviewed it and endorsed it in a report. And it's actually been in front of the public twice for public meetings in March. The last one was 2 days before we closed the schools. So the information is there. We know this. We know what's in this budget, and I think the important thing now is how do we get that out to the public. So I'm going to ask Andy and Lyle to sort of get us started here and tell us some of the things that are already in the works, and then we'll hear from the board and the interested public and the administrators as well in terms of ideas for going forward.
Great, thank you, David. I can start us off, Andy, and then how about if you jump in, and feel free anytime.
Yep.
So we've been meeting, Andy and I have been meeting. We've been meeting with Frank, the administrators, and I think it's important to know that we support the original budget. That's the budget that's going to the voters. As David just pointed out, it's been thoroughly vetted. We'd had multiple informational meetings, and thinking about the fact that our students will be, we hope, and coming back to schools after having been out of school for such a long period of time, we need more than ever to have people understand that this is a budget that we support, and we're really, really hoping that we can get people to come out and vote, knowing that this is a budget that we support and feel like we need. We've talked about different ways to make sure that we're getting the message out. For instance, putting a specific tab on the homepage of the WSCSU website, and people can go there, and all the past times that we have presented the budget, the informational meetings, the BCTV information video of the informational meeting. Christina Naylor did an amazingly great PowerPoint and presented that at one meeting, putting that on there. And then, of course, all the budget materials that Frank always prepares. So having a sort of a one-stop shopping place for people to go and get the information that they need. Andy, what else have we talked about?
We talked a little bit about having some level of a mechanism to notify parents that there is a vote coming up around the school budget, and having a level of awareness around the dates of the budget, how people are able to vote, that safety is still a priority, and so that absentee ballots are available, and that information is contained within those posts. When we talk about our messaging with the budget, we're incredibly fortunate to be within a community that's always supported the school budgets, that really reflects the understanding of the needs of our students going forward, that understand the advocacy that's necessary, that's demonstrated through a budget, and the support necessary for our students. We know that our leadership councils have heard from our school administrators and the distinct needs that they all understand that they're facing as the school year comes forward. And we really believe that this is a well-vetted budget, and that's something that we want to make sure that information is being shared within our community. And as I said before, we're incredibly fortunate that the community has always supported the budgets, and that it's a community that can take pride in the fact that it digs deep for its students and its most fragile members of our community.
I see Sean and Jackie have their hands up. Sean, go ahead, please. I'm going to try to unmute you, Sean. Let's see if I can unmute you.
Okay, there we go.
Good, thank you.
Sorry about that. Now it says mute. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, I think that I heard somewhere that the ballots have to be available 15 days prior to the day of the voting, which would be June 16th. So I was just wondering, is that true? And is that on track with will the absentee ballots be available on the 16th? That was one thing. And the other thing is I did the deconstructing whiteness with Michaela today, and there were quite a number of people there. And so I made sure to mention at the end of the meeting that the importance of the vote on the 30th. So the Leadership Council in Guilford and the Deconstructing Whiteness group is well aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I can just respond to Sean's question. Yes, we are aware of the dates that the ballots need to be ready for absentee ballot. They've all been sent out to print and they've been duly warned, so they will be ready to go on the date that they need to be ready to go.
And I saw a sample. Ballot. Actually, I'm going to.
Yes.
One more thing. I've got. I went to the district website today, and if I can find it, there's here it is. There's already, this is already there. The warning articles, the sample ballot, which actually is a sample ballot. It's already published. The minutes from the vote. Well, you can see all of these things are here. The BCTV video of the public meeting isn't here, and Christina's PowerPoint isn't here. But basically, all the things we talked about are already here. So we're off to a good start there. Jackie, and then Liz.
I wanted to ask if there is a need for volunteers to do any sort of outreach as far as getting people to mail in their ballots. And I don't really know if that's a thing that is possible, but I do know that we have a lot of shareholders at the co-op who are not getting their discounts because they can't volunteer in the store. So they call me all the time and ask for volunteer opportunities that we might credit them their hours. So if there was an opportunity for that, I would be happy to know, because I could direct plenty of people your way. And then I also wanted to say, and I know Mark already mentioned, I'm sure that he's going to get the message out as far as the ballots and education about that. But just as a Green Street parent, we really rely on the weekly update that we get from Mark. And I don't know if the other schools are doing that. Maybe they are. But I just wanted to mention it. It goes pretty far in the Green Street community as far as information that we need to know and is very pertinent to us. So that is probably something that would translate well into every school as far as putting it into a weekly update, the importance of this and the dates and things of that nature. So thanks.
Yes. Yep. And actually, Mark volunteered to do some messaging for all the principals. He's got a really great way of words. So we've been using Mark as our sort of writer to get some things together for us all.
Great. Liz?
So we're not going to do anything like a live session, like Facebook Live, where people can ask questions. We're going to rely on everything from before.
No, we have to have another meeting. It has to be, I think, no more than 10 and no few. Lyle, you know the numbers.
Yes, yeah, it has to be within 10 days. So we have to do it sometime after June 20th. And I think probably, David, that's one of the things you were going to do this evening was set that informational meeting. Yeah. So likely it'll be sometime during the week of June 22nd. And it does have live. It'll have to be a Zoom meeting, but a chance for people in the community to ask questions about the budget for sure.
I also, we had talked a little bit about having some facts on the frequently asked questions on the website, but also if you have if the answers aren't there, if you have another question, they could email it to me. I volunteer to do that. And then I can, if I know the answer, I can respond. And if not, I can forward it to the person that is most likely to be able to respond to it, so that we can be responding sort of in an ongoing way as well. And we've also talked about the leadership, and some of the leadership councils have already started doing this, but specifically getting together and calling parents and reminding them, actually making 2 calls, one soon, just with the dates and the fact that they can get a mail-in ballot and just be done with it. And then a week or so before, calling people back and making sure that they voted or that they're going to vote. Go ahead,
David,
Liz.
can you simultaneously do a Zoom and a Facebook Live? Because a lot of people won't come to a Zoom, but would go to a Facebook Live.
It's doable. I don't know about Facebook Live. YouTube, all the legislative Zoom meetings are on YouTube. We don't participate as a Zoom member. You log into the meeting and it's being broadcast on YouTube. We're going to look into that. That's on a list someplace. And the other thing is a webinar format was recommended as probably a better way to do that, where we're giving information out and there's a chat on the side that people can send questions to. So we're just still exploring that. We haven't had to do this before, as you know.
Thank you.
Right. Tim?
Tim, you need to unmute.
Tim, I'm going to try to unmute you, but I never seem to be able to do it.
Oh, there.
I did it.
Okay.
Great. Or
I
else
thought
you
I did it. Okay.
Good.
So several people have asked me what the status of the turf issue is and how that's going to affect the budget. How do you respond to that?
We're still waiting for the report. I think that came up, I'm not sure in what context, but Steve addressed that a while ago. I think there's one more meeting. Actually, Steve, if you want, you can update us. There's one more meeting, and then the committee has to meet and choose from their recommendations which one they want to recommend to the board.
But yeah, specifically, it's like if I vote for this budget, what's going into the turf? How much am I spending for the turf?
Well, nothing's been approved.
Yeah.
There is money in the budget as part of the capital planning for upgrading the fields, but nothing's been approved. Nothing's been spent.
Yeah.
Steve, do you want to address that?
We've met twice with Gale Associates, the committee. We have one more meeting planned. At that meeting, they're gonna, they're working off of, I think 4 or 5 different design plans right now, and they'll hone that down to one that they'll then present to the board. We were supposed to meet with them at the end of May, and they couldn't make it, so we have to reschedule that meeting. They were hoping that happens before the end of this month.
Yeah. I don't want to get too far off track, but we're going to have to look back on those minutes, because I believe that there were supposed to be three proposals, and then the committee was going to choose one to bring to the board. So, but we'll leave that for now. I don't want to get distracted on that. Thank you, Steve. Frank.
Yeah, just a quick response to Tim's question. There's 2 types of budgets, right? There's the operating budget, which is the one that's warned to be voted on June 30. That budget has no funding for a turf improvement, okay? And then there's the capital plan, and that's funded over a long-term period with reserves. And that, as David just said, that is the plan, the capital plan. It's published on, it's in the annual report. For folks that are interested in that discussion, I'm going to flip to page 23 in the annual report if you're looking at it. That's the one that has a reserve for some kind of an improvement that we've been talking about. But it's just really important to recognize the operating plan is what is warned and is subject to a vote, and that's what affects the school tax rate and so on. That does not have any funding for the turf project.
That helps a lot. Thank you, Frank.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. I thought that there was, I thought there was money in there for that and for the Academy project. Good, that's good to know.
Well, David, you're correct, David, in that the capital plan has line items for those projects, but you're correct there. But that funding is already in place. There is no new appropriation for the turf improvement. The Academy project is similar in that there's a funding mechanism in there to get us, started, as we've discussed, with engineering and so on. But there is no bond vote passed or any full project funding. It's just the capital fund has, over $1 million in it, and it's ready to begin those projects once they're defined. But as you've said, David, they're not defined yet. So the money has already been raised in terms of the initial scope of the project. But once the project is approved by the board, then we'll decide, do we need, more funding or whatever. But the operating budget that funds, salaries and benefits for teachers to run programs, that's what we're voting on June 30th. And there is no funding for the turf field in the operating budget.
Great. Thank you. Other thoughts on the getting the vote out and steps that we can take to inform people and make sure that our supporters get to the polls? Andy, did you?
No other, I think we've covered most of it. I think we would just encourage volunteers to, as has been suggested by Jackie, if there are volunteers and phone calls, just to make people aware of the vote, and just remind them, what the date of the vote is and the different options they have at their disposal to vote on the budget.
Mark had mentioned recording a statement, and I had been thinking about maybe for a group of principals to record a Zoom session where they talk about what they're doing in the schools, how the differences among the schools, why it's important for the community, just whatever things they would want to say to help inform the public, and also for staff members and maybe even a group of students to do that. And we could post those Zooms on the website, but also get them out to the school Facebook pages, and there's a Brattleboro parents page, there's a Brattleboro town page where they post those things. There are lots of opportunities if we wanted to generate some of those sort of those audio video programs.
I think that's a great idea, David. I can pursue that with the principals.
Great. And
they all have really very specific reasons why we need to pass this budget.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Great. Tim?
Is the communications committee going to draft articles for the Commons and the Reformer?
I don't, at this point, I don't believe so. We haven't really talked about those. I think probably, again, we haven't talked about the media. They've received, I think they received whatever was on the postcard, and there was a page that I mentioned earlier that came from the West Brattleboro Association that had all the dates and explanation of what was going on and all the phone numbers for the town clerks and things like that, that went out to all of the media and all of things like the Front Page Forum and just a whole range of contacts that we have on the Communications Council has in the spreadsheet. As far as drafting articles and things, I think we're going to have to contact the Commons and the radio stations and the Reformer and have them come talk to us, and get the information out that way. But we haven't really talked about that. The Communications Committee is somewhat understaffed, and it's a slower process for drafting things. So as things come along, we'll try and figure out how to do that. But I think that most of this is probably going to come through through central office, through the administration. except for the phone calls from the communications or the leadership councils. Yep. Any other comments or questions? I'm just looking over updates. I think the only other thing I think is to get, again, just sort of reiterate, if I can find it here, the sort of central message that that we want to get out, which is that we really don't know what's coming. There are a lot of unknown challenges coming, and we really need flexibility and we need support. And these communities have been supported for all these years, and we're hoping that they will be again as we face the new challenges for educating kids and keeping them safe. So if we sort of keep on that theme of being appreciative of the community's support, and that things are changing and we really need flexibility, and we need their support, especially at this time. So I think the only other thing is to set a date for the information meeting. And 10 days is the 30th is a Tuesday. So the 23rd would be a Tuesday as well. So do we want to do it? We have, I think, typically done them on Tuesdays. Do we want to do that again?
It certainly falls in the correct range, so.
Well, do we need a motion to schedule that?
What time are you thinking, David?
Probably 6 o'clock. That's typically when we've done them in the past. Regular meeting time. The other, if we record it, if it's a Zoom session and we record it, then we can rebroadcast, or BCTV can record it, and we can share it over and over again once we do it. But that would be an opportunity for people to be able to question directly. And again, we haven't really figured out, we talked, I think, about, as I said before, about a webinar format where people can write in the questions, but we may have to be available for people to ask their questions in person. So we have to sort that out. Any other thoughts or questions? Well, could I have a motion then to warn a public information meeting on the FY21 WSESD budget for 6 p.m. on June 23rd, and the meeting will be held electronically.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean, or Thomas. Second?
Second.
I didn't, who was it?
It was me, Ann.
Oh, thank you, Ann. And I think I saw Sean had a question. Is it to the motion, Sean, or something separate?
I was going to make the motion. It's fine.
Oh, you put your hand up. Way to go. Thanks. So it's moved and seconded to warn a meeting, public information meeting for the FY21 budget for 6 p.m. June 23rd, meeting to be held electronically, remotely. All those in favor of motions, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes, and we've formally scheduled that meeting, and I'm sure Barb will get the warning out pretty quickly. We have one new business, and that's the board recorder contract. Lyle, do you have information about that for us?
I don't, but I think it would be easy as making the motion to re-up Wendy's contract for the following school year. Seems
Wendy,
like
would you like us to go in executive session so you can negotiate?
This caught me a little by surprise, even though Barb and I did briefly email about it. I honestly don't know. I've never been the subject of an executive session before. I would respectfully ask the board for guidance on this issue.
I only if you want us to change the amount you're currently being paid per meeting. And then we would go in to discuss your salary. If you're happy with what we're paying you now, then we can, we wouldn't need to do that. It's up to you.
I think I would like a brief discussion on it. Thank you, Lyle.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Great, then we will schedule that. Thank you. Okay, so any other, oh, Sean?
I was going to make the motion, but so I'll take my hand down.
Well, if, let's see. Is there any public comment? Oh, Frank, you also have something?
Yeah, I actually had a comment for Sean, but it wasn't specific to this. So should I not?
Oh, go ahead.
That?
Go ahead, because we're kind of done.
Okay, and maybe it's of interest to others. Sean, you had emailed me earlier on warrant questions, and I didn't know if you realized that if you click on the chat, I've sent you the answers to your warrant questions, and if I don't know if that was relevant to anybody else about using the system, but just that's all I wanted to say. The little Zoom toolbox chat right there. So that's all. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And Emily?
So I had a question regarding communications. So if the whole board receives a communication, I would think we were going to talk about it, because I didn't see any responses going back and forth, and I understand that we already did communications at the beginning, but how does that work?
Well, typically, typically in the past, the communications generally are supposed to go through the chair, and the chair responds to the person. If members want to respond, you are certainly welcome to do that individually as well. But the formal process has generally been to have the chair be the spokesperson, but I'm happy to share that. Things that come directly to the superintendent generally are shared with us as well, and the superintendent generally responds. I think I honestly don't know what the answer is, because a couple of the things that came up we should talk about them, and they probably should go on the agenda, because we have, one of them was about meeting in public again, because we can have members of meetings of 25 now. And I haven't had time to look to re-examine the health directives, but I recall that 25 is permissible but not advisable, and that if you don't have to meet in person, they still recommend that we not. And since we have a number of members and a number of public and a number of staff people who have would be wise not to come to a meeting of 25 people. So, but we should take that up. We should really address that together. I haven't had the experience, and it's not something that's come up many times. So I think we're just going to have to put it on the next agenda, and I'll have to check the statute and try to figure out and talk to former chairs and see how we're supposed to handle that. But Lyle, any insights?
I think we really need to follow, of course, guidelines. And while we may be allowed for 25, I think you've really stated it well, David, that it may not be safe for that. I don't know about a room in WSESU that's going to be big enough so that we can we could have 25 people and all be socially distanced. Anything that we've been doing with any of sort of gatherings, and I use that term loosely, we've had to ensure that everyone's temperature is taken, everybody is wearing masks, that we're socially distanced. There are some very specific guidelines that we would have to follow, and I think we really need to check in. We've been having our nursing department check in with the Department of Health before we've had, for instance, any drive up, like Steve, I think, reported last time that they had a session where they handed out caps and gowns and things like yearbooks, but they had to go to no, they didn't have to, but smartly, they went to the Vermont Department of Health to really make sure that anything we were doing was safe. So I would say yes, we maybe are allowed 25, but I'm not certain that it's what we want to do yet. And maybe David, you and I should check in with the Department of Health and and see what they're saying.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And Emily, thanks for mentioning that, because I was kind of stumbling around that because I really didn't. We'd had 4 or 5 on different topics, and the board hadn't had a chance to talk about them. And I knew that we could bring them up under things that aren't on the agenda, but then we can't talk about them. So, or we don't talk about them. So that really didn't make much sense, and I haven't had to try and figure that out yet. So I will.
So some of the other ones will be on the next agenda too then.
Yeah, I just wrote it down to make sure it is.
Perfect.
Thank you. And Tim, you had a question or a comment?
I just have a comment. Our schools and teachers encourage students to engage in civic, we encourage civic engagement and active participation in the democratic process. And with the latest crisis, the racial issues in this country, I think I'd like to go on the record to congratulate the over 200 students who exercised their right to assemble in a peaceful, mature, and orderly fashion in Brattleboro. I thought that demonstrated all the right values that we embrace.
Thank you.
I agree, Tim, but I want to make sure you know that it was not a school-sponsored event. And if anybody ends up getting sick and they trace it back to that, we are really happy to see our students do that, but we did not tell students they should or needed to be there.
No, of course.
That was self-choice on all those parts.
Yeah, of course, that was a concern too, that they do it in a safe, responsible, socially distanced way.
Great. Thank you, Tim. I have to comment on the improved quality of your connection this time. We can actually see you and hear you without pauses. It's kind of nice.
I've gone to my iPad.
Well, it's a good choice. So we didn't do the new business, and the last item is public comment on non-agenda items. We have 23, well, not county administrators, a dozen or more public parents and teachers and others here. Any comments or questions for the board, or any non-agenda items that people would like to address? We obviously can't make decisions or talk about them very extensively, but if people have information like to come before us, now would be the time to raise your hand. And if you can't figure that out, then unmute yourself and say your name, please. Well, Anne, I wonder, since Sean has been trying to make a motion for the last little bit, I wonder if you would step aside and let Sean move to adjourn our meeting.
I defer to my esteemed colleague.
Great.
Before you adjourn, before you do,
yes.
I thought we were going to go into an executive session to discuss a contract.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. The one Wendy's, you mean?
Yeah. Do you want to do that tonight, or do you want to do that next meeting? It's up to you.
Well,
I'd like to get it started this week if we can.
Okay, then it's not going to be any secret what the contract is about.
Fine.
And I don't know if there's going to be a lot of premature public awareness, but I'm going to read it anyway. So I move that we.
David?
Yes.
I think Ruby McAdoo
Yeah.
had something she wanted to say.
Ruby, are you there? I saw you come into the meeting.
Yeah, sure. I'm here, and I don't know if you can hear me. I was having some technical difficulties and couldn't raise my hand. Sorry. Yeah. I came in late, unfortunately, and I'm sorry about that. And so I missed whatever reports were from the Leadership Council, and I'm sure that someone spoke on Putney. But I wanted to just chime in and make sure that the board was aware that we're meeting tomorrow, and we do plan on putting out a survey in some capacity, and are willing to kind of hear what the board wants, is thinking about how to involve the Leadership Council, and and Jamie couldn't be here, so she asked me to come. So sorry I was late.
Oh, and it was really good too. So I encourage you, as soon as it goes up on BCTV, they start around a half hour in, and I would, highlight of the meeting for sure.
Cool. Thank you. That's all.
Great, thank you. I move that we enter executive session under 1 VSA 313 to discuss contracts where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent and Wendy Levy. And do we need anyone else, Lyle? Do we need Frank?
Frank maybe would be good to have
and
him in
Frank
there.
Rucker as well, please.
Sorry, Frank. You know you want to go home.
Yep. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Liz. Moved and seconded, we enter executive session at 7:34. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, I will pause the recording and ask people to please, non-board members to please leave at this time. And we'll wait a minute or so and then jump in.
David, did you make the motion to enter
I
executive?
did.
Okay.
Yes, I pretty much always do.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Obviously, I won't be writing this down, even though I'm in executive session.
Let's see, I got to put Rich in the waiting room. So we are back from executive session. The recording is started again. We're back from executive session at 8:05, having taken no action. Sean, would you like to see if you can make as good a motion as Ann does to take us home?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that we adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much.
May I have a second?
Second.
Well, I saw Thomas's hand go up, but I heard two voices, so we'll go with Thomas for the second. Moved and seconded that we adjourn. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. This is, we're right at 2 hours, which is sort of amazing. That's a new short one, new record for us. So see if we can stay in the habit. Great, thank you. Good work tonight. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Partridge, talking to you from home. This is the meeting of the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee on Friday, May 29th. And we are going to be considering the governor's proposal for dairy and dairy processors. And as you recall, at our last meeting, it was laid out to us by the Secretary of Ag, Food and Markets, Anson Tebbetts, and his assistants, Deputy Eastman and Steve Collier, the attorney for Ag. The program, which was going to be a total of $50 million, $40 million for dairy farmers, and $10 million for dairy processors, cheesemakers. So we have several guests with us, although not all have joined us yet. And we will start, I'm going to go in order, but may jump around a little bit. We have Dina Benjamin here from Riverview Farm in Franklin. And Dina, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your farm.
Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Dina Benjamin. We milk about 500 cows here in Franklin. We have an anaerobic digester. We farm with our 5 children, my husband and I, and we love it. That's
You gotta love it.
Yep, well, seriously, we gotta love it. Do I just proceed into what I'd like to say, or is this structured?
Yes, please proceed with what you'd like to say.
Okay. So we're excited that this money's available. And just to give kind of a little bit more detail on our farm. I mean, we were just getting current with our vendors. I mean, as everybody knows, it's been a struggle for the last few years. And we were in a fairly decent place in January with a forecast that was pretty optimistic. When COVID hit, it hit really hard, and service work basically stopped for our farm. We do business with a Canadian vendor for our digester, and that stopped immediately. Our digester has not been running for the last 2 months. And how that is important is we supply bedding to 2 other farms along with ourselves. So our temperature right now in our digester is 68 degrees, and you need to meet a certain degree in order to kill the pathogens. So that's pretty much, our digester is pretty much dead in the water, which is making us and 2 other farms rely heavily on sawdust. And sawdust, and I'm sure that you're aware, is pretty expensive and sometimes hard to get because of COVID. So that's a pretty severe hit for our farm. We have families and vendors that are needing us right now. And I have gone, within 2 months, I have gone from feeling confident to barely making payroll again. So that's an uncomfortable feeling. I urge this to be passed swiftly and no delays. Personally speaking, we need the money now. We need the money now. And in a couple of months, I'm not really sure what the need is going to be, or if we're even going to be here. I mean, we're having those hard discussions around our kitchen table now. This is an expensive time of year for us. With only being able to meet payroll, we're lucky we have a great relationship with our vendors. So that's really all that when Mandy said that I had this opportunity, I wanted to jump on it because it's so important. This is smooth sailing just as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Dina. And we really appreciate your being willing to spend the time with us today as well. One of the things that we'd ask you to think about, and maybe you don't have any comments about it now, but you know, the package for farmers is $40 million. You know, do you think that we would need more, you know, because we could potentially suggest that we up that amount. And, you know, based on testimony that we can hear, that we will hear, we could do that. So you don't have to comment right at the second, but if you want to think about it and then come back later with a thought, that would be fine.
Okay. I mean, I could tell you that I would love more. I can tell you that, but I will. I'll think of it and maybe articulate that in a more fancier way. But that sounds great.
Just Dina, as a follow-up, how many cows do you milk? What size farm is yours?
So we're a medium farm operation. We milk just shy of 500. We have about 900 total head.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in real quick? Dina has been is a little bit shy this morning, and I just want her to just share with the committee all the work that her farm has done in the last 4 years, and certainly the investments they've made. She's one of the Lake Carmi farmers, and I just think the committee would like to hear, Dina, the investments you've made and the practices that you're implementing, which do take additional money. And I just would like you to just share that little bit so they have a full picture of what you do and how many farms remain in the town of Franklin.
So we manure inject. We inject our manure to 100% of our corn ground. We, again, have an anaerobic digester that someday will spark up again. We're working with UVM on 2 research projects regarding cover cropping. Right now, all our fields are cover cropped. We work closely with the watershed. Gosh, Mandy, we do so much. I should have a list here. But it's, we feel that we are doing our part wherever we can on water conservation and thanks, Mandy.
No, I mean, I'm just really super proud of their dairy farm because, you know, a couple of years ago, I'm sure your committee has had people, other groups come in and talk about the care around Lake Carmi, which we're all very invested in, care deeply. And I just wanted to show the work that they have done, and they do no-till practices and have worked increasingly to just really benefit everyone in their practices. And I guess I'm just really proud of them. They're a caring dairy farm and multiple generations. And it's just, to me, it's really one of those farms that if they could have a bridge, they've done all the hard work necessary to keep this going. So I guess that I just wanted to kind of force her into saying a little bit more. She's very humble, but I thank you, Dina, for adding that.
I'm going to get better at this. I promise you. The more that she puts me in front of the camera or my cell phone or the laptop, I'm going to get amazing. I know it. It's just not happening yet. But right prior to COVID, we went and, you know, the forecast was looking great. So we decided to budget some cow collars for our animals. And what it does is when they're not feeling well, it's a whole software package, and we're able to target that cow and go right to her right off. And that was a huge investment for us, but we felt good about that because things were looking up. So we made that investment. Yeah. Again, like I said, 100% of our crops are no-till with a cover crop to help with the runoff, maintain a healthy, robust soil base. I think we farm responsibly, and our carbon footprint is pretty decent. So thanks, Mandy, for helping me there.
Dina, thanks so much. I have two questions. I have Vicki Strong has her hand up, and so does John O'Brien. Then I know that we need to go to Will Gladstone. He has a time crunch here, but Vicki, would you like to ask your question?
I just wondered, Dina, I don't know a lot about anaerobic digesters. Why is it you can't be running that right now? What's different now with COVID than it was prior, so that you can't be using it?
So the digester requires daily maintenance. So what happened is our screens totally went blank. So we're trying to figure out if it's a software issue with the PLCs or what it is. But what it does is it's not COVID shut us down. Like we couldn't get any help. Our vendor that fixes the digester is in Canada. So they closed the borders. His company, even though farms are listed as essential, his company had regulations that wouldn't let him come. So we're just waiting for the border to open up, for everything to kind of loosen up, and then we can get that running. And it just had a terrible trickle down effect. I mean, it rippled through 2 other farms. Sawdust is pretty expensive, and when you've used composted bedding, it's kind of a hard switch, and you definitely have to switch, because without that temperature at like, I think it's like 90 something degrees, the pathogens aren't killed and you can't use it. It'll be too much bacteria for the cows. So that's why there's just no service technicians that can work on it.
Thanks, Dina. John O'Brien.
There we go. Thanks for coming on, Dina. This is a question for you and the other dairy farmers. Steve Collier, the counsel for the agency, described to us that in order to get, like, you could potentially get up to $90,000 with this bill, but you're going to have to show expenses or lost revenue due specifically to COVID. Now, is that going to be a challenge for you and the other dairy farmers? Because a lot would depend on that diving milk per 100 price. But in your case, maybe like not running your digester, you clearly could show there was loss there. I don't know, just throwing that out as far as how hard that is going to be for each farm to show loss.
Right. Speaking solely for my farm, it won't be hard at all. We, our profit, dairy farms, our profit has always been in that last 15%. And that's gone, so speaking for our farm only, not a problem. I'm only meeting payroll. So I am 2 to 3 months behind on all my vendors. It'll be pretty easy to do the math.
Great. Thank you, Dina.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to move to Will Gladstone. And Will, thank you for your patience. If you would like to introduce yourself and let us know a little bit about your farm, we'd appreciate it. Welcome. And you need to unmute yourself, or we can unmute you. Do you know how to unmute yourself, Will?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, great. Okay. Good job.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. So, Mandy got me set up to talk with you folks about what we're doing out here on our farm. And I'm a second generation farmer on our farm in Bradford, Vermont. Farm with my 2 parents and my younger brother. We milk about 1,500 cows, and COVID has really affected us, and is going to affect us more from the revenue side moving forward. We also have a very diverse operation. We grow 200 acres of wholesale pumpkins, so we're really hoping this year is going to be a great year for pumpkins as dairy looks to be kind of shaky at best. I guess speaking to the whole COVID side, as you guys all know, there in the first week or so, there was a major shortage in the grocery stores of fluid milk. And then everyone, rushed to the stores, bought out the grocery stores. And then there was a huge demand for fluid milk. And that very quickly shifted to the point where there was many loads in the Northeast and across our country being dumped, which then trickles down to us as farmers. As far as our co-op that we're a part of Agrimark, and they asked us on the last day of April, if you guys can only imagine this, how hard this would be to plan to reduce our production for maize milk by 6%. DFA asked their members to reduce by 15%. So that's just a huge blow. As we all know, like Dina said, we hopefully make a profit on those last handful percentage points, and now that's going to be a struggle. With Agrimark, they actually have on the last 6%, it's a $14 a hundredweight penalty. So for the month of May, I believe that they're actually going to charge their members to pick up the milk. So I know many producers here in the next day or so, large producers, small producers, medium producers, that are going to get here down to the wire and are going to be dumping a lot of milk. So it's pretty tough out here right now. I mean, it looks like things in the futures markets have rebounded, but for us as a farm, this next milk check's going to be extremely low, and we will not, just like Dina said, be able to pay our vendors as quickly, or we'll have to take out money on our operating line, or hopefully get this stimulus package that you folks are going to put forth, and then we can utilize that to actually pay our bills. This year looked like it was going to be a great year. We had a bunch of different projects that we were going to do. We were going to build a shop. We were going to change how we separate our sand out of our manure stream, because we bed with sand bedding. So a lot of those projects have been postponed, which really does no good to the local economy as well, because that money just keeps circulating around. So we desperately need this money sooner than later. And I think earlier someone asked if there was a way for us to prove our losses. It'll be quite easy to do in the next month or so, based on milk receipts and so forth. So
Thank you, Will.
You're
Really
welcome.
appreciate it. Yeah. Questions for Will? All right, we're gonna hop back. Oh, no, Terry has his hand up. Terry?
Hi, well, you said you had 1,500 cows?
Yep, that's
Yep.
correct.
What do you consider, because I just got an email from Diane Boffield yesterday, and it looks like maybe the milk prices might be, say, by September, she predicted, well, this is for class, what, 3? Would be 16.25, and class 4 is 14.81. Do you have a sort of a ballpark where you consider a break-even point on your milk price? I mean, it used to be somewhere around 19, but I wondered if obviously you don't make any money at 14.
No, definitely not. I would say our break even, and we know this pretty well from working with different business consultants, is to cash flow and not to deal with much depreciation, maybe a little bit, we're somewhere in that $18 a hundred ballpark. I can tell you that I hope and pray that we don't have a second wave of COVID, because the futures markets look good right now, but the last 2 weeks they have been limit up, which is very abnormal, 3 different days, and then prior to that limit down. So there's so much variability right now that actually some of these insurance programs that different producers have access to, the premiums are quite expensive now because of the amount of volatility. Is class 3 going to be $16.50 in September? I think your guess is as good as mine right now. But I can tell you for maize milk, we're going to be in that 12 to 12.50 a hundredweight for class 3, and that is way below anyone's cost of production in our state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it depends on whether the restaurants are going to be able to open. And I mean, honestly, who knows whether schools will open in September the way things go. I mean,
right.
If you watch the news, you would say, nah, probably not. But that's just a thought. But good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Vicky's hand is up as well. Vicky?
Good morning, Will. Thank you for joining us. I just wondered if you could share a little bit about how you do drop your milk production when they're asking or needing less milk. What are you shipping cows or drying them off? What's your strategy there?
So a lot of producers have culled cows or beef cows sooner than before. Beef prices have been okay and highly variable there. To be honest with you, what we did, and this was extremely costly, our cows right now are averaging about 98 to 100 pounds a cow, and we did not want to have to cut our cows back. So actually what we did is we went out and purchased a handful of farms bases that wanted to go out of business, and were able to transfer their base to our farm. Now, the interesting thing that Agrimark has done is they only let half of the base transfer. So the other half's lost forever, essentially, in my opinion. And so that was a whole nother expense. It was kind of like, I told someone the other day, it was like prepaying your losses. I guess we just did it quicker than other folks.
Okay, thanks, Will. Any other questions for Will? All right, thank you so much, Will, and you're welcome to stick around if you can. If you have to leave us, we really appreciate your time today. And we'll move back to the beginning of the agenda for this morning, and we'll go to Darlene Reynolds. And Darlene, thanks for being patient.
Sorry, hit the wrong button.
That's okay. We're all getting the hang of this.
Nice to see you guys. Saw you guys last week. And Amanda and Bill asked me to speak again today, so I feel really fortunate. Super excited to hear the governor speak about the $40 million that they wanted to use to help dairy farmers right now. I can't reiterate enough of what Dina and Will say. I think all of our farms, know that we are going through some significant losses because of COVID and some trying times, and to get services, as Dina has spoken of, and Will, and trying to take and find unique ways as we're entrepreneurs to continue farming. One thing Dina, I think, forgot to mention is that she is one of the farmers who did the hemp program this year. So she also was daring enough to do some diversification too, which I'm super proud of. I kind of sat back and waited to see how that played out for everybody, but they are truly entrepreneurs in that, and really tried to take and pull that through. It was a really tough year, I know, for them to do that, and the amount of people purchasing the hemp at the end of the year wasn't quite there for most farmers, which we all know. I will say that two things that weren't spoken of is, one, class 3 and class 4 are trending through the CME. And that price that Terry had spoke of for September is pretty normal, actually, because we also put it in with class 1. And I think a lot of people forget about looking at that class 1 price. And for May, class 1 was $12.95, which is significantly lower than you could even imagine. And it's always, class 1 is always announced about 15 days before the beginning of the next month, and it already has come out for June, and class 1 for June has come out at $11.42. So I don't even understand how it could be that low with everybody jumping to the stores to buy gallons of fluid milk. I'm confused myself. Sometimes I feel like somebody needs to explain that to me personally, but that's where that's sitting right now. And I don't think there's any change in that because it always comes out, like I said, before the month even begins. So with that pushed forward, I want to say that I hope that you guys see that kind of urgency that's coming in, because like Dina says, we are strictly trying to pay the grain bill and payroll right now. Pretty much that's it. And when it comes to the vendors that we have throughout this state, they've been great for the past 5 years, but I don't know how much more pressure they can take. They are great people to work with. I'm not going to deny it, but they are under a tremendous amount of stress because they were just barely starting to get some extra monies from us in the past 6 months. So I think that just trying to boost this economy through the entire state, not just for dairy farmers, but for everybody that we do business with, is super, super important. And that's why I think I was so excited to hear the governor speak of this money, which is a significant amount of money to me personally to put into the state, was amazing. And to answer your question, more is always better. I think moving forward as we go into the fall, I know many farmers are looking at other ways to diversify, like Will does with his pumpkins. And I also think that, again, like he said, everybody's looking at these insurances, that we are trying to find a way to find a floor right now, to hit those floors so that we don't end up into these situations again. So, I mean, I know I kind of told a lot of information all at once, and if anybody has any questions, that's great. I'm not going to go into too much about my farm because I spoke to you guys last week. But know that my 2 daughters are out there right now testing DHIA for me and helping me out. And then the other thing we've done in the last few weeks is we transferred over our automatic calf feeder to all whole milk. So now we're literally taking whole milk from our farm to help with that production cut and bringing it over to our calf facility so that they can use that in the automatic calf feeder, which is taking about 1,800 pounds a day right now off our farm just to feed the animals over there. So those are the kinds of cuts we're doing.
Great. Thanks, Darlene. You probably mentioned it last week, but I'm not remembering. How many cows do you milk?
We're a medium farm. We milk a little over 600 most of the time. And we're just under the cusp of 700, but we do raise our own heifers on separate facilities, and we probably raise another 450 heifers.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Are there any other questions for Darlene at this moment? All right, I'm not seeing any little blue hands. Darlene, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Let's see. I know either we go to Amanda or Bill. And Amanda, it looks like you're up first.
Thank you for your committee having us again. And again, just really want to focus on any questions any committee members would have on the 40 million that's proposed, how to get it out to the farmers swiftly. We've worked really hard in our discussions and trying to come up with the forecasted amount that we thought of Vermont Dairy Producers Alliance. I should say I'm the executive director of that, and I'm speaking here on behalf of that organization as well as a dairy farmer. But we came up with a proposal of about 14 million a month is what we figured with the prices 3 or 4 weeks ago that we were seeing to get through as a bridge. And we were very excited and pleased to hear the package announced. And as part of our proposal, the key was to get it out the door swiftly, without delay. The farmers need it now. And that's what we're hoping and proposing, and to keep whatever mechanism simple. Proving losses, I don't think is an issue, but I do think who's processing the applications and the staff available, and is it going to be a delay? That to me is a bigger concern. I would suggest, if we're looking at prices and comparisons, we use the January 1st price as, pre-COVID. And, we were going into the year with these forecasted prices looking really good. And that's my concern as we look to the fall, and we may see some climbs in the market and get optimistic. Well, we know what happens, when COVID may come back for a second round. The concern that as much as we've grown our markets to look better, it's going to come crashing down again. And so I'm getting a lot of calls from farmers who did not participate in the insurance program and asking questions. How do you do it, and at what price? And so even now, as we're looking to maybe book the third and fourth quarter, you need to understand that farmers are spending money for this insurance premium below the cost of production. So they're paying money to book a floor that they know is going to lose them money, but it would at least lose them less money, which doesn't make for a very good average for a year that was really one that we were all working hard for. And I can't stress, there have been some comments, made in other committees and in other testimonies that dairy is a failing industry. And I don't want to diverse too far off this funding package, but I think any food industry, for the security of our country, our state, and our Vermonters, should not be a failing industry. And I think Heather Darby from UVM really was very succinct in her testimony. In the Midwest, when they're killing hogs and burying them because they can't get them to market, when we have people going hungry, we have kids going hungry, we have people around the world going hungry. The biggest lesson that I've learned in this COVID is I live in a little town in the corner of Vermont on the Canadian border, but I am connected to that person in China in ways that I never thought I would be, in a matter of weeks. And that is the reality of the world we're living in. And so for me, any type of food production in our country should be essential, and it should be protected for the safety and for the security. And so any questions that anyone has, I think that's what Bill and I are here for, is to help navigate maybe any questions on getting the money out to farmers, and any questions maybe in the other waves that perhaps funding would come. We did put in some medium and long-term goals as part of our proposal, which we would love to discuss maybe in informal discussions in the fall, prior to your next session next year, where we do look at some investments into our industry and some ideas that can help further diversify us, and also secure more work around carbon credits and water quality, while giving some compensation to dairy farms that do the work. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Amanda. I look forward to hearing some of those ideas. Terry has his hand up, but I have a quick question. I remember you mentioning the last time we spoke, kind of a total, and we were discussing a package that was $8.8 million. And I remember you bringing up a figure, and I think it's based on the 14 million per month. What was the total figure that you had mentioned at the time?
So our proposal was really looking at a 3-month, period, and it was 14 million a month, based on 750 of losses in our milk price per hundredweight, which is across the board, whether you're an Agrimark producer or a DFA producer, any size farm. That's really the equal way, right? We're all paid for our price of milk, and it doesn't matter what size farm you are. So that's how we came up with that number. And we also factored in the reduction that we're all asked to make. Again, Dina said it, and Will as well, and Darlene, that, the last 15% is where we make our money, and now we're cutting in DFA 15% or as close as we can without hurting our cows. You don't want to, as Will touched upon, you don't want to hurt your cows that are really in their peak of lactation, because you want them to stay healthy and they're your superstars. So you look at other ways of cutting production without harming that cycle that those animals are in, because if you do too much, they're not going to come back in that manner. So, but yeah, it was 14 million a month was the price that we had come up with.
Okay, and that was for 3 months.
Yeah, that was looking at, because, forecasting prices, it's so hard. We thought a 3-month period we could kind of look. Of course, now we're another 6 to 8 weeks in, and we could look at the next couple months as well. But that was at the time we put the proposal together.
Okay, so that would be 42 million, which is in the ballpark of the governor's suggestion. But we're also able to ask for more potentially if we want to as part of the process. So be thinking about that. Terry, do you have a question or a comment?
Mandy, I don't know if you know this or whether I think I should know this, but we haven't really seen details of the governor's plan. At least I haven't. But a friend of mine was asking about the what kind of rules, restrictions the farmers had. Like, well, obviously we need to prove that this money was lost through the COVID, but is there other restrictions like water quality or things like that that you know of?
So, I haven't seen the exact specifics. I've had, people look at it, and I've asked questions. And what I'm hearing is that they're trying to make this with the least amount of restrictions to get the money out the door as quickly as possible. I have heard there's potentially 3 farms that may not get the money due to some water quality issues. I have not been able to, I think it really depends on your committees and what you propose, in all honesty, but that's what I've heard as the only limitations. And my only urge is that this money is for losses. It's not state money for grant, it's not that type of money that would have come naturally in any kind of budget situation. So, this money is not going to stay at the farmer. And I think that's really the key point. I mean, this money is going to be paid to vendors, and it's going to keep that money in the community, and it circulates 7 or 8 times. So I would say less restrictions, the better. The more farmers you can get this money to, the better. And that's really all I've heard. I haven't seen the exact layout, and I hope to learn more maybe in the Senate Ag to see what details they have gotten as well.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of look at it as a stimulus check, the same as the 1,200 that, well, I got 1,200, and they said, well, somebody was complaining to me that, well, I don't think people on Social Security should be getting this $1,200. And I said, this is not a gift. I say it's a stimulus check, and trust me, we spent it right away, and and the purpose was to stimulate the economy, and I think this is very similar to that, because there are so many vendors that deal with farmers that aren't going to get paid, and if you want to keep them in operation as well as the farmers, you better be able to pay them, because IBA and those people, they're not going to come around and keep giving you pails of chlorine just because you're a nice person. They just cannot do it. And grain companies can't hold $1 million in debt for every farm that they're dealing with and still stay in business. So
I think I heard the number for the grain companies from Vermont. I think it was either Cubby Bordeaux or Josh Poulin, that they're holding around 200 to 210 million in unsecured debt.
Yeah, I've heard that too, Amanda.
Yeah, which is scary.
Yep.
Once that grain is eaten up, That's it. You can't go back and pick it back up.
Right. Yeah. All right. Amanda, thank you so much for spending time with us. We really appreciate it. Can you say, I heard you say something about farms that were not in good standing with water quality were potentially not going to be able to apply. Is that correct?
Well, that's what I've been hearing, and I've done several inquiries on that, and I was concerned at how many farmers that were, what the number of that would have affected. And I don't know, I haven't seen the exact language. I think it's being talked about, and I guess I would just really encourage to get this money to all the farms if possible, at least this first round, and then if we need to put more restrictions on down the road. But that money's not going to stay with that farmer. It's going to go to vendors who have done the work, and it's going to just keep our infrastructure. And I would hate to see it that way, even if it's 3 farms. I just would hate to see that.
Thanks, Mandy. Michael O'Grady has appeared, and so I know he wants to say something. Mike?
So the good standing criteria is in the Senate draft legislation, their dairy assistance program. It's based on the good standing requirement for ag water quality financing. You can't get ag water quality financing if you're not in good standing with the agency. Good standing is not, it's a very far down the enforcement road. It's when someone is not complying with the agency's order, is basically affirmatively not attempting to fix a water quality issue or other issue. It's not just because somebody has a discrete issue that pops up that the agency identifies. It's when a farm is basically actively not complying with the agency's request or order. And there's only 3 farms currently that are not in good stand.
So Mike, is that also part of the administration's proposal, that condition?
It is not part of the administration's proposal.
Okay, thank you. All right, I see that John O'Brien has his hand up. John?
Oh, I just wanted to echo what's been said here. I think we could call this bill actually relief for dairy vendors instead of for dairy farmers, because it's going to be, in the dairy farmers' hands for about, in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, right? It's going to be gone, all to dairy vendors. But the question is, we should probably be thinking about a second program that's actually relief for dairy farmers and what that would look like. And so I don't know if there's been discussion, whether it's price supports or something else. But what would say a fall program, if we could use federal and state dollars, what would that look like? Would it be more of the same, or would it be something that might at least get you, say, to January 1st, 2021?
So, just my opinion on this, and we're certainly going to be doing more work and watching the markets and seeing, I think a lot of it really depends on how does the next round of COVID hit. If schools aren't opening, if restaurants can't serve, it's also the forms of what our product can get into our country's hands, right? Is it in bulk? Is it in little servings? How is the processing? Our processing plants dealing with employees who can't come in and process the product? So, it's just so unknown. And I think, my gut is telling me it's going to be necessary. I'm looking at insurance programs, and I just want to have something booked by July 1st, because my gut is saying that even though markets may look to rebound a little bit, and keep in mind, we're still well below the cost of production. When you're looking at $11 or $12 milk, when you get to 14, you're feeling, hey, it went up $2, but you're still, $5 or $6, $7 below your cost of production. But my gut is telling me that, it's going to be a full year. Unfortunately, we were hopeful the fall was going to come back and average us out better. but I'm just not seeing it. And every week that goes by, I'm not seeing it. So I do think there's going to have to be probably a second or a third wave of some type of assistance.
Thanks, Mandy. Sharon has her hand up. Sharon?
Thank you. We've taken testimony too about how our food systems are kind of being exposed for, as Mandy said, these connections we have with somebody in China, or Mexico, where most of the parts are manufactured for repairing commercial trucks. And I keep trying to find, I feel like we're in an escape room. For those of you who don't know, people actually pay to go into a room that they lock you into and you have to figure out how to get out of. It's called an escape room. One of my kids paid to do it. Anyway, and that, while Vermonters don't consume most of the milk that we're producing, it's in the Northeast. We're taking care of Boston and New York, and I'm trying to find a way, like a way forward with, confirming that food security is regional security, is local security. If we don't have the food that we need when a system breaks down, we are incredibly vulnerable. And I'm just wondering, what the future of dairy looks like in that regard. Like growing pumpkins, great, or sugaring, like your boys do, Mandy, and trying to find other ways where dairy farmers aren't as vulnerable because they have something else. Or it just, obviously, if the solution was easy, it would have been found right now. I just want to express my profound frustration. I guess it's not a question, but if somebody has something useful to add to this.
And if I can respond to Sharon, and you're right. And the thing that I think is being lost is in the last 10 years, in the last 4 years, farmers are doing just that. They are looking at ways of diversifying. I just don't know, as that story is being told. And what happens is when you diversify, you can't go 100% into it. So I'm going to use hemp as an example. A lot of farms took that and you ran with it, and like Darlene and Dina, entrepreneur thinking, and it didn't work out so great, and so there were losses. But they're going to keep trying to find something that fits. But you can't offset your investment into one aspect of the industry and make it equal to. So in our situation, we're diversified, and guess where that money goes? It goes into the dairy, right? And we're looking for more balance over the next, my kids' lifetime as they take over the farm. But it's not, it's not a quick fix. Like, you have to diversify as a percentage and then add a little more and add a little more. And it's really about, the investments that you had already made. But I want the community to really understand, like, farmers are hearing this and they're working really hard to do it. It's just still a smaller piece of their total investment into Vermont economy. So in another 5 years, you're going to see it more balanced probably. Maybe it won't be 50-50, but maybe it'll be 25-75. It's ramping up, and farmers are really looking at that. And I think if funds are spent in this way, and we need to do another wave, there may need to be more funding brought in. But I want everyone to know that the farmers I'm talking to and about and for are farmers that are really invested to being here in 10, 15 years, and to do the very thing, Sharon, that you're asking, and to look at different ways. But I do think dairy is going to remain, vital as an economic force, and it's just going to look a little bit of a different piece of a pie,
Thanks, Amanda. I want to make sure we get to Bill Rowell, who is also here and has been incredibly patient. Bill, thanks for joining us this morning, and feel free to add to the conversation here.
Well, I don't have a lot else to say that hasn't already been said. I will tell you that for the last month, or maybe a little better than a month. I'd been working on a plan at the national level, and I'd worked with a few different people. I was trying to figure out how we could do this ourselves as farmers. And the thing that our problem actually has to do with the fact that the markets aren't moving. How would you make the markets move? You'd make the markets move by doing something like maybe focusing on your export partners and maybe doing a feeding program with them to stimulate the markets to move. You do it through maybe the agriculture marketing service and use government vouchers to pay for it. If it was a feeding program, it wouldn't challenge the free market. Therefore, WTO, World Trade Organization, wouldn't be a problem. So I got down the road pretty good with this. I ran it by some folks at the national level, and everybody seemed to like it. But then I ran into one of the guys I talked with was Mike McCloskey at the Fair Oaks Dairy in Indiana, and he said, well, he's on the board of National Milk Producers Federation, and he said, you know, we've got something similar to what you're talking about that we're working on. And so anyway, I arranged a conference call through DFA with their lobbyist in DC and with the previous chair of the National Dairy Promotion Board, who's a good friend of mine, and somebody from Tom Vilsack's office, because he's head of, Tom Vilsack's now head of U.S. Dairy Export Council. And they were pretty quiet. And I thought, well, gee, that's funny. This was Monday, May 18th at 4:30 in the afternoon. These folks, there were 7 of us on the call. They were kind of quiet. And then they had some insight, and I said, well, what's going on here? They said, did you get the letter? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about, get the letter. They said, the president of National Milk, president of U.S. Dairy Export, and the president of International Dairy Foods Association signed a letter and sent it to Sonny Perdue to do something along the lines of what you're talking about. And their program didn't use ag marketing service or government vouchers. I think it probably would have gone through the commodity credit, you know, the CCC program through the Secretary of Agriculture. But they focused on countries that have a food deficit issue and countries that we, I guess, normally don't do business with, like countries in Africa that have a food deficit problem. I thought that it'd be better to focus on our export partners. You take Mexico, for example. I think their peso is worth 23 cents against our dollar. So that's our chief export market. Why wouldn't we do business with them and do a feeding program with them? So anyway, my point is, you may come up with a good idea to do something, but there are other people working to protect their interests. And I'm sure that those folks in those 3 big organizations didn't want to be upstaged by some Vermont farmer that came up with that idea on his own without any of their input. So now what I would ask of them is, so make it happen, and where's the money? We need the money now. We can't wait a lot longer. And that may sound a bit blunt, but the farmers are to the point where that a little money would be quite a welcome relief, because the vendors get to the point where that they can't hang on, and we don't want to lose our infrastructure, do we? And we don't want to lose farms either. But you must be getting close. I'll ask you that. Are you getting close to dispersing some money? What kind of a time frame are we looking at? Do you have any idea, Carolyn?
I think the idea, Bill, is to get this out as quickly as possible. And
Yep.
so we're being asked to give our recommendation to appropriations by tomorrow. You know, I mean, not tomorrow, but quickly. We've now heard from dairy farmers. I think we should, to do due diligence, we should probably hear from some of the processors, the cheesemakers. I can't imagine anybody's going to say, no, we don't want the money. But the question is, should we ask for more in this instance? And I need to have a little bit of committee participation in terms of what, you know, what they think we should do. Should we support this proposal that the agency has, that the agency and the governor have put forward? Should we ask for more? And I'm really sorry, I got a text from Rodney after we started saying he couldn't make it today, as our last dairy farmer who has unfortunately sold his cows in the State House. I always love to have his input in this. So, Bill, the idea is to do this quickly, and I don't know what kind of time frame. I think Amanda brought up a really good point about who's going to be processing these, I would say, applications, and is the staff there to do it, and what are the requirements? Are we going to ask that every farm be in good standing with the clean water regulations? You know, these are things we need to move on, and we need to move on them quickly. So Sharon does have her hand up, and I want her to have an opportunity to either comment or ask a question. Thanks. Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I've given the time frame. I'm wondering if, yeah, and anticipating what the Senate may do or not do. I'm wondering if there was a way to, for us to maybe meet one day this weekend. I don't know if that's possible. So just so that we could hear from the processors and be ready to move forward.
Yeah, maybe Monday we could have a meeting. I just got an email from, I think it was Luke Martland, saying, you know, our staff is really being taxed here, and they've got kids, and you know, and so I hate to ask anybody to do anything on the weekend, but maybe we could set something up for Monday. So Linda's here and we can have that discussion. But Linda's listening, but I think we need to hear from some of the processors quickly. But the other point that we need to discuss is, do we want to increase the amount that has been proposed? And so I'm looking forward to hearing from committee members about that. So I think committee members, you can unmute yourselves if you want to chime in here. If there's craziness going on, I'll start calling on people, but anybody want to say something? John O'Brien?
What did we hear? It was on average, every farm's losing 270,000. So this
something like that.
Far from making even a break-even number. I mean, this is really like farms get what, maybe a third of their loss.
Well, the large farms are going to get 110,000 under this. And these are losses. The mediums are going to get 90,000. The small certifieds are going to get 60, and the small uncertified are going to get 42.5. I may have those numbers wrong, and please feel free to correct me.
They're
So,
correct.
okay, thanks.
Carolyn,
Yeah.
I just wondered if any number crunching, probably Allison and Diane have done this, but if what the price difference is, or the dollar figure, if we had somehow been able to pay 1,800 since the start of COVID, what sort of figure that would be, just to give us a comparison to how much has been lost. And even though this $40 million sounds like a lot of money, it's really, maybe something like 25% of what dairy farmers really need.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe we could do those numbers. I just got a text from Linda saying that we've been asked not to meet on Mondays because that's the day that our lawyers kind of catch up. So I'm going to call on, so maybe we can do that math, John?
Okay.
Okay, and Mike O'Grady says he's going to send us a summary of the federal program that he drafted yesterday. That's fantastic. Tom Bach?
Carolyn, I think we should use, I think it was Diane's numbers where she was talking about another 4 or 5 million added onto that. So if we added 10% onto that 40 million, appropriations are going to want to see numbers. And how are we going to justify that increase? And I think we can rely on her numbers. And
Diane Botfeld's?
Yeah. Amanda St. Pierre, I think, had the numbers of 14 million.
Yeah, so that's about 42 million.
Bring it up. If we added 10% to that,
yeah,
it's not a lot, but I think appropriations are going to want to see justification.
So you're suggesting maybe 44 million?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Terry?
Well, it's just not going to be enough anyway, but I think the way Anson talked, the agency discussed it a lot and came up with these numbers, and I would be happy to go with what they have decided on. It's not like they've just pulled these numbers out of the hat.
Mm-hmm.
And I, as you probably are well aware, there's going to be a lot of requests for this money. That's, if we ask for another 10 million, there's human services are going to ask for another 10 million or 20 million. And next thing you know, there'll be lots of infighting. Well, who's going to get this? Who's going to get that? And that'll just drag things on. That's just the way politics works, I think. So I would be quite happy that we can get 40 million and for the dairy farmers and 10 for the processors, but we'll see how the processors feel about it.
Terry, you don't want to leave ourselves a little bargaining space?
Well, we could add another 5 million. Split the difference.
Yeah, okay. Sharon, and then Vicky, and then Amanda. Sharon.
So would it make sense in the name of expediency to ask for some written testimony from processors so that we have a chance to go over that earlier, and then we can hear from them and be closer to making our decision? And also I'm hearing what Terry said about trusting that the agency had did the hard work with the numbers. But I seem to recall, Madam Chair, that you have a knack of saying, and if there might be any extra money, we would be very happy to receive that, which seems to work pretty well.
Yeah. Well, everybody, trust me, everybody's going to be asking for more than in their proposals. So I think there are 5 different proposals. So whether or not we ask for more, they're going to ask for more. So.
And part of, our discussion today is about how right now this is basically money that's going to immediately fly off the farm to the vendors and support services. And so in the future, we will be looking at, we have to look at a way to, as Bill Rowell's been working on, a way to move forward that is sustainable. So I'm assuming that, you know, if we get this 40 million and 10 million, that in the future there will be other monies or programs or ways to support dairy farming that doesn't, you know, doesn't have everybody just making as much milk as they can, because, you know, when prices are bad, you make as much milk to survive. And when prices are good, you make as much milk to recover from the debt you incurred while milk prices were down.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Sharon. We actually have a hard stop in about 8 minutes, and we'll figure this out probably over the weekend. Vicki has her hand up. Amanda does too. And Mike O'Grady chatted with me saying that there is a federal program as well that will make up to $250,000 available to dairy farms. He'll send us a draft. I didn't get the first part of his email last time, so sorry about that. Vicki?
I don't have a lot of comment, Carolyn, other than the sense of urgency. And if we fool around too much, it just every day is vital to the farmers. So whatever we can do to be expedient and a sense of urgency, I'm all in favor of. If we vote later this afternoon or what have you, but it's urgent. So that's all I want to say.
Okay. Amanda, John Bartholomew just put his hand up, and because he's a committee member, I'm going to call on him before I do you. John?
You had mentioned possibly limiting funds going to farmers that aren't meeting water quality standards. Is there something in their proposal now that says that, or is that just something?
You probably hopped onto the meeting after Mike O'Grady told us that was part of the original Senate Dairy Assistance Program bill, but it's not part of the feds. So Mike O'Grady, do you have anything additional that you would like to say?
No, it's still part of the Senate draft bill. They're going forward with their own proposal separate from the administration. It's very similar to the administration, but it is not identical.
Okay. All right. We'll figure out this process thing going forward, because we can come up with our own, sorry about my phone, our own process. Amanda, would you like to say something now?
Just real quick, I just wanted to let the committee know that, in fact, some of this money, most of this money probably will be directly assigned to vendors. That's how quick it's going to go out the door. And that, again, in our industry, it circulates the economy 7 to 8 times. I'd also say that, you know, the mechanism of about 750, 100 weight, based on the production that Diane and the Ag Agency uses for Vermont dairy production, is how we came up with our numbers. We took their information based on the milk forecast, and that's how we came up with that. That mechanism can be used in another month or two as we look to the fall, if we're going to need to come up with another wave of funding. And I think, you know, to keep it simple, move it forward as fast as possible. And thank you all for your consideration and time.
Okay. Amanda, thank you so much. Sorry, somebody's leaving a message for me. Life goes on here. All right. We have about 5 minutes. I don't know if there's anything anybody would like to add. I'm hearing that we want to move on this quickly. I've heard different numbers. I've heard people say that they are interested in the 40. I've heard people saying, yeah, we could maybe factor in another 10% and go to 44. My understanding of the process is that we just need to make a recommendation to our appropriations committee. And I don't know how the process is going to work in terms of what the Senate might be sending us. John O'Brien, you have your hand up.
Is this even a bill yet, or is it more likely just going to be added to the skinny budget?
Mike O'Grady, there you are.
So the administration has proposed a standalone bill for the $400 million. It was first rolled out in House Commerce, I believe, yesterday or maybe the day before. late in the day. I've asked the Agency of Ag if that language can be available to you. They asked that it not be distributed as of yet because they're still making some revisions. I've just asked them again this morning whether I can make the dairy assistance language available to you. As soon as they approve, I'll send it to the committee.
Thanks, Mike.
Because we might want to work backwards and say how can we get checks to dairy farms by July 1st, and if it becomes wound up in one of the budgets, who knows? It might be Labor Day before checks get sent out.
I think you can. It's going to be. It may not. I don't know how to say this. It might take a week or so to get this through, and so it will probably move with expediency, but it won't happen probably next week.
Okay. The other question that sort of comes to my mind, and we have 3 minutes, and then Linda actually turns into a pumpkin. Speaking of pumpkins, so we've got to get off by 9:45. The other thing that comes to my mind is that this is federal money, and I'm reluctant to put that requirement that people be in good standing with the clean water stuff, because I'm sure those farms owe money to vendors too if they're struggling. Mike?
So it is federal money, but you can set up the criteria that you want for award of the funds. So you can include good standing or not. That's really up to you. Good standing is already a requirement for ag water quality financing. Being in compliance with the laws is also generally a criteria for USDA funds and NRCS funds. But again, this is criteria that you can set yourself, and that's up to you.
Okay, thank you. Mandy, is your hand up again, or did you just not lower it?
I'm sorry, I didn't lower it.
Okay, fine.
Sorry.
Good. So it's we now have 1 minute, and I think actually 30 seconds. So let's wrap this up. This meeting of the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee. We will meet Monday. Not Monday. We will not meet Monday. We'll meet Tuesday at our normal time, which is 9:30. And perhaps over the weekend we'll be getting drafts of stuff so that we can be absorbing it and digesting it and coming up with some other ideas. So right now, Linda, take us off.
it out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 374th edition of Energy Week. This is a report of news in energy and climate change starting the 28th of May, running up to the 3rd of July, and we are reporting this on the morning of the 4th of July. This is Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And we are both working from home because of the coronavirus by telephone. I'm sorry if the sound is not as good as it should be, but you know, we're chugging along here. Every day I get up and go to the internet and find the news on energy and climate change. It goes up to my blog, which is geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and the script, the thing I call a script that Tom and I work from, is available at a blog site, and if you watch this at BCTV or if you are at YouTube or wherever, you should have that blog site available to you. It's called energyweeknews.wordpress.com with a date. It might come up as a bit.ly link. And also, the various sites should have a copy of that script that you can download. Anyway.
Well, some of these sites are well worth looking at. And as a matter of fact, we're going to hit one or two today that are almost mandatory.
I would think so. You know, we've got some really interesting stuff going on in the world today. As I said, we're going to start on the 28th of May. If you go to any of these blogs, there are links to the original articles, and we will start with a painting from the 19th century by Frederick Edwin Church of icebergs.
And that's what it's called. Interesting painting. Take a look in the foreground, almost to the center. There's a ship there, a shipwreck in that picture.
I think that's correct, yeah.
And you can see the mast has been knocked over.
Yes. This is kind of a romantic thing that, you know, a person would use to add interest to.
Well, this guy Church was rather well known in his time. As a matter of fact, he was the best known landscape painter in the middle 1800s.
I believe it. I've looked at his work. There's a lot of it, and it's a lot of
this particular article has a lot of his art there, and it's worth seeing.
Yes, it is.
It's good art.
This is from the BBC, by the way.
There's a picture on this. Yeah, it is. It is from this website. There's a picture of what's called Ice Watch, and it's more recent. It's not the 1860s. And what it is more than 24 blocks of ice that had already been lost from Greenland's ice sheet were placed in London and left to melt.
Yes.
As an exhibition, a display.
Yeah, and
the ice is a metaphor for the damage that humans have inflicted on the Earth.
Yeah. What do you got for a title for the article, Tom?
Well, how about that? The climate change clues hidden in art history.
As scientists, policymakers, and members of the public attempt to make sense of the climate crisis, art historians are finding clues about how the relationship with nature has changed, about past and present society's ideas of climate, and even about the physical changes of the planet.
So as I said, this is one of the ones that's well worth seeing.
It is, and because
the website.
Yeah, largely because of the pictures.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Without the pictures, it's nothing.
Okay.
Well, you got an interesting picture here coming up of a coal loading facility.
Yeah, this is a sea of coal with a big bulldozer right in the middle of it, and the bulldozer looks a little bigger than an ant, but looks pretty small in this picture. And this is from Scientific American.
It is that, and it says coal's decline continues, with 13 plant closures announced in 2020. I think we're going to touch base on this more than once in this episode.
It just goes on and on and on. Power companies have announced plans to close 13 coal plants this year, according to an E&E News review of federal data and companies' closure plans. 2 other plants will be converted to natural gas. Burning coal is no longer economically sound.
Repeat that sentence because it's valid.
Burning coal is no longer economically sound. And that's true even if the coal plants have been paid down and are old and, you know, there isn't any new work that has to be done on them. It's just not economical to burn coal. It's too expensive.
Well, right now, in some circumstances, and it's a lot of circumstances, burning coal is more expensive than solar, even if you got the coal for nothing.
Yes, or if you have to build new solar to do it. You know, I mean, basically what we're at, the situation that we're in is that the utilities are finding that it's cheaper to replace the coal plants than it is to use them.
And then one other thing that's happening is kind of a vicious circle. Coal plants are running less, and the less you run it, the higher the cost per unit energy.
Yeah, and because those plants are designed specifically to run flat out all the time, reducing their output is not just expensive, it's
costly.
Really expensive.
Yep, absolutely.
And we're going to follow this with another article. Should we go into that?
Well, we'll get to it eventually. Well, I guess the next one coming up is very closely related. It's called Renewables, Crushing Coal. And it won already 100 days this year.
Yes, and this is from Clean Technica, and we have a picture here of a wind farm.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is. I recognize those turbines. I know what turbines look like. The U.S. has seen year-to-date performance for renewables that is dramatically above any previous years. Renewables are on a streak going on right now, overtaking coal for production of electricity on a daily basis for 100 days so far this year and for 60 days in a row.
Well, in 2019, the best day saw renewables generating 50% more electricity than coal.
Yeah.
And in 2020, we've seen as high as 96% more.
Yeah.
Even more than last year.
Yeah, and the thing that I find interesting about this is that a lot of those days when renewables were beating coal were days in the winter, which is one of coal's 2 important times.
That's an interesting observation.
Yeah, and I don't know what it. You know, I think that coal is doomed. There's no question about it.
Well, in 2008, coal supplied half of the country's electricity.
Yes.
And by last year, it's down to less than a quarter.
Well.
And as we will talk about, I think a little bit later, renewables will pass coal on an annual basis this year.
This year. And you know, the prediction at the end of last year was that it would happen next year, so that it would happen in 2021.
Well, it's happening quicker.
But it's happening quicker. A lot of that is because of the coronavirus, which is having a much more profound effect on coal than it is on renewable energy.
That's an interesting observation.
Yeah.
That is true. It's absolutely.
So we're up to Friday, May 29th, with another item from Clean Technica.
And we got a picture of a tanker, and I'll touch base on a couple of notes about that tanker.
This tanker is really funny.
When we get to it here.
Read the title, Tom.
Mission created to promote zero energy emission electric vehicles.
7 Japanese companies have joined forces to launch a zero-emission electric vessel consortium, the E5 consortium. 3 of them, Asahi Tanker, XNO Yamamitsu Corporation, and Mitsubishi Corporation, recently built the world's first electric ocean vessel, the E5 tanker. I don't know that this is really the first electric ocean vessel, but I'm sure that it's the first electric ocean tanker.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is right there. Well, this isn't really, they call it an ocean tanker and it operates in the ocean, but it's really a coastal tanker. This is small. This only 200 feet long.
Yes,
and its purpose is to offload oil from a super tanker and bring it closer to shore or directly to a ship like a cruise ship.
So this is basically what is called a lighter, which means
a lighter, a shuttle tanker, something like that. Absolutely.
It would probably be useful for, say, Massachusetts to deliver oil to Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket or something like that. But
well, these large super tankers can't get into a lot of places. I mean, they're pretty big. Let's give you a quick rundown on this. This is 200 feet long.
Yeah.
A U.S. Navy aircraft carrier is 1,000 feet long.
Yeah.
A cruise ship a little larger than that, 1,200. A container ship is a little larger than that, 1,300. And an oil super tanker is about 1,500 feet.
And one of the things that's interesting is this tanker is 499 tons, but what they call the ultra super tanker, those things actually go up over 500,000 tons. So they're 1,000 times as big as this. And
well, there's an interesting 3.5-minute video of this ship in operation, and it can go in any direction. It can sail sideways. Literally, it can. It does that to get in where it's got to get into.
Well, of course. I mean, this is what they can do now. They've got directional jets. There are a lot of ships that'll sail sideways now. Not very fast, though.
Well, the E5 has a goal of establishing new ocean shipping infrastructure services to develop and commercialize zero-emission vehicles.
Right.
And that's what this article is really all about.
Right. Okay.
Let's move along here. We're moving to the Antarctica.
Yeah, with a view of a research ship. And this is from CNN.
A little bit of ice.
A little bit of ice.
Antarctic ice sheets capable of much faster melting than we thought. That's not good news.
No, it's not. Antarctic ice sheets retreated at rates of up to 50 meters a day. That's 164 feet at the end of the last ice age. Researchers have found.
Almost faster than you can walk.
Well, no, I'm not. If you're old enough, maybe. But they warn that we could soon see similar levels of ice retreat should climate change carry on weakening ice shelves in coming decades.
There's huge implications here for global sea levels.
Yeah, huge. And NOAA is saying also these sea levels are going to rise faster, and this is not good. This is not a good time to buy seaside property, I think.
Well, you get it cheap in some spots.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. You want to go on, Tom?
Yeah, let's move along. Where you see a couple of interesting buses here.
Yeah, this is an interesting picture. I want to point out there are overhead lines in this picture.
I'm looking at that, and they're dual lines.
And they have tracks below them. So
I looked at that too.
There's an electric trolley that's running through this area.
Well, trolleys usually need one wire. They got electric buses in Boston.
Yes.
And they run with wires.
Yeah.
And they got two wires like that. It wouldn't surprise me that over the years they've had trolleys running there. They've had electric buses with pantographs on them. And this is the latest iteration. These are battery powered.
Right. But the thing that's interesting to me about those overhead lines is if they can change entirely from trolleys that are powered with overhead lines to vehicles, it could be trolleys, but certainly buses that are powered by batteries, those overhead lines are going to come down.
They will.
That picture would be a lot prettier without them.
I think.
Yeah, anyway, this is an item from Clean Technica. You got a title?
The city of Krakow orders 50 electric buses.
Yeah, in Poland, the city of Krakow has decided to order 50 Solaris Urbino 18 electric buses to help clean up its air and stop global warming. The new 50 buses will be added to an existing fleet of 28 Solaris electric buses. The order, including 50 bus charging stations, is to be delivered this year. These buses are big, by the way. Look at that. That's
Well,
not.
they're a bus and a half there.
Yeah, this is an
Articulated.
articulated bus, and
They're permanently attached.
yeah, so it's probably twice as big as the mover buses that run through Brattleboro and the local buses.
Oh, easily twice as big.
Yeah.
These buses carry 140 passengers.
Okay.
And they can be recharged by means of a roof-mounted pantograph, which would imply they're recharging from those cables or something like that,
Yeah.
or from a plug-in.
Which means that if they have recharging places at stations that the bus stops at that can be reached by that pantograph, they can pull in.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's handy.
They're talking about $40 million here, by the way. These guys aren't playing around.
Yeah, and you know, by the way, there was another order that was even bigger that I saw today that came from the city of Halifax, Nova Scotia. I think they ordered 200 buses.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Canada's a little bit ahead of us and stuff like that.
Yes, there are a lot of people in this world who are ahead of the United States right now.
But right now, Toronto's got a wonderful public transportation system.
Well, you know, this has been going on for a long time, Tom. When I was in college in the 1960s, I was in New York City, and I was traveling on the
Myrtle Avenue L.
Subways, and you know those trains like the AA train and so forth. The local trains, a lot of them, the sides of them were just solid graffiti. The stations were not in good shape. The trains were not in good shape. A lot of things were old. The Myrtle Avenue L was running in those days. It was an elevated train, and it looked like it might have been designed in the 1890s.
Probably was.
Probably was. And I had been in Europe. I'd seen European transportation, and I knew that the Europeans were way ahead of us. And that is a situation that has got worse.
I think so.
In my opinion. Anyway, we have an item. Should we move on to the next one?
Yeah, we'll move on to one coming up from Forbes.
Yeah, and this has a picture of a wind farm. By
Is that
golly,
what
those
it
are
is?
turbines too.
I guess that's fog, huh?
That's fog. Yeah, I used to live on a mountaintop in New Hampshire, and I would see a lot of that kind of thing where the entire Connecticut River Valley would be full of fog.
Right, exactly.
And then mountains would be sticking up from it. It was really quite impressive. And when the sun came up, it was like having a huge, huge pillow laid out from you to the horizon with mountains here and there. It was really quite beautiful. Anyway, this is from Forbes, as you said. And you want to read a title? Or?
Yeah, just how good an investment is renewable energy. New study reveals all.
Renewable energy investments deliver massively better returns than fossil fuels in the United States, the UK, and Europe, according to analysis. Despite this, the total volume of investment is still nowhere near what will be required to mitigate climate change.
Well, from the article, the study found renewables investments in Germany and France are yielding returns of 180% over a 5-year period, compared with a 20% loss for fossil fuels.
You want to sit down with me, Tom, and we'll discuss our investment portfolios?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I got a roll of quarters.
What? Yeah. I had a roll of quarters once. I went to a store, and I don't remember the list of things that I bought with it, but
Them days is gone forever.
well, what had happened, this was like 1980, whenever it was that the price of silver went through the roof, and I was selling those quarters for something like, I'm gonna say that it was like close to $5 each.
I was just going to say they were going for about $5 a piece.
And it was like, these were quarters, but they were what, when I was a kid, when you were a kid, we'd walk into a bank, ask for a silver dollar, and we'd get a dollar made of silver.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Should we go on?
I think we should. We're coming up here to Saturday, May 30th. There's an interesting picture of an airplane.
Yep, and this is from CNBC. And that is an electric Cessna. Yes, it is an interesting airplane. What do you got for a title?
The world's largest all-electric commercial aircraft has completed its first flight. Now, that particular airplane is based upon a conventional propeller-driven, internal combustion airplane that's been operating very, very well for a long time.
Yes.
It's a workhorse, but
Yes.
this is the first time it's been electrified.
Yes. When I saw that, I wondered if anybody would pull out any DC-3s and electrify them.
Hey, what?
DC-3?
Oh.
It flew on a DC-3.
It's just not much smaller than a DC-3, really.
Yeah, well, it's
Different
smaller.
format, but its carrying capacity is big.
Yes. The DC-3 was, I actually flew in a DC-3 in 1962. And the last time I looked, they were still in use. And that was probably 5 years ago. These are things that go back to the Second World War. Anyway, did you read the title? I think you did. So I'll read the...
I'm not sure that I did, but I'll do it again.
Okay, do it again.
The world's largest all-electric commercial aircraft has completed its first flight.
The largest all-electric commercial aircraft completed its maiden flight. The Cessna 208B Grand Caravan was flown at Moses Lake, Washington, and used a 750 horsepower all-electric developed by Magnix, a company based in Redmond, Washington. The idea of a 750 horsepower motor being put into an aircraft just strikes me as wild.
Well, we've taken a look at that, and they're making them a lot smaller than they used to.
They sure are. They got super magnets now.
Well, from the article, the iconic Caravan, this plane, has been a workhorse of industry, moving people and transporting goods on short routes for decades. So this is another step on the road to operating these aircraft at a fraction of the cost with zero emissions and from and to smaller airports. So it's an old-fashioned plane, but it's still significant and it's still quite useful.
Yeah, they're still making this particular model.
Definitely. Oh yeah.
An important thing that you just said was that it was at lower cost.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of this, when you think about aircraft, if you know people who have flown in airplanes, of their own and things like that, they constantly talk about engine checks that come up after a certain number of hours.
Exactly. You're sort of talking about what's going on around in my head.
Yeah, and these aircraft are not cheap. They really are not.
They're much more reliable, and they cost a lot less to operate.
Yes, these electric aircraft, by comparison to internal combustion aircraft, are cheap, and yes, as you said, they're a lot more reliable.
As are the automobiles.
As are the automobiles. As are the buses. The last time I looked, an electric bus, which is in some ways comparable to this, cost 150% of a diesel-powered bus, but the difference in maintenance costs and fuel costs was so great that difference was paid back in 4.5 years. So,
that makes sense. Yep.
Yep. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, you got another picture of, guess what? Turbines.
Is that what those are? Here, I thought they were children's whirligigs. Engineering Magazine is responsible for this particular.
It is that, right. U.S. renewable energy consumption surpasses.
You there? You want to read that again, Tom? There was an interference.
U.S. renewable energy consumption surpasses coal for the first time in over 130 years.
In 2019, U.S. annual energy consumption from renewable resources exceeded consumption of energy from coal for the first time since 1885, according to the U.S. Energy Administration's monthly energy review.
Well, wind is now the most used source of renewable energy for electricity generation in the United States.
Right. And that's why we've got wind turbines up on this. But this is, again, the decline of coal, and the decline of coal is extremely rapid. and it's inexorable. It's just
I
something.
think it's much faster than anybody would have predicted a couple of years ago.
Oh, much, I think. Well, you and I think, were predicting that it would go faster than the predictions that other people were making.
I think so. That was a little bit of nostalgia, maybe.
Yeah, we can pat ourselves on the back, and if we're wrong, then we get pats anyway. So our next item is from oilprice.com, unless you've got more from that.
No, I just don't have a note that it's from oilprice.com. But that's
okay. It's a picture of solar panels we see. And
it's what it looks like to me.
I did not get any indication of where those solar panels are located. So I'm sorry to say I don't know.
I think I did, and I think they're in France.
Okay. Somehow that doesn't look like any part of France I've ever been in. But there are a lot of parts of France I've never been in. So
well, France borders Spain with the Pyrenees.
You're absolutely right.
And then it's Switzerland on the other side. So
yes,
there's some high levels in France. Well, let's move along here. Huge natural gas company looks to power operations with solar energy. That's kind of ironic, isn't it?
I guess it's ironic. U.S. natural gas processing and transmission firm Williams is looking to develop solar installations on land it owns close to existing facilities to power its operations with electricity from solar energy. Williams owns and operates about 30,000 miles of pipelines.
It's a big company. They handle about a third of the natural gas in the United States.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, it's a company that most of us have never heard of, so
they keep a low profile, but they're finding it more advantageous to use solar to to operate their own facilities than to use their own gas. Which I guess they want to sell, you know. That's
it's kind of like that tanker what is the tanker that we just saw, the little tanker,
the
500-ton tanker. It's powered by electricity, but what is it carrying? Is it carrying oil?
Carrying oil.
Is this ironic?
It is.
I will repeat something I said a few weeks ago on this show. I was working in a patent office in Washington D.C., and I told one of the attorneys that if I ever got rich, I was going to fulfill dreams in 3 fields simultaneously. One was technology, one was ships in the sea, and the third was music. And he said, "What would you do?" And I said, not that I would actually do this. I would build a nuclear-powered collier. Now, a collier is a ship that carries coal.
Oh, yep.
And he laughed at this. And he said, what does that have to do with music? And I said it would be called the Cole Porter. But
okay.
And for anybody who doesn't know, Cole Porter is one of the really great composers of the 20th century.
Of modern times, yes.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, move along. We got an interesting picture here of what they call a bug hotel.
Yes, indeed. How many people would be able to identify what that was? Okay, and this is
like a wood pile for wood-burning stove, huh?
Well, yeah, it looks like somebody's done something for his wood-burning stove, but it isn't. And, you know, it's interesting, if you look at those pieces of wood, they all have holes drilled in them.
By the bugs?
Yeah. No, I think they were probably, I would bet they were drilled by drills to let the bugs in. But nevertheless, however that happened, this came from Clean Technica.
And it's about Audi. Audi, the car?
Yeah.
Their new Mission Zero, protecting natural habits and biodiversity. They seem to be getting serious about this.
I think they are. Audi has been a member of the Biodiversity in Good Company initiative for 5 years. Volkswagen Group has numerous projects to preserve biodiversity at Audi sites. The Audi Environmental Foundation has plans to expand that commitment to benefit biodiversity.
We're addressing 4 action areas in this program: decarbonization, economical water use, resource efficiency, and preservation of biodiversity.
Yeah, and in order to be able to
do some good stuff.
Yes, and in order to be able to really do that and do it right, they're going to have to stop building internal combustion cars. Which
Well, that's going to happen naturally anyhow, just just because it makes more sense.
Yes.
Economics.
Absolutely.
To misquote Bill Clinton, it's the economy, stupid.
Yes, right.
It's economics, stupid.
Yes. Okay, should we go?
Yeah, we got an interesting picture of some vegetable plots.
Yeah, this is a vegetable garden in Thailand, I think.
I think it is. It looks nice.
Isn't it? Nice looking.
It's called New Wave Urban Farming. And it is from Thailand.
Yeah, people continue to lose their jobs amid pandemic, raising concerns about whether farmers and growers in the production chain can still get their supplies to market. The question also arises as to whether consumers can afford to buy them. Some people have been developing ideas to address food security. And, you know, this brings us back again to the idea of a victory garden, which is a term that I've been seeing a lot more in the news than I had for years, possibly forever.
Well, I'll mention just quickly what a victory garden was. During World War II, they were encouraging people to grow their own energy. They called them victory gardens.
Yeah, to grow their own vegetables.
Grow their own vegetables, I'm sorry. And from this article in Bangkok, we have sunlight, we have water, we have lots of space.
Yes.
Growing vegetables is better than growing grass. It's time to rethink our way of producing food.
I think that's right, yeah. And I think we mentioned Victory Gardens in a recent show, and I mentioned the fact that there is a town in New Jersey called Victory Gardens.
Yeah, there is.
And, you know, this was, I was watching, well, it was a documentary about the Second World War recently, and they went into the Victory Gardens there, too. And one of the things that I've been seeing, interestingly, in the news is that the number of people filing for unemployment in the United States just keeps
astronomical.
It's 40 some odd million, and
astronomical.
At the same time, I'm seeing news articles about the fact that farmers need workers and they can't get them. You know, they can't get anybody who's willing to go out on the farm and work.
Well, it's hard work.
Farming is hard work, but people who love farming. There's just no question about it. Did you ever work on a farm, Tom?
Never did.
I did, and the farm that I worked at was owned by one of the wealthiest women in the country, as a matter of fact. But it was still a farm, and we weeded in the vegetable garden, and we took care of chickens, and we put hay in the barns and stuff like that. And you know, throwing a bale of hay up onto a truck, you start doing that all morning, you're gonna build some muscles.
I would say.
Yeah, those bales. You know, a good bale of hay weighed 40 or 45 pounds. This, of course, is a bale that looks like a brick, not the ones that are rolled up and you put one of them on.
Yeah, right. Old-fashioned bales.
What?
They're the old-fashioned bales.
These are the old-fashioned bales, yeah.
Well, let's move along here. We got a nice picture of the Empire State Building.
Is that what that is? I thought it was a wind turbine.
Well, they might put one on the roof one of these days. Who knows?
Yeah, this
the longest time, almost all of my young life, that was the largest building in the world.
Yes, mine too. I think you must have lived about the same time I did, Tom.
Something like that.
We're up to Monday, the 1st of June, and this is an item from Clean Technica.
And it says the Empire State Building reduces carbon emissions by 40% with energy-saving upgrades.
When it was built during the Depression, the Empire State Building projected a message of hope by keeping every room lighted for all to see. Today, the energy retrofits in the building have reduced its emissions enough to show new hope for the future.
They're serious about this. They're doing about everything they can to save energy.
Yeah, they're going to have to do more though. 40% isn't enough, unfortunately. But you know, they're in the middle of everything, and they have a lot that they might be able to do. We're seeing solar panels that are being built that double as window panes, and there's a lot of windows on that building.
That's going to make a big change.
I think it is, yeah.
I mean, it's going to take a while for this stuff to filter down, but we're here. We're operating at the leading edge of technology, what we're talking about.
Yes, yes.
Well, one of the interesting things is what the Empire State Building is doing is serving as a model for other large buildings in the city, of which there are many.
Of which there are many, yes, that's true. And a 40% reduction is actually impressive when you consider, here's a building.
Oh, absolutely.
It was, what was it built, 85 years ago?
It was built in the 30s.
Yeah, before I was born.
30.
Okay, should we go on?
I think so.
We have an item from PV Magazine USA and a picture of rooftop solar panels in Hawaii.
Is that what that is?
I think that's what it is. Either that or it's wind turbines.
Well, it's not Vermont.
I think it's not Vermont. Yeah.
Cities could generate hundreds of times more solar power than they do today. Oh, absolutely.
These people should talk to the people who run the Empire State Building. While applauding the rooftop solar progress of dozens of cities, a report from Environment Texas offers policy options for further progress. Per capita solar leaders are Honolulu, San Diego, Albuquerque, San Jose, and Burlington, Vermont.
Yeah, that surprised me.
Didn't surprise me.
You're well aware that they're doing a lot of solar up there?
Yeah, yeah. People
What's the name of that guy that lives up that way that's big in solar?
Yeah, yeah. My parents, by the way, used to live in Honolulu.
Uh-huh.
And they had to leave because of mean people who were there, who came by.
You mean the Japanese?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. My father was in the
Navy.
Naval officer for the entire war, beginning to end. He had 13 battle stars.
Wow.
He was on the island of Corregidor the day before the Marines landed. Can you believe that?
Yeah. I can, but that's still something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he saw action, that's for sure.
He saw the battleship Fuso sunk, and he said it was one of the most pathetic sights he'd ever seen because the Japanese had no idea where their enemy was. So they trained their guns out randomly and fired.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Wow.
I mean, that's desperate. That's desperate. Anyhow, let's not dwell on that. You got more on cities?
Well, just a quick rundown. It's just a statistic. 26 U.S. cities have at least 50 watts of PV per capita.
50 watts of PV per capita.
And Burlington obviously is one of them.
Burlington is one of the top ones.
Yep.
Yeah, and Honolulu, I forget the figure for Honolulu. Do you have it in front of you?
I don't have it, no.
It was like 350 watts or something. When you've got that much power, you're getting onto the point where you're pushing in the direction of enough power to keep a modest household going modestly.
Yeah.
Double modest, and you're okay.
Well, it's going to happen slowly, but a lot of people are going to be turning into solar just to lower their electric bills.
Oh, yes, that's true. Okay, should we move on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a picture of a Danish offshore wind farm here.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is.
Oh, okay.
And this is an interesting article. What will coronavirus do to renewable energy?
This is from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, believe it or not. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, renewable energy was growing, but not fast enough to meet the Paris Agreement's carbon reduction goals, let alone to deal with climate change. Now, the economic shock of COVID-19 is slowing the growth of renewables, at least temporarily.
It's just going to be temporary.
It's going to be temporary. The thing that I find interesting about this is I see articles, probably on the average half a dozen of them every day at least, about the future of renewable energy when the pandemic is over. Now, we have no idea when the pandemic is going to be over. We really don't. It could go on for years. We just don't know. Hopefully,
yeah, nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah, hopefully it won't go that long. You know, we'll have an answer to it, or it'll like Donald Trump said, just magically disappear, because things like that can happen. Without speculating on where the pandemic goes, we do have to deal with climate change. And this, the various articles, some of them say renewables are in terrible trouble, and not very many say that.
I don't think that's really accurate.
I don't think it's anywhere near close. Some of them are pointing out that renewables are being installed even with the pandemic going. And that is something I've had interviews for the work that I do for Green Energy Times. I'm just writing an article, in fact, on solar power in a town in Vermont. And the people who are doing the installation say there's no slowdown in their business. And so a lot of the people who are commenting on this say, yeah, coal is slowing down, oil is slowing down, gas is slowing down. Renewables are slowing down a tiny bit, but only a tiny bit, and the orders are not going away.
Well, from the article, quote a sentence, this isn't going to be an easy goodbye, but we're in the long goodbye to fossil fuels.
We, yes, well, I think that is the case. So
definitely.
Are we all done with that one?
Yeah, I think so.
So we're up to Tuesday, June 2nd, and we've got a picture of the May 30th SpaceX launch at Clean Technica, and there's a reason why it took a couple of days for this particular article to come out. But what do you got for title, Tom?
SpaceX gets to the International Space Station, but what about doing it with renewable energy?
This is a fascinating article, but I will only suggest it to people who really enjoy math.
Yeah, you're right about that. They do the math right in the article.
Well, Michael Barnard, who is the guy who wrote this article, is a person I've been familiar with for, I don't know, probably 8 years. And he used to work for IBM, and I don't know what he did there. I think he might have been a computer programmer. But he dropped out of IBM and just went into writing about renewable energy and energy in general. And he's a really successful writer. He's got articles in the New York Times and Forbes and you name it. But he's really big on numbers. And
well, he does the math in the article, and it comes out.
Yeah. Okay, I should read the synopsis, shouldn't I? SpaceX,
I think so.
NASA launched 2 astronauts to the International Space Station on the SpaceX Crew Dragon. These SpaceX modules are called Dragons, and there's a Crew Dragon and a I forget what the other one is called, but it's for moving items around. Calculations show that we could turn water into rocket fuel sufficient for a shuttle launch using a month's wind power from a small wind farm at a cost of about $285,000.
That's about 8 turbines he's talking about.
Yes, it's not big. But the thing that's interesting about this is if you compare it to the cost of the fuel that's going into the launch anyway, which is
$450 million.
Yeah, but this is not saving money to have it done from a wind farm, but it is basically a similar cost.
Well, I think the point of it is it's about spending money.
It's about spending money and making waste, both.
Yeah.
If you're going to make hydrogen and oxygen by electrolysis and fuel it with coal, you're going to have a space launch that is expensive in terms of its carbon footprint. But if it's going to be fueled by wind, that makes it a very different thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the hydrogen oxygen combination, which burns into water.
That's what rocket fuel is.
Yeah, that's rocket fuel. It's one of a bunch of different things that can be rocket fuel. I remember hydrazine and nitric acid being combined. That's an interesting combination.
Doesn't sound good.
No. Hydrazine, most people are unfamiliar with hydrazine. But hydrazine, you get a drop of that on your arm, it hurts like you've been stung with a bee. Just
okay.
A drop.
I don't know this stuff.
Well, if you get a drop of hydrazine onto a drop of nitric acid, that's going to do a little bit worse than a sting by a bee, because hydrazine is a very powerful base, where nitric acid is a very powerful acid. But nitric acid is an oxidizer, and hydrazine is a deoxidizer. What do they call those?
Off the top of my head, I can't think.
I don't remember, but it's a strong reducing agent, and all of a sudden you've got two things there. The molecules, they really want to react, and so all you have to do is feed the two together. You don't have to light anything. It just produces power. But they're both pretty nasty to deal with.
Sounds like it to me. Just the name hydrazine alone scares me.
Have you ever dealt with formic acid?
No, I haven't.
Formic acid.
Sounds like ants.
It is ants. It was an acid that was first identified by fractionally distilling ants.
Okay.
And the story there is, and I got this from a guy who had a doctorate in pharmaceutical chemistry, formic acid is the only antacid that's acid.
Huh? Oh, okay, I get it. It's a pun.
Well, maybe we should escape from that humor.
Yeah, let's move on before somebody recognizes what we just said.
Okay.
A plunging cost of wind and solar marks a turning point in energy transition.
This is the picture of a wind farm in France, and the item is from Reuters, and it says...
I've seen that picture before.
I'm sure. You know, there's, in fact, I think there's another picture farther down in this broadcast that is a reuse of one that we had a couple of months ago. I don't like doing that, but sometimes, you know, particularly when I'm in a hurry in the morning, I just let one slip by.
Well, I've seen the picture, but you had nothing to do with it.
Aha. Plunging costs of renewables mark a turning point in a global transition to low-carbon energy, as it is increasingly cheaper to build solar and wind farms than to run existing coal plants, a report from the International Renewable Energy Agency shows. Now,
well, that's what we've been saying all along.
That we talked about that earlier in the show.
Absolutely.
So, there you have it.
Well, scientists still say the world needs to stage a much faster transition to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change.
The transition that we have to do has to be as fast as the reduction that we've had in fuel use from the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has to happen every year like that.
I guess that's a good way of looking at it, and
it sounds scary until you realize how much money it's going to save us all.
Well, just using renewables from this article, the world could save up to $23 billion a year.
Yeah.
Just using renewables.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's the economics, stupid.
It's the economics. We should move on, Tom. It is.
Yeah, I think we should. We got a picture of a natural gas pipeline here.
A rather small one, I think. This is from Huffington Post, which is also called HuffPost. What do you got for a title?
The EPA mounts a new strike on states' rights, this time to boost pipeline companies. A little politics going on here.
People should pay attention to this. You know, if you think about this from a conservative point of view, the conservatives have all talked about states' rights. And
that's the whole point.
Yep, and what they are doing is they're saying the states' rights have to be held back. So this is not a conservative EPA. This is a Trump EPA. And it's the synopsis says, as chaos grips the nation, the EPA is changing water permitting rules to make it harder for states to block construction of fossil fuel pipelines. The EPA's new rule prohibits regulators from factoring in a project's impact on climate change. And, you know, this is mind-boggling.
How can they do such a thing?
The EPA is doing this? This is the Environmental Protection Agency?
Yeah. Well, they're protecting the environment, but not for people like us, but more for the people who own the oil.
Yes, that's right. And this is also another violation of conservative tenets, because what they're doing is they're picking the winners and losers, And in this particular case, they're picking the winners despite the fact that the winners are losers. And so, you know what I think about when I see this? I think the United States, particularly if you compare it with other countries and what they're doing, like China, where 98% of the world's electric buses are made, and they have taken over more than half of the bus market worldwide because of that. The United States is acting like it's in a race of chariots that are drawn by 4 horses each, and in the case of the American chariot, it isn't really a chariot, it's really a farm wagon, and it's drawn by 3 horses, 4 horses, 3 of which are lame, and the 4th one is dead. I don't think we're going to lose.
Yeah, we get the last day of the show, Wednesday, June 3rd. That's yesterday, isn't it?
It sure is.
There's a picture of a Indian guy called Gautam Adani, and he's an interesting guy.
He is an interesting guy, and he's the chairman of the Adani Group. And I wonder if that's a coincidence, do you think, Tom, or is maybe he...
That's just the luck of the draw.
That's the luck of the draw. Okay, this is from PV Magazine Australia. What do you got for a title?
Adani chief talks solar and hydrogen storage opportunity. This guy's, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. And this is, you know, it's over and over again. We're hearing the word hydrogen more often than we're hearing, you know, a lot of words that you would think people would talk about. But hydrogen is getting really important.
Here is, this guy's from India.
Yeah.
And he's competing worldwide.
He's competing worldwide. That's right. In a market that the United States could be in, but is it in? Not the way he is. COVID-19 presents an opportunity to pause, rethink, and design a faster transition to clean energy future. According to Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani, he pointed to a 99% drop in the cost of solar modules over a 40-year period, and he said he expects this trend to continue.
That's another 99% drop he's talking about.
Which means that you're taking the price of solar power down to, well, right now...
almost nothing.
Oh, very close to nothing. So what do you got? You got solar panels that cost almost nothing. You got electricity that costs almost nothing. You've got marginal costs that are almost nothing. You've got electricity that you could give away for free.
And still make money.
And still make money. How do you do that?
Well, I think that's going to be the trend. The power companies are going to charge for the wires, not for the power.
They're going to charge, you know what I think they're going to charge most for it is use of software.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yeah. And
well, this guy's goal is to become the world's largest solar power company by 2025. That's coming up pretty soon.
It is.
And the largest renewables company by 2030. So he's got big ideas.
He's got big ideas. He surely does. And, you know, I don't know. It makes me sad to think of what the American potential is, and the fact that in the pursuit of making America great again, we've been pushing obsolete technology. It's just not going to fit. Okay, should we move out of that?
Yeah, we got a picture of a bunch of tankers just sitting idle. Oh, we've talked about this. They're doing nothing but storing oil.
Yep, and we've actually used that picture before. It's the picture that I referred to earlier. This is from Clean Technica.
The oil and gas industry doesn't have a bright future. This is a very good article, by the way.
Yes, it is.
A lot of
oil and gas,
in it, but it's a good article.
The oil and gas industry has been in a recession, effectively, since the global financial crisis 11 years ago. Each year, production volumes have increased by more than global demand. So the production is going up faster than demand is, meaning that the market has been in decline with lower prices for crude oil and natural gas, the natural result. And you want to know why, you know, Russia and Saudi Arabia are angry at the United States? It has something to do with the fact that we're producing oil at below cost and dumping it on the world market through fracking. And, you know, this
basically, yes. I mean, it's costing us more to frack it than we can sell it for.
Yeah, and we're not doing it as we are doing it as a national policy, but it's being done in a way that I think is reminiscent of Ponzi schemes.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. But it's not going to last very long.
No, I don't think it's going to last very long. I think the majority of gas and oil companies in this country are probably going to go broke this year.
Well, the little guys are anyhow.
Yeah.
I mean, the Exxon Mobil's are, they got so much in reserve, they're not going to go broke. But a lot of little guys are going to be right out of business.
They're going to be out of business, and this is something that that is an industry that we've talked about this, where the CEO of one of the companies was saying that it was the worst investment you could make was investing in fracking companies. Almost all of them.
They're not coming anywhere near their potential or their predictions.
Well, the overwhelming majority of them apparently go bankrupt, and when they go bankrupt, the stockholders get nothing out of the bankruptcy. So our last picture has solar and wind power.
In the same picture.
Same picture?
That's right. It's the same location, isn't it? Or is it a composite?
I don't know. Anyway, this is from The Guardian.
UK electricity, coal-free for the first month ever.
The UK's electric system had its greenest month ever and ran without coal-fired electricity for the full month of May. National Grid, the energy system operator, said the UK's sunniest spring on record helped reduce the carbon intensity of the grid to its lowest level ever recorded. Now, those are two different statements. The fact that it's coal-free doesn't automatically make it the lowest carbon intensity, because you can.
No, it's connected, but you're right. It's not absolute.
You can get it. You can get the electricity from natural gas,
and that's got carbon in it.
And it's got carbon in it. But in this case, the natural gas is suffering too. And
this is interesting because, according to the article, the UK's electricity system is run without coal-fired power for 54 consecutive days, and that was when they wrote this.
Yes.
So it's probably up over 2 months already.
Yes, probably. I mean, I don't know what the weather is out there now. I was living in Devon through a period that they called a drought, and I got to tell you, that countryside was gloriously green during a drought.
Was it, huh?
Yeah, the thing that made it a drought was the fact that the sky was blue.
It doesn't happen much in England, does it?
It happens, but this was a beautiful, beautiful deep blue sky. Devon is fortunate at there's not anything really west of it that produces much in the way of haze or whatever. So there's no factories. I shouldn't say no factories. There's not a lot of factories in Cornwall.
Okay.
But whenever I think of Devon, I think of the 5 countries that make up the UK.
Is it 5?
5.
Okay.
England, Scotland, Wales, North Ireland, and Cornwall.
Well, Cornwall, they considered. Well, it was another country at one time, wasn't it?
As far as you're concerned, it still is.
They got a different accent down there.
They have a different well, they've got they're.
Well, talk like Long John Silver.
Yeah. Anyway, Tom, I think we've got through our articles for the week, and we happen to have finished just at about the end of an hour.
Well, there's a takeaway from that article. It says record low demand for electricity during the coronavirus lockdown has left little room for the UK's last remaining coal power plants to play a role.
Yes. They were operating all that time at a zero capacity factor.
Yep.
How about that? Well,
they're not coming back.
What?
They're not coming back.
No, they're not coming back. They were scheduled to close down in Britain, I think, in 2025, but they're not going to last that long.
No.
Anyway, there is the show, and everybody who's been paying attention knows as much as we do. So I guess we'll just say bye at that point.
Well, usually you got a nice little aphorism to say for us. What is it this week?
I forgot to put one up. You know, as I said last time, bald, overweight, and befuddled. Goodbye, everybody, and come back next week.
It's been real.
Bye-bye.
Adios.
All right, so we have a quorum. We'll call the meeting to order at 7:07. Where is Brian? Are you going to start the recording? Yes, thank you. Okay, so we're being recorded. We've been called to order. Does anyone have any additions or corrections to the agenda? Seeing none and hearing none. All right. Members of the public, if you're here to talk about the budget or ask questions after the presentation, that's what this meeting is for. If there's something else you wanted to bring to our attention this evening, let me know and we'll hear you now. I don't see any hands. Okay. First of all, the voluntary early exit extension. Bill, you want to talk about that, or is that a Bob thing?
No, I can do it.
Okay.
Basically, this board approved back in December, offering 5 opportunities for an early exit program for members of West River. We had 3 people take advantage of it right before the COVID crisis. The COVID crisis has now created an opportunity for reflection and people to kind of think about their futures and their plans. And I would simply ask the board if I could extend that offering just for the 2 slots that were not taken. If I got the board's permission, I would publicize it tomorrow, and I would just have a date like next Friday. And if first come, first serve, I would send out an all staff email that would say the same thing as said before, and it would allow the first 2 people that turned in an acceptable application for them to be able to receive that. I just think that things have changed over the past 10 weeks, and there's been a lot of thought processing, and I just think it would be a good opportunity for the board to support some people if they are ready to move on, and more than likely probably to save some money along the way.
Okay. You're not changing the parameters of the offering at all. Same deal as before, just extending the length of time to let the other 2 slots that we had originally offered possibly be taken.
Yeah, I'd open it up tomorrow, all comers, first 2, and I'd leave it open until next Friday.
Okay. So we would just need a motion to do that then. And I see Keegan's got her hand up. And Dana's got his hand up.
I just had a quick question. Are you sure you only want to limit it to those 2 spaces? This decision was made before I was a part of your communal experience here. Is 2 spaces going to be enough, or would that be limiting of folks that would like to take advantage of the
I'm comfortable starting there, and if I get an overwhelming response, as Joe pointed out, you guys meet every Monday, I'd be more than happy to come back to you next Monday and tell you that the context has changed. But I think for the information that I've been hearing from principals and myself, I think the 2 is the appropriate manner to match what the board has already approved at this time.
Okay. Well, on that note, I would like to make a motion to allow Mr. Anton the opportunity to reopen those 2 opportunities for the early exit.
I'll second it, Joe. Dana.
Thanks, Dana. Did you have something else you wanted to say, or was that it?
That was it.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to extend the early exit, voluntary early exit. Is there any discussion on the motion? I'm looking for hands. I don't see any. If I've missed you, please speak up. Otherwise, you ready to vote? All right, we have to do the roll call. All in favor of extending the voluntary early exit, Please say aye. Dana,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
Keegan,
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Unanimous. You're welcome. Okay, the next item is the budget presentation. For that, we're just going to let Lori go through her presentation. I would say if you have a clarifying question during the whole thing, raise your hand and I'll try and get that question. We can try and get that question answered, but probably just because of this format, the easiest thing is to wait until the end. We can zoom back and forth and you know, show you and go back to slides if there was a slide that's important. Can everybody see the slides, the screen now with the West River budget review and tax talk?
Yes, Joe.
Perfect. Okay, take it away, Lori.
All right, so I saw some new names in the Zoom meeting that I haven't seen before, so that's terrific because I've been through this presentation once back in March, just before the first vote was to happen. So it's great to have you know, additional people here to hear how the budget process went, and then how is the unified tax rate established, and then how does it flow through to the individual towns. So without further ado, we will flip to the first or the second slide. And as we get started, you know, I think it's important to remind ourselves who West River Modified Union Education District is. And it starts with their mission statement, which was developed around the time of the merger. So in West River Modified Education District, all students will have an outstanding educational experience in a safe and welcoming environment so that they may achieve and surpass their learning goals. The West River Modified Education District is responsible to the needs of its community and provides the necessary systems, staffing, and resources needed to ensure that all of our students will become informed, empowered, and engaged global citizens. So before we dive into the budget process, you know, because there's new people on the call, let's just talk about what is the structure of West River. So the structure of West River is operating 3 elementary schools, which operate pre-K, K through 5, grade 5, and 1 middle high school, grades 6 through 12. So that all students, around 546 students, is the amount of students that West River is responsible for. So where are those students? And next slide, Joe, there we go. So now some of these numbers have changed since the first presentation. So these are approximate numbers of students in the buildings. Newbrook has an approximate 98 students, and they typically run straight grades, K 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a teacher for each grade. And then Jamaica currently has approximately 35 students, and their grades are combined. They have a pre-K, K, first and second, and a third, fourth, and fifth. So 2 classrooms up there. Leland and Gray Middle High School now hosts the 6th graders and has approximately 296 students in the building. This number also includes some tuition students that are coming in from a variety of sending towns, such as Wardsboro, Athens, Grafton, Dover, Marlboro. Townsend has 117 students, and they typically also run straight grades. So it gives you a little overview of the schools that are operating within West River. And the next one is the board values. So the board values, the board developed these values, which are key to the budget process. And these values can be found on the board website or in this presentation. And Joe, do you want to just talk a little bit about how and when they were developed?
Sure. just had to find a way I had to unmute myself. The West River Education District started developing these prior to becoming operational. We spent an entire day sort of going through and comparing what each component that was coming into the West River District was bringing, and started talking about what we valued about each particular school building, each particular grade level, and these have been an evolving values. You know, we made a first set, we had a summer retreat again. We looked at these, we revised them, and this is the second revision of these goals, and we may very well late summer, when we can hopefully have another retreat and continue to discuss these values. They get looked at by the entire board in a retreat process on an annual basis, so that we can continue to focus the board on what's important. And then when we're making decisions about what we're going to do from a budget standpoint, we can go back to these. They hang on the wall behind us at each meeting, and we can really go back to and point to, and we will also ask, when requests are made of us, we'll also say, like, we'll also ask, how does that support our values? So they're really the central, they give us something to go back and look at that's concrete, that we've all agreed is important when we make these decisions.
Great. Thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
So continuing on with the next slide, just to talk about the actual budget development process. The budget process actually starts at the SU, and many people aren't necessarily aware of that, especially when they're thinking their own district. But it starts with the special education service plan that is due to the AOE by law on October 15th. So that's when we put together all of the special education needs. And then that budget informs all of the district's budgets. Along with that special education budget, the superintendent's office budget is also developed. And then typically we do a preliminary agency fund budget that is just for the boards to look at. That actually has the most flux throughout the whole budgeting process. So all of these budgets that start at the SU feed into this West River budget, as well as River Valley's, Wyndham, Stratton, and Marlboro's. So this season, this budget season, the board formed a budget committee, and they took a deeper dive into looking at some of the different requests of the leadership. And they also, they also refer back to their values, as Joe was saying, and then these guiding principles that really got us to a first draft. Okay, so let's dive into the West River budget for fiscal year 21. And you can see there were 3 drafts presented. And I want to walk through those 3 drafts so you can understand the deliberations that were involved. So on the left of your screen, I think it's my left. Is it your left? I think it is, right? Is fiscal year 20. So that's what we're always comparing against. That's what the Y over Y, year over year, is always comparing to. So the first draft was presented at 7.72% increase. Then the second draft was still an increase, but was reduced by 1.41%. And then the third and final draft that is what you'll be voting on is up year over year 2.88%. From draft 2 to 3, it was reduced 3.43%. So let's talk through those drafts so that everybody can understand basically how the process works, and also what was in the first draft versus what's in the third draft that you're voting on. So in the first draft, there are 3 items at the top that we call, they're somewhat uncontrollable. So the salary increases are part of a larger negotiation process. The healthcare increases the premium increases are not in our control. And last year they came in at about 12.9% increase. The special education increases are also somewhat out of the board's control because they're mandated, the services are mandated based on the individual education plan. So each educational leader submitted a budget proposal explaining their request and how the request fit into the district's values and the SU's continuous improvement plan. The first draft included everything, included all of the requested increase, and they were reviewed by the budget committee. So, you know, these are the things that your educational leaders asked for, and then the full board took a look at them and asked the administration and the budget committee to go back to the drawing board and reduce the budget by 2%. So as we saw on the previous slide, the first draft represented 7.72% increase over the current budget, over the fiscal year 20 budget. So a reduction of 2%. So then in the second draft, I was able to make a little bit of a decrease in healthcare premiums because by this point, the arbitrator had come out with what the statewide health care plan was going to look like. So very little savings. I have $5,000 or something like that. And then there were some different changes. So that's why that's highlighted in blue. And then some of the other items that were asked for were reduced or totally removed. And also $50,000 capital for a bathroom project for Leland and Gray was also reduced. Along with this second budget, there was a first look at revenues and a potential tax rate for each town. So we'll talk more about the tax rate piece of it, but I just want to talk a little bit about the revenues. So there was a projected reduction in revenues of $152,000. So while the voters go and vote on expenses, revenues play a big part in how a tax rate can fluctuate. So the revenues that were, the reduction in revenues came from less tuition, the small schools grant was not as large as we thought it would be, and then Medicaid funds were also reduced. So between the combination of increased in expenses and reduction in revenues, it drove the tax rate above the tolerable level, particularly in the town of Jamaica. So the full board then asked the administration to reduce the current expenses by $500,000 while not affecting programming. That was the charge. So we come to the final draft 3, which basically reduced further down some of the requests, keeping only the ones that were either needed to be in there for education quality standards or had minimal impact. And then the other major reductions were we cut all of the supply lines across the whole budget by 25%. That gave another $42,000 there, and then removing the balance of the capital improvement money, $145,000 there. So draft 3 leaves, you know, the budget with basically maintenance only, meaning cleaning maintenance only, no capital improvements, no building improvements left in this budget. So that's where we came up with the $12 million. And if you want to go to the next slide, we'll talk about, excuse me, talk about how this is broken down by major functions. So the $12 million, out of that, over 50%, 55% is for direct instructions. Okay, direct instruction. Then 3% for debt services, 1% for the food service, 3% for transportation, and 7% for the building operations, which includes all the buildings and the maintenance that was left in there. Technology at 4%, administration and front office at 9%, the board costs and the SU assessment at 6%, the student support services, which is your nurse, guidance, those types of services at 8%, and then co-curricular and work-based learning at 4%. So that gives you a picture of how everything is broken down, or how the costs are broken down. All right, before we move into the tax rate and cost per student, does anybody have any questions so far as to the process?
Lori, it's like you read my mind. I was just going to say before we go on, I haven't seen any hands, but I was going to check.
Okay.
I should know better.
It's a good stopping point for me to take a breath and answer any questions. Okay, seeing none, right? You don't see any either, Joe?
No, there's no little blue hands.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to talk about how it works through. You've seen this, most of you have seen me present this, a few different times, but for those that are new to the call, I would gladly walk through it. Let's go back one slide. There we go. So we have the total expenses there at the top. That was what the board approved and is putting before the voters. And then to get to our taxed amount, our ed spending, we have to subtract any offsetting revenues. Now, offsetting revenues are any revenue that is not made up by taxes. So it would be tuition, small schools grants, any type of grants. There's a transportation grant. All of those Medicaid funds, all of those are called offsetting revenues. And that's where we saw the reduction of $152,000 in that number. So subtracting that, we get to our ed spending, and this is divided by the equalized pupils that comes out after a count is done, and it's equalized pupils goes through a variety of formulas, and we come out with 512.90. So remember I was saying we had 546, I think it was, students. And so that equates to 512.90 in equalized pupils. So that 10 million is divided by the 512, and you have a cost per student of 20,970. I think on the website too, for anybody that is new to this, on West River's website, there is a great document. It's called Frequently Used Terms Around Budgeting and Tax Rates. And I would just encourage you to go and read through that. It answers a lot of what these are and where they come from. Okay, so we take our cost per student and we look at it against the threshold that is set by the state as a cost containment measure. This changes yearly, and on December 1st, the commissioner sets this rate. So this year it was $18,756. So the amount that was over the threshold, or known as the penalty, is $2,200 there. And then there are some exclusions that also reduce this penalty. So exclusions can be things like any type of debt that you have, the payment and interest can be divided by how many students, how many equalized pupils, and that gives you a certain number. There's also there's probably about 10 or 15 different exclusions. And some of these exclusions don't actually work themselves out until I submit everything to the state. So that's why your tax rate can be a little bit different than, you know, what we estimate here, because those exclusions come into play. All right, so so the penalty now is $14.87, and you add that to the cost per student at the top, and you have the new cost per student with the penalty of $22,457. All right, moving on to the next one. All right, so this is divided now by the yield. So I did revise this yield from the first presentation. It went up a little bit, which is good news for West River. It dropped the unified tax rate by 2 cents. So that is good news, especially in light of the fact of where the deficit for the ed fund is projected to be. They came out and set the yield so that, you know, there were rumors of tax rates going up 22 cents, and so they wanted to come out and set this yield to kind of relieve people, I think. So that brought the unified tax rate to $2.04. And then, of course, you are in, as you were merged district, a voluntary merged district, there are incentives involved. And you have the incentive of 6 cents this year, was 8 last year, 6 this year will be 4 and 2, and then it will go away. So the unified tax rate is $1.98. All right, so how does that work through? Before we figure out how that works through for each town, let's talk about this 5% plus or minus incentive. This is really, it's because you merged voluntarily that you get this incentive. It's like the 2 cent incentive that it will go away. I know it's okay for fiscal year 21. I cannot promise anything past that from what I hear. But in a nutshell, it means that a town's tax rate is not allowed to increase or decrease as compared to the previous year's equalized tax rate. And once this rate surpasses, the town gets the unified tax rate forever. So this is what happened with Jamaica. So Jamaica is the only, if you want to go to the next slide, Joe, this kind of shows the breakdown of what happens with that 5%. So Jamaica in fiscal year 20, for the fiscal year 20 budgeting cycle, lost the incentive, and so they don't ever get it back again. They are now at the unified tax rate, which is the $1.98. So the Brookline, Newfane, and Townsend all still qualify for it, but again, we're not sure for how long. All right. So who does this tax rate affect? It affects every person, as we know, and it affects in a couple different ways based on property tax, based on your homestead property. It also affects everyone in this town, and I don't want to forget that it also affects Wyndham as well. So it's not just the union towns. Well, it is all the union towns here, but it's not just the school buildings, but it also affects Wyndham. So let's move on to the next slide. And so I did this last time, and I won't spend a ton of time on this because I think that there's a lot of information on here, but I think it's also important for each town to see over time what has happened here, but also over time what has happened to the CLA. And it also shows the effect that the CLA can have on your tax rate. So we are far from where we were a few minutes ago talking about the $12 million of expenses now, right? We're down into the tax rate and how the CLA can also play into this. So in the case of Brookline, you know, they have the 5% incentive, so they're reaping that incentive, but they also, you can see what happened to their CLA here. So their CLA increased, you know, 5.5%, which is quite a big jump in a year's time. So that actually created a situation where increased expenses of almost 3% actually is a decrease in taxes for them. So you can see how that plays through. The next one is Jamaica, and Jamaica's CLA went down. So their tax rate, they didn't have the incentive, so their tax rate was a little bit higher. Oh, you have the wrong. So I did put a little note on here that actually Jamaica's updated tax rate, because the yield change, is $1.99. Okay, so if everybody just crosses out that $2.01 and puts $1.99. So, and we'll get the new one up on the website. So you can see where also Jamaica was reappraised, and you know, way back in fiscal year 18, you can see what's happened through the years here, and so this has also increased their tax rate overall as well. Newfane is the next one, and Newfane also had a decrease in their CLA, which of course, you know, affected their tax rate as well. And then the final one, Townsend, which another thing to note I did take off is Townsend was, I have a note here that says Townsend was reappraised. That's wrong. They were not reappraised, but their CLA did drop in fiscal year 19 to fiscal year 20 from 108 to 99. So that was a big hit for them. And it could have been from what I understand, it could be one property, two properties that sell differently than expected. And so that's what is happening there. So that's, you know, as we run through each town and where, you know, what happens with the CLA and how does it play into the tax rate. So to simplify it, if you start over on the left, that's the fiscal year 20 tax rate, and then the fiscal year 21 estimated tax rate, and what the year-over-year difference is by pennies, and then by percentage. And then also, if you keep working your way right, it's the CLA over, and you can see Brookline's CLA percentage went up 5.48 and everybody else's went down. So, all right. So how do people pay their taxes? So if you own property in Vermont, you pay taxes one or two ways. If you earn less than 136,500, you are eligible for state payments or property tax adjustment, which is a credit on your property tax bill. If everybody in your household earns over 136,500, then you don't qualify and you pay based on your property value. All right, let's do a little look at some different households here. So the Smith household earns $75,000 and they reside in Townsend, and the homestead they live in is worth $200,000. In fiscal year 20, they would have gotten a property tax credit of $1,466 that would have reduced their tax bill. And that was based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.03. So what happens is that when your tax rate goes up, your income sensitivity percentage also goes up. So in fiscal year 21, they will receive a property tax credit of $1,398. So you can see they're going to be paying more on their taxes year over year because their credit is less based on the income going up. It's very complicated, but there is a great tool that I would guide everybody to on the treasurer's website now that actually helps you to figure out which way you would pay, and also walks you through this a little bit easier. So I would encourage everybody to go look at that. The Jones household earns $150,000 and they reside in Jamaica, and they live in a house worth $200,000. So in fiscal year 20, they would have paid $3,760, and in 21, they'll pay $4,022. So that's an increase of $262 year over year. All right. What's the next step? On June 10th, vote, please vote. Tell everybody to please come out and vote responsibly, socially distancing responsibly. I just want to do an important reminder here that, and this is in your annual report as well. Can we go back once? I want to just talk about Article 17 real quick. It's, there's a page in your annual report that speaks to this, but this is one pre-K through 12 budget that Article 17 of the WRED agreement states that because Wyndham did not become part of the district, that the articles, there has to be 2 articles. And I just want to point out that if you vote yes on one that is pre-K through 6, and then no on 7 through 12, that is not going to help anything because it's one pre-K through 12 budget. The committee, the board is going to come back and look at all the expenses pre-K through 12. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that having 2 articles on the ballot is confusing, but to remember that it is one pre-K through 12 budget. All right, and then we can go on to the next slide, and I'm not sure if maybe Al or Joe, you guys want to jump in here. The board's been doing some great work with future planning and looking ahead, and the reason that the board, well, one of the reasons that the board really is they've been talking about doing this since day one, but also those incentives are going to go away. And, it's really important for this work to be done now before they go away. So you guys want to speak to that?
Happy to. I'm not sure if we want to talk about the future planning stuff before or after any questions about what your part of the presentation. If anybody has any questions specific to Lori's part of the presentation, because I'm happy to talk about the future planning, and I know Al, as chair of the budget committee, you'd be happy to talk about it too. Or, but that's really getting into the work that we're going to be doing over the rest of this summer and into the coming years, and has no effect on this budget. It's purely talking about future budgets. I see a hand, Laura Leslie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, I'm Laura Iezzi. I'm sorry, I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand earlier, so I'm going to ask you a question that's pretty late. Back, I believe it was like slide 12 when you guys were making cuts from the budget. Do I recall that you said you cut out cleaning in the maintenance costs?
No, that's what's left. So no, what the removal of the capital improvement money is any major projects that come along that need to be done.
Okay,
thanks. Deferred there are some deferred maintenance costs that will be deferred longer now, cutting this money, but no, the cleaning and all of that is absolutely in the budget.
Thank you. I misunderstood, and that's so important today.
No, good. That's a great clarifying question. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another hand. Patty.
Hi, I'm Patty Dixon from Jamaica. I have a question about student counts and how they impact everything. I see in the presentation that Jamaica is listed as having 35 students. My understanding from things I've heard that we may be down to 25 students. I assume, and that's because of the choice, students going to a different school or moving out. And I'm wondering how that impacts, because you've made this based on a 35 student count. How does this impact us going down? Are we going to have some surprise down the road? Is there some other thing that we're going to miss out on because we lost students to school choice, as happened before?
Bill's going to answer.
No, because this is one pre-K-12 budget. The student counts were broken up just as a courtesy so that people could understand where the students are. But we budget based on all the students in the district, and that has no bearing on spending. I mean, we're not breaking spending down by building. So how many students in a building doesn't matter.
But we did lose that transition, that 5% transition, because of spending. I assume that had something to do with the per pupil spending at Jamaica.
No, the number of students in Jamaica is not a direct correlation to the unified tax rate. The unified tax rate is based on 512 equalized pupils. So it's counting all of the pupils. As far as the incentive is concerned, no, it was looking at your past year's fiscal year 19's equalized tax rate, okay, before any changes were made. And that's where it was comparing fiscal year 19 equalized tax rate to the fiscal year 20 unified tax rate. And that's where the adjustment came in. But it wasn't based on student movement.
Okay, so that's how we lost the 5%.
You lost the 5% by comparing the fiscal year 19 tax rate to the fiscal year 20 estimated unified tax rate.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There was a question on chat as to whether we would still have the meeting to vote on the articles on June 9th, and that is true. The meeting on June 9th will be a Zoom meeting. We'll publish a link and everyone can come in and ask questions. We can only, I mean, right now we can have a gathering of 25 and this is just a much simpler, safer way to handle a larger crowd like that. So we're not to in-person meetings yet. Those are chat questions from a person without a microphone on a computer. Go ahead, Dana.
Lori, just to help Jamaica citizens clarify this, from here on out, any future tax rate, Jamaica will be taxed at the unified tax rate from here on out, right?
That is correct, which includes the first incentive of the 2468. But that is correct. So you are actually paying a more correct, so to speak, tax rate than all the other towns.
So at some point, all the other towns will catch up with us and we'll all be together with the unified tax rate. That
is correct. I did pose the question to Brad James, who the education finance manager at the AOE, about these incentives and how they work with the current situation that we're in, you know, the fiscal shortfall in the education fund. And I have not gotten a email back from him yet, but I did ask the question specifically because I have been told that the 5% incentive may not last as long as the 8642 merger incentives. But you are correct. At some point, there is going to be a reconciliation, so to speak, of tax rates.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, Keegan, you have a question.
Thank you. Lori, thank you so much for sharing this presentation and going through all of the different components so clearly with all of us. I appreciate that. The last piece that I was taking notes at the same time I was listening, which means I missed something. And that has to do with the budget that's going to be proposed to all of the voters in our respective towns for a pre-K through 12 budget with 2 articles. And you had said something about you can vote yes or no to either article, but can you clarify a little bit more about like what you were saying? Like if you vote yes for Article 17 and I believe it was either 12 or 14, can you just restate what you had already said about?
Yeah, I would love to clarify that based on your question. So in last year we had, you know, we had the 2 articles and people, it was very confusing because they thought, well, if I support the elementary, I'm going to vote yes. And if I don't support the secondary, I'm going to vote no. And that really doesn't do anything to help because it is a pre-K through 12 budget that is artificially split to satisfy the Article 17. So what I'm trying to get across to people is that if you're going to vote yes on both pieces. And if you're going to vote no on both pieces.
I see. Thank you so much for the clarification.
No, thank you for bringing that up.
Al, you were the next hand I saw.
Lori, great presentation.
Thank
Absolutely amazing. Just a couple things I wanted to touch on just to help maybe people to clarify and understand kind of how we got into this being over the threshold. Can you just speak to how the threshold has increased as in terms of percentage over the years, as well as the yield, and then kind of offset that with costs that we've had on the other side, special education and healthcare, and how we've just gradually, you know, had this increase and have been in the penalty box, basically.
Right. So Al's right that the yield and the threshold has not increased to the extent of some of the costs that we don't have a lot of control over, like healthcare. I think the last analysis I did, the average over the last 5 years was 11% increase in healthcare. Over the last 3, I think it's probably more about probably 12.5% increase. And certainly the yield has not increased by that number, that percentage. I don't have the I have that somewhere, but I don't have that in front of me right now. But I can guarantee you it has not increased 12% in the last 3 to 5 years, that yield number, nor has the threshold number increased that much. The threshold number typically goes up, I don't know, a few $100s a year. So you can see it's not, you know, it doesn't help anything. You know, the next slide sort of shows, if you want to just go to that, I can sort of speak to, you know, the penalty and the threshold. I mean, the penalty, you know, is also a result of the declining enrollment. So, you know, as your costs remain the same or go up, like we just talked about with healthcare, and, you know, salary increases and that type of thing, has gone up over the years, but the student count has gone down. So that also has pushed the budget up over into the penalty box.
Great. Sorry, Joe, that was question one. And then on the offsetting revenue, I know you spoke to that number. I think it was 150,000 decrease. Can you talk about why that number went down?
Sure. There were a couple of different things that happened from fiscal year 20. You know, it's a comparison to fiscal year 20. One of the things that happened was the small schools grant. Basically, I was informed it would be one number, and it ended up to be a little bit less, about $50,000 less. And it had to do with Newbrook and when they actually got the small schools grant. So it was not in the year that it needed to be to count towards the ongoing transition small schools grant. It's a big mouthful for saying that the number was wrong that they gave me based on the year that Newbrook qualified for a small schools grant. Then the other, one of the other major places that we're seeing a reduction is in tuitions. So less students coming from sending towns. That's probably the biggest portion of the 152. And then Medicaid funding is also another place where year over year, that fluctuates so much, but we had 2 or 3 major students move out, and it caused that fluctuation, which it's tied to special ed, so it makes sense because it is volatile like special ed. So those were the 3 areas that revenues were reduced.
Thank you. And then just picking up on what Dana was mentioning about the unified tax rate, I think it's important for people to know that even once we get to that unified tax rate, that our actual tax rate is going to be based on the CLA of the individual town. So that's just kind of important to keep in mind. We'll never have exactly the same tax rate.
That's exactly right. You will have the same unified tax rate, but then once it works its way through the CLA, it is town specific.
And then Joe, final one, income sensitivity. Can you just talk to, in your example, you talked about going from 3.03 to 3.35. Can you explain how that happened?
Sure, and that, you know, that is all part of the calculation of the tax rate. And it basically, when the tax rate goes up, also it follows suit with the percentage of income that can be, that is looked at to look at the income sensitivity piece of it. So it was 3.03 in fiscal year 20. And I think it was 3.35 in fiscal year 21. So looking at more of the person's income, the household's income that can be used to create that tax, property tax credit. It's really pretty complicated, the income sensitivity. I have a slew of paperwork on it that I can put on the website, but I really would rather people go to the treasurer's website. And like I said, there is a tool now that is very helpful. What the tool won't do for you, the tool does not take into account merger incentives. So Jamaica, for instance, anybody from Jamaica could probably get a pretty good idea of the income sensitivity piece of what they would be paying versus if they were paying just on homestead, because they're at the unified tax rate.
Great, thanks, Lori. Safe to say if the percentage goes up, you're probably paying a higher tax bill.
Yes, because your property tax credit goes down. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but that's what happens.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any more hands. Any more questions with regard to this year's budget that we're voting in a week? Well, a little more than a week. Okay, so the future planning piece, we have talked almost since the board was formed that, you know, this sort of thing was coming, where, you know, we all knew the enrollment was declining. We've all seen that chart that Lori put up, we put up just a second ago. You know, and costs have increased and pupils have decreased, and based on the funding formula, we sort of all knew that this moment was coming. And as part of the merger, you know, in addition to increased opportunity and better equity for the students in our district, you know, there was the hope that there could be some savings or at least cost containment. So we've been talking about doing this future planning and what do we look like. And now that we've been operational as a district for 2 years, we've laid out a schedule, excuse me, of meetings that go through this entire summer. We've already met once as a board. Our next future planning meeting is next Monday. And we're going to continue the conversations looking at options about what we can do as a district in terms of, you know, what schools do we run? How many schools do we run? At the first meeting, we had 8 different options from, you know, do exactly what we're doing now and don't change anything to, you know, choice out become a sending town for almost all of our students. Keep the youngest ones at home, and, you know, high level looks at what would that do to the tax rate? What's the implication? What are the pros and cons for students? And we sorted through that, asked some questions, came up with a couple of other scenarios, kicked it back to the administration and the budget committee to work through. And I know the budget committee met and explored some other options and talked through a little more depth on some of the ones that we had looked at. And now next Monday, the whole board will meet again and we'll continue that conversation. And we're going to keep going through that through August. And hopefully by August, we'll have an option that seems to make sense for our students and our district, you know, that gives our students the education that we want to give them and doesn't break everybody. You know, but it's a long process, and, you know, the really important thing is we're holding these meetings, and this is really meant to be a conversation. As we look at these options, we value input from the community, all the stakeholders in this. We want to know, what do you want? I mean, we can design things and then we'll go back and work through it. And then we come back and we're very transparent about, if this is what you want, this is what it's going to cost, or this is what's going to happen, and this is how it's going to look. So that's the process that we're going through. There are no decisions being made yet. You know, it's just a conversation, and it continues. It continues for the next couple of months. So, you know, please join in. Al, you want to talk about it as chair of the budget committee?
Yeah, I would say great point about the community, and of course we want to implement what the community wants. And certainly coming out of the last meeting that we had a pretty convincing 6-to-1 vote, straw poll vote, I mean, that we would get rid of some of those choices, and all of those choices involved not having Leland and Gray. So, you know, we wanted to instill in the community the fact that we know that you value Leland and Gray. We will continue to have Leland and Gray. It may not be in exactly the same location. We may move it. We may knock it down and rebuild, but we've heard everybody loud and clear, and that will need to continue and be part of the plans that we have going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Al. Okay, So that about sums up future planning. I mean, if you have a question, I can try and answer it. There are no specifics to give you yet, other than the conversation continues and when the meetings are. And, you know, please join us. But, you know, if there was a general question, I'd certainly be happy to try and give it an answer. But I don't see anything. Any more budget, excuse me, budget questions? What was the last slide, Lori? Oh, questions.
Your
We're here.
kids.
The kids
The kids that you support.
doing this. Okay, does anyone have anything they'd like to add, comment, make a question, ask a question? Because that's all we have for you tonight. Oh, Dana, I see your hand.
If nobody has anything else, I make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mike. All right. All in favor, please say aye. And we have to do the roll call vote because, so Dana.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Al.
Aye.
Egan.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And don't forget to go out and vote on June 10th.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Across the room is Ben Kinsley. Ben, how are you? Welcome.
Good, thanks,
Ben's
Pat.
a co-sponsor, co-producer, and co-host.
Yeah.
Did all three. I
You got all
usually
three
mess
of
one
them.
of them up. Can you talk a little bit, really quickly, about your other work and why you're
My other work?
sponsoring our show?
Sure. Yeah, I have a consulting firm called Imperium Advisors, and originally started out as a policy research and development organization, and quickly realized it's not enough to have a good idea. You have to be able to sell that idea. So from that came a whole bunch of other things that we do, everything from grassroots organizing, advocacy, communications, government relations, you name it. So yeah, check us out, imperiumvt.com.
Good intro. Thank you very much. He's a real policy wonk. We know this.
I've been called
Anyway,
that on
our
occasion.
guest tonight, I am very pleased because he's actually never been on our show, and I
That is
apologize for that. This is Senator President Pro Tem Tim Ash. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So we just had a discussion before about half the people. What is a pro tem? Maybe just quickly you could talk about. So who are you exactly? In
Yeah,
this
it's, I don't think people take Latin in high school
Yeah, no,
anymore,
oh,
so using
yeah.
the word pro tem, people's face sort of look, they go blank.
They even know how to pronounce it.
I know, pro tempore, they have to cut it down
Oh,
to pro
that's right,
tem.
there's a little- yeah.
So the short story is the lieutenant governor presides over the Senate, and the origin of the title of my position basically means president for the time being, which means when the lieutenant governor is not there, I preside. Over time, the position has really changed to become the elected leader of the Senate. So while the lieutenant governor presides and is technically the president, I am effectively the leader of the Senate because the other 29 voted for me.
Someday we'll have to do a show on when Peter Shumlin asked me to do a plate on Senate Pro Tem. That is a story in itself. I don't know where that plate is. Do you have it?
I don't. No, I get nothing. I get abuse and hostile emails, but no license, and a parking space. But
that is true.
Other than that, nothing.
The pro tem and the lieutenant governor get some of the best parking spots.
Wow. No, it's closest to the building. However, it's the most difficult spot to park in because it's on a complete arced bend in the driveway leading up to the State House. So almost every morning I pull in, and I'm not an early riser, and I have an audience of people watching me try to park. And of course, the governor's SUV is right behind my spot, his security thing. So I'm always like partially worried I'm going to hit his car, and people will see
There'd
it.
be a headline.
Yeah,
That'd
and
be name recognition.
So even the parking space is sort of,
and that vehicle is a little bigger than the parking space too, so you don't have a whole lot of wiggle room.
Exactly.
All right. So anyway, would like in the beginning of the show, we ask our guests to tell a little bit about their background and maybe why you came to be the Senate Pro Tem.
Sure. So I came to Vermont to attend the University of Vermont and in the mid-90s and graduated in 1999 and wasn't quite sure what was going to happen next to me, but probably the professor with whom I was closest at the time, Richard Sugarman, who incidentally was a religion professor, but I had done work study under him because that was one of the ways I paid my way through school. He said, "How would you like to work for Bernie Sanders?" And I had not been someone who was particularly clued into political stuff in college, and but they were very close, and Bernie needed someone in a kind of entry position, and this was when he was a House member. And I said, "Well, how's this going to work?" He said, "When they call for the interview, just go."
Yeah, right, exactly.
And sure enough, I got a call, and Bernie's then chief of staff for Vermont called and introduced himself, said, "Bernie would like to interview you in 15 minutes.
Whoa.
So I'm, about to be college graduate, I don't own any clothes appropriate for a job interview at the time. And when I explained this to his chief of staff, he said, "All that matters is you get here."
There you go.
So I threw on a pair of blue Dickies and hustled my way to the end of Church Street and had an interview with Bernie, and that kind of got me going in this world. And over time, I was on the Burlington City Council for 4 years, so was sort of in the thick of things in municipal government, and was an affordable housing developer at Cathedral Square, which people in northwestern Vermont would be more familiar with, but we also manage properties in downtown Waterbury and other places, which was affordable senior housing and housing for people with disabilities. And
which we desperately need all over this
yeah,
place.
we would open a building and it would be full within a day, and there'd already be a waiting list that had grown overnight. And so my professional experience has largely been in affordable housing and community development. And back when I was leaving the Burlington City Council, I decided to run for Chittenden State Senate, and Jim Condos had been in one of the 6 seats but left. And I thought, well, what the heck, I'll take a shot at it. I didn't really have a lot of organizational support, but I squeaked in just barely, and have had just I felt really blessed for the last 12 years to be there in different roles, and in the last 4 as the president of the Senate.
That's great.
Really
Can I do
enjoy
a
it.
sideline question? They didn't break up the 6-pack yet, did
So-
they? Are they thinking about it next year?
So I'm
Because I thought they did already.
No,
when I
next
was-
year. It's a good question. So I have always believed that the Chittenden Senate District, which for your viewers might not know, there is no Senate district in America that has more than 2.
Oh.
The only ones more than 2 are in Vermont. There are three 3-seaters, including Washington County, Windsor County, and Rutland County. And then the only one exceeding 3 is in Vermont, and that is Chittenden County with 6. I've always believed that it's just not the right relationship between an elected representative and 150,000 people, especially when we have no resources to communicate. It creates a distance and a lack of real connection. And so I've had other attempts fail, like trying to do a constitutional amendment to break up the district. But last year, I was able to pass a statutory change, which said that at the next redistricting, which will happen next year after the census, no district can exceed 3 seats.
Excellent.
So the Chittenden district, some people think, oh, there's going to be 2 3-seaters. Well, no, we have made no such decision. The only decision is that there will no longer be 6. It will be broken up in some configuration, and I think it'll be better elected representation.
Okay, cool. I knew they did something, but Erica Reddick, who's running for the council, was on the show last week, and I said, "Oh, they've already done it." And she said, "Well, I'm not sure that's."
We passed the law, but the execution happens after the census.
So we were both right.
Yeah, because it's waiting for the census before you redistrict.
That's right.
This is a every 10-year deal.
In the legislature, it does make a cabal of some sort. There's 6 of them if they choose to.
If we chose to, and I will be honest though, and I think as people who've been in Montpelier, Chittenden County is unique amongst Vermont counties in terms of its proximity to the airport, to the university and other colleges. It has an economic vitality, which is not to be taken for granted, but it is different.
It is different.
But I'll say the senators representing Chittenden County, when I think about which senators I've served with are more provincial, meaning just taking care of home, back home. The Chittenden senators have taken a more expansive view as a general rule, even though we get beat up on all the time. And
well, what happens in Burlington absolutely has an impact.
That's right.
On the state. You can't deny. I mean, you can't deny that.
I always say that the strength of the state really depends on Chittenden County. All the rest of the counties benefit when Chittenden County does well. Chittenden County benefits when everyone else does well. People live in Chittenden County because they love the whole state and they want to be able to get out and experience all the rest. The rest of the state benefits by the good work that happens in Chittenden County. So I sometimes get not upset, but worried that there's a demonization of Chittenden County that happens politically in Vermont by people in all parties.
And that comment about the other Vermont?
Well, it's a...
Sometimes you do say that.
Well, that Burlington's as close to living in Vermont as it gets.
Exactly.
But there are, the current administration from time to time really emphasizes that Chittenden County has it good and everybody else is where the emphasis has to go. And the truth is, we need to be supporting all of the 14 counties because a drop-off in Chittenden County may still look good relative to the other counties, but that's a loss of revenue, which supports a lot of government programs. It's a lot of jobs. And so, for me, it's always been all 14 counties. And I think, in general, the Chittenden delegation, despite its potential to cabal up as 6 people, have taken a much broader view.
Oh, that's good to know.
So
I honestly think
I'm biased in saying it, but that's my view.
My impression is sort of out there, and it's good to hear that it's not the case.
As a resident of Chittenden County, I do appreciate the sentiment of trying to break up. I mean, I think it's really hard to have a district with 6 seats that's representative of that.
I would travel. Before that, we lost a couple towns in the last redistricting. Huntington and Buell's Gore, I guess a town in a gore. But from I pride myself in constituent service and trying to be everywhere at the same time as much as possible. And yet I know that I can't do the job over the last number of years that I wish I could. When I'm being asked to be in Milton at one moment,
Right,
in Bolton
sure.
at another, it's so overwhelming.
Right.
And Chittenden County, where it really is different than being a senator in many other communities, almost every town in Chittenden County has a level of local government which is very, I don't mean advanced in a pejorative sense about other communities, but it has economic development department
Right,
within the town
right.
governments. It
Right.
has really high-end planning
Right.
operations. It has commercial centers, which are a little bit bigger than maybe some of the
For sure.
second or third
Yep.
largest in other counties. So there's a lot more demands pulling at you, and that's why I think I have always said I want the people in Bolton to feel like I care as much about them as Burlington, but there's just no way they can feel that way,
Right.
the way it's
It's
currently
just right, the
configured.
dynamics of it all.
Well, and another thing too that I would say to another point you'd made about like how how Chittenden County feels like the gravity center of Vermont, and that's true in a lot of states. A lot of states feel that way about certain areas. I mean, you look at New Hampshire, 2/3 of their population is in 2 counties. And those are they're southern counties, and that's true in Maine too. Like the bulk of their population is in their southern 2 counties, and the ones that are closest to New Hampshire and Massachusetts, and New York, same story. Like the overwhelming majority of their population is in New York City, and yeah, they have a couple decent-sized cities outside of that, but it's much weighted towards the city.
I like Burlington, it's got good stores.
Yeah. Well, what I like about
And
Burlington,
good restaurants.
and Tim kind of pointed to this, is that it's big enough that it has all the amenities that you want,
Right.
but not so big that I can still be out in the woods in half an hour and,
Exactly.
get lost.
It's
you know?
Vermont.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, certainly, what do you think as being pro tem for how many years?
This
did we
is year
say?
4.
Year 4. What has been your biggest accomplishment, and going forward for this year, what are you hoping to accomplish? It's been rolling along.
Yeah, it's I've always struggled with the question of what's been the biggest accomplishment. In part because I have a lot of interests, and so I put them all on the table, and I say, well, they're all kind of special and important for people. I think that there are a few things we've done that have been a bit sight unseen, which have been really positive, and things that I think we should be expanding upon. I'll give an example. In the last few years, we've had a program with VHFA, the Vermont Housing Finance Agency, to create down payment assistance.
Right.
Now, to the average person in the public, they're not going to go to a ribbon cutting for a bill to celebrate this.
Right.
But more than 1,000 people have become first-time homeowners using this program in 174 towns just in the last 3 or 4 years. And we've taken that program and expanded it through the VHFA, and probably could do more of that. That gets to the heart of affordability, especially for young people. So that's one that's very important to me. Knowing, having attended UVM and getting out and seeing the only friends I have who buy homes can only afford to buy them in the ring towns because they can't afford the home prices. So that's been really important. For me, I think, it's been hard. I became pro tem of the Senate basically the same time that Donald Trump became president of the United States, and so there have been moments of sort of not personal pride, but on behalf of the whole Senate, and frankly working sometimes with the governor and with the House, protecting women's reproductive rights is something that I feel like isn't just important to do because I happen to believe it's the right thing, but it was against the sort of prevailing winds going on at the national level and in many other states. So I felt that that was something that the state of Vermont really could feel proud about, and I was glad to play a role there. Firearm safety is another area where it has eluded previous governors and legislatures to take reasonable steps that protect people's Second Amendment rights but help try to save people's lives. One of the pieces of legislation, which is the so-called red flag law, extreme risk protection orders, has been used, I believe, in 13 out of 14 counties already in just a year and a half, primarily to protect people who are at risk of killing themselves. And so it's a suicide prevention tool as much as anything else. We finally found long-term source of funding for water quality, eluded previous governors.
Especially from, speaking of Burlington.
Well, Chittenden County, Franklin County, Lamoille County, Addison, Rutland. I mean, it's bedeviled all these communities, and working with the speaker, and ultimately the governor signed on, we were able to come up with a long-term funding plan for that.
I don't think people realize the economic impact of Lake Champlain on the whole state. I mean, what happens to the lake will impact us. It just will.
Yeah, and we've passed a series of bills that relate to clean drinking water and clean sort of natural waters.
Right.
And sometimes it seems almost, it seems very vague to people why it matters to have clean water programs. Just this last weekend, Burlington had a water main break. And I first
we were on a boil water notice for 48 hours.
I saw on Facebook people saying, I don't have water coming out of my faucet. Well, then 2 hours later, it was citywide boil water. Now, I've been in Burlington now since 1995. I've never seen that happen.
Wow.
No.
Went to the supermarket downtown. They have a sign up that says, closed because of the mandatory or the advisory water boil for a day and a half. You couldn't go to the downtown supermarket.
Oh, wow.
Many people, of course, haven't received the email alerts or received a text saying, don't drink the water. They're happily drinking it away.
Oh.
And so for me, as someone in a city that has, you know, a sophisticated infrastructure to clean the water and all that, it was very eye-opening about how hard it must have been in Bennington when people suddenly had to go to bottled water and couldn't drink out of their own tap. The 3 communities that have PFOA contamination.
Yeah, that's scary.
Lead in the drinking water at schools. So these are, you know, putting together all these has been a really important thing. And anyways, and then there's 1,000 other things that I feel really good about. But
I think sadly the public doesn't, they hear about 1 or 2 that have caught the attention of the guns and the abortion.
Yeah.
And, but the rest just sort of don't get communicated out there. And I think there must be some better way to do that. That's why we hope this show brings to people what's really going on, because they don't hear about the...
I appreciate that very much. And I'll tell you, in the era of Donald Trump, it is very difficult, and you can tell when you're talking to people how much or little they have any idea what's going on in Montpelier. It is very hard to get people to focus the limited energy and time they have on what's going on in Montpelier, because they're so focused and stressed or whatever about what's going on in Washington. And
that's why we picked our listening beyond the sound bites.
Nice.
Because you only hear just bits and pieces, and usually it's just the bills that have kind of created you know, attention or emotion.
The ones people fight about get the attention. Today we passed a piece of legislation on the Senate floor, first step along its journey, related to criminal justice reform. It specifically addresses sentencing and the kind of sanctions that happen if you are out in the community on supervision of corrections, but you make a mistake. It is the result of the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch coming together and looking at all the data and the best practices, a series of strategies that we think will reduce the inmate population by about 120 people over the next few years, which is real savings.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, both in terms of its policy implications, but as a matter of public safety. And my guess is very few members of the public will really notice that happened. Now, they'll benefit because it is going to help create more public safety. It'll help people turn their lives around. And obviously, most of what we do is like that, and we don't do it to constant recognition. But it is important that people know that. And so part of our challenge in a legislature where you don't have resources for, you don't have a communications team, you don't have
It's too bad you don't have somebody.
You don't have a budget for mailing, you don't get money to host a website for yourself, you don't get any of that. And yet you've got to find a way to break through all that noise people have in their lives. We do our best we can.
I don't know if you heard about the thing that BT Digger did. When did I go to the Dudley Davis?
This is like last week or 2 weeks ago? Yeah.
It was about fixing our jails.
Yes.
And that was one. There were 3 things that they mentioned that I was so supportive of. The 4th one, not so much, but it was really solid, right thing to do. You know, keeping people in prison after they've done their time because there's no housing. Really? That's not right.
That's exactly right.
And so there's a couple others like that, and the one big one that I was like, what?
Yeah, and
we'll talk about that later.
Exactly.
Well, you know, so to your point, isn't it $70,000 or $80,000 a year that it costs to incarcerate someone?
It's a tricky math.
Yeah, tricky math.
Basically, if you added up the total costs of our in-state jails and divided by the number of people in state jails, it's probably somewhere around that number. The very first thing that happens if you reduce the overall inmate population by 1, effectively, is you reduce one person who has to go to Mississippi. The cost of sending someone out of state to Mississippi is about $30 grand a year. We pay basically on a per day basis.
Gotcha.
And so But you think about that, if you had a strategy which was going to bring 10 people back, that's $300,000 you're not shipping to the company in Mississippi, and that you could either relieve tax pressure or reinvest in something right here, like the kind of housing that would allow someone to get out of a jail in Vermont. So we're calling it justice reinvestment for precisely that reason. We save money on the out-of-state need to send people to the Corrections Corporation of America place in Mississippi. We take the savings, we reinvest it locally in the kinds of things that let even more people successfully re-enter society.
And I think it'd be good to get
reduce
people,
recidivism.
not going out of state like that, because I honestly think, I remember a dad of a prisoner who went out of state somewhere was walking around for the longest time with a sign, "Please bring my son back so I can see him." And I watched it. I was in DMV and I was watching him right outside my window, back and forth. And I thought, well, he's right, and that must help prisoners get better and understand when they get out.
My dad was in the probation department where I grew up for over 40 years. So
no kidding.
Not that I am a student of it as a result of that, but always felt a particular affinity for this kind of policy work. And I often have to relate to constituents who say, but wait, they committed the crime. Who cares if they have to go to Mississippi? Like, that's the consequences.
I don't agree with that,
And what I usually say is, other than the people who are away for a very long time, murderers, people aggravated, rape, things like that, most people are going to be back in the community. So if they're going to be eventually released and back in the community, you want that to be the most successful reintegration as possible. So then you have to factor, okay, which of those either locations they're going to be incarcerated or what programming that we're offering is going to make it so when they get out, which most of them will, they're not committing a crime again. They're not, you know,
they turn back into productive members of society.
And so for many people, I'll take whatever angle I have to, either like get them back in the workforce, you know, or make it so they won't commit as much crime, you know, once they're released. But I do feel like these are the kinds of things that require that kind of engagement with constituents, which is a little hard in this day and age, but we still have to keep trying to bust through.
For sure. Yeah, I just felt so bad for that for the father out there with the sign.
What are
you gonna do?
How many people do we have that are being sent to Mississippi at this point in time?
It's about 275. It
so
depends
pretty
on the
significant.
day. It was when I arrived in the Senate. First day I stepped foot was January 2009. There were about 675. So a lot of progress has been made
Good for you.
after an earlier justice reinvestment approach when Governor Douglas was still in office, and various strategies and maybe some good luck. It dropped down to about 275. The thing is, it's been very stubborn because once you've taken the low-level offenders out of incarceration, once you've used diversion and community justice, you've reduced this. I don't want to reduce people to this metaphor, but the low-hanging fruit is gone.
Right.
So now you've got people who have done more complicated crimes or present more complicated challenges to successfully getting them back in the community. So that number has just been sort of fixed. That's why when we looked at the data most recently as a result of this three-branch effort, we realized many of the people who are incarcerated today, especially, well, men and women, it's not that they're in for the original crime they committed. Most of them have been released to the community and then did something that caused them to be sent back in. Now, a small percentage of them commit a new crime. They go out and they commit a sexual assault, they beat up their spouse, they do something like that.
But most of them
are called technical violations. Now, some technical violations are worse than others. But many of them, if we looked at it with a perhaps more practical eye, would say, wait a sec, is the right thing to do to send the person back for 10 days to jail where they can't go to work, so now their boss might lay them off, fire them, whatever, because they're not reliable, disrupts their family life, childcare is all the stuff that would come with suddenly being
pulling
sent
them back
in for short sentences. We're not talking about going back for 2 years. We're saying sometimes 3 days.
But they talked at this jail thing that VT Digger sponsored was that sometimes they stay longer than their sentence. And maybe they've got multiple that it adds up, but if they're finished their sentence, just send them home.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's a big challenge for us, and we have to.
Some of them are like being late for a meeting, things that aren't really, in my mind, up there.
And that's what we've tried to do with this legislation is to remove the worst overreactions to non-harmful offenses.
That's
And,
good.
oh,
Good
and,
job.
and there are a lot of them, so it'll add
Was
up.
that Sears's committee? You did that? Was
It
Dick
is
Sears?
Judiciary.
Judiciary.
Continues to
Well,
be the
he
chair.
did a good job. He
He
spoke at that
continues to
event.
be the chair.
He was there. Yeah, I was there in the back of the room
Oh,
for
were
this,
you?
the
Oh,
last half
I
of
thought it was great. They
These
did
are-
one the other night about FOIA requests and, you know, how some, we're going to write something about that. 'Cause
Yeah,
that was interesting
He's
too.
been the chair of that committee for what, 2 decades?
Oh, yeah, forever.
Not quite, but
Close enough.
still
Anyway,
youthful. Still youthful.
So this year you've got a whole. I just started writing things that are really active in the Senate, and the one I wanted to ask you about, and there might be some that you want. Act 250. I've been following that on the House side for Campaign for Vermont, and now it's in Ways and Means. But the committee has worked on it for like a year and a half. Are you really? Do you think you're going to get it out this year? That's a lot of research and a lot of.
It is, and
Complicated issue too.
Last year, you know, the House and Senate leadership get together at the beginning of the 2-year biennium to talk about division of labor, because you can't have everyone doing the same thing at the it just and the House committee was going to take up any Act 250 changes. To be fair, there was a new chair of the committee, and almost every member of the committee was new. So,
yes, I noticed that.
So it was not as if you took people who had been through this material over and over and then just said, okay, put together your best thinking and get it out. It was a lot of getting up to speed with the policies and really understanding how Act 250 works. Especially many people, if you're not familiar with it, people have heard Act 250 as this political wedge issue. But once you get beyond the soundbite of Act 250 stifling development, or the other people saying, oh, they just want to kill the environment. Once you get past that, it's actually really complex, and you realize there's a lot to be commended, and then there are challenges that we should probably be working on. And so they did not get us a bill last year, is the short story. This year, they believe that we will get a bill more or less around our typical crossover deadline.
Oh, really? Because it's got to go to one more committee in the House. And I
probably
forget which one.
appropriations.
Oh, of course, appropriations.
But we have, I've instructed the Senate Committee on Natural Resources, which is the one that will receive this, to stay on top of the work that's been done in the House. And whenever something's been identified as pretty much a lock, that it's going to come over, to start the work now.
Good decision.
If we didn't do that, we would get the bill in April or something, and there'd be no time, because we're not going to take out. I abolished the rubber stamps when I became pro tem of the Senate. We don't just rubber stamp anything.
Just pass it and then read it later.
Yeah, we'll read it later. I've seen that happen sometimes. And so we will get some changes, and I think it's a good sign that. I mean, I hate to break people into these categories because life is so much more complicated, but many of the groups that sort of focus on environmental protection have been working with groups that have been focusing on development, housing, and things like that. And they've worked together on a kind of a package of items which they felt represented things that, you know, not all the stuff were comfort zone items, but nothing went so far to make them truly uncomfortable. And so they were able to put that on the table. That's what the House has been working from. I'm particularly interested in seeing some progress, in part because, you know, I've been through Act 250. There are a lot of people.
This is 94 pages of
stuff. I know some of it, but some of it's, legislation can look more.
Can skim over it.
I've seen a single word mean more than 10 pages. You know, may to shall can mean more than 10 pages of technical jargon. But I've been through Act 250, and there are a lot of people who talk a good game about Act 250, but it is important that it be sort of reharnessed from time to time to reflect the world that's changed around us. And a very simple example of the kind of changes that I really look forward to voting on are communities that have very rigorous and comprehensive local review of projects
planning and zoning.
Should not compel the person who's the applicant to go through two effectively mirror image processes that stagger time-wise, so you're doubling the length of time plus all the fees that go to the local community, plus the local fees that are going to go to the state for Act 250. And
it should be one process.
One process, as long as you're not diminishing the kind of sensitivity to the environment and transportation impacts.
From the, I think the two, often you get, whoever's proposing a development, right? And then, there's usually some community group or environmental group that's opposing it for various reasons, and oftentimes they're legitimate reasons, or they just but the real question, I think, is the developers want a predictable process, right? It's not so much that they want it to be quick and easy. They just want to know we do all of these things the right way, we're going to get to a resolution. And then folks who are potentially appealing that process, they want an opportunity to make sure their voice is heard and they have a fair opportunity to weigh in. And I think one of the probably most stark examples of where I think a lot of people would say the process may have failed is Costco's gas station, right? Which is an example in our backyard, right?
For sure.
Of two business groups in this case, one of which wants to put in a low-cost gas station. There happens to be an existing one right next door to it, who's appealing on all these different grounds, right? And has been for what, 15 years?
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. And the
And
biggest...
Costco's ready to go. Those things are
they've
up
got the
and-
daily price that you would pay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I love the big poster they put up of like, we will turn the pumps on as soon as the appeals stop.
Skip's Skip's upsetment for sure.
Well,
right?
he has a right to do it under the current conditions.
Under the
and
current
so
conditions,
while I wish that Costco would be competing to benefit the people who have to pay their gas bills, to fill up at the pump. He hasn't broken any rules doing it.
Right.
And,
so it's, I think, and so what it really points to is the process piece, right? Is that this process that has gone on for years and years and years with, I mean, sometimes legitimate complaints, but oftentimes contrived complaints, right?
Well, I hope we'll get to the other side of it. Another area that's really important to me is addressing, for the long term, the issue of trails. So we have everything from Kingdom Trails and other bike networks to Vast Trails to the Catamount Trail, even the Long Trail, the issues of how we handle development that occurs. And when people think development, they always think, a big hotel going up somewhere, but it takes a lot of manipulation of the ground and rocks and all that, moving stuff and trucks to make these trails and the runoff. And so right now it's becoming more and more prone to falling into these gray areas where it's not clear if it triggers Act 250. Now, if you own let's say you own a property that, let's say it's 20 acres and you live on the road at the front, but somewhere in the back, a trail, you give permission for someone to run part of a trail network through the back of your property. The question is, does that make your whole property now suddenly trigger Act 250, even though you're just the home on the front of the land? Those are the kinds of issues that I also hope will resolve.
And then who is also responsible for making that application, right? And all those organizations you just mentioned do exactly that. They go across private land, usually, always with permission, and they're constructing a trail, which, especially in terms of mountain biking trails, can be pretty.
It's intensive.
It's intensive. Yeah.
I was chair of the Barry City Bike Path for years. And just stepped down, about a year ago, I think. That process needs to be looked at.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm hoping we'll make progress.
And people need it. They want it. It's, the health, the prevention. It's great. Let's skip to the running for LG, because I think I'm looking at the time, and you need lots of times to talk about this.
Well.
So, yes. All right, we'll use this show to keep people appraised of what's going on legislative. But on January 8th, you announced that you want to run for lieutenant governor because Lieutenant Governor Zuckerman was deciding to run for governor.
Right.
So why are you interested in? I love that job, though.
Lieutenant governor? That's a great gig.
You like saying it? Is that
no, it's a great job. And I love the office. It's really the whole thing. That chandelier in that office is the best one in the State House.
Well, the president of the Senate, my office is a very small.
Yeah, you have a closet.
There's a lot of jealousy.
You lost that
but that's not why I'm running for lieutenant governor. Honestly, there's really two things. I mean, there's the transitioning out of the Senate. I mean, I've felt so blessed to be representing the Senate as the president for 4 years, but Chittenden County Senate now 12 years. And I always said to myself, I'm not going to stay just because I can. And there's a moment where it's time for someone else to come in and follow and do their thing. And that applies both as just a member of the Senate, but also as the Senate president. And so, I'm feeling that moment has come. It's time for someone else to have that spot. And in the last 3 or 4 years, one of the things I've enjoyed most about being the president of the Senate is I've tried to tell all the Senate committees to get out of the State House, not to do just a field trip where you take a picture at
Right,
a new housing ribbon cutting or something, but to actually hold committee meetings out in the field.
Great idea.
And every committee has done that in the Senate at least once, some of them 3-4 times.
Great.
And it just brings government right to people. It allows people who aren't in the State House, who aren't lobbyists or don't hire lobbyists, to actually sit at the table and say what it looks like from where they are.
Yeah.
And I have supported that by doing my own rounds around the state and trying to fact find on different topics and then bringing them back and handing them off to all the committees in the Senate and the House. So I toured all the mental health agencies in the state. When I say toured, we asked to meet directly with all the frontline staff who are actually doing the work to ask them what they're seeing out there, what are the things that would make their jobs easier, what would make it easier to recruit and retain people, because they suffer.
Big issue,
They
yeah.
suffer mightily. Some of them have frontline staff turnover of 50% a year when you're dealing with very challenged population. So after going around the state, came back with a series of recommendations that I heard directly from people, was able to put it on the table in the appropriations room in our Health and Welfare Committee, which does the policy around this, and then we see things turn into action from that. Met with primary care docs around the state over the course of a couple months, did a series of events. One of the things they flagged was the very desperate need for adult dental access, especially for people who don't have much money, because they're seeing people show up at the emergency room with dental pain that is all avoidable, except that they just couldn't get a dentist to see them or didn't have the money to do it.
If something's wrong with your teeth, it actually
It doesn't end well.
It impacts your whole body because it's just bad.
We've not thought about dental health as
you're right.
associated with physical health, but it is very, very much linked. And so as a result of that, came back, discussions with my peers in the Senate. We did the largest adult Medicaid expansion in 30 years. Now, some people might say, oh, well, you're just throwing more money at a government program. But the thing is, it will save money over time as people get that care up front rather than showing up at the emergency room. So I was able to do that on a whole bunch of issues. Youth employment, which was actually maybe the kind of my passion project, meeting with everybody from tech centers to local employers, colleges, trying to figure out how to get young people, especially people between the ages of, say, 16 and 22, who just fall through the cracks if they don't have family that have connections who can get them into internships and things. And as a result of that, and working, actually, this has been a issue I've been able to work with the governor for 2 years in a row on. We've created opportunities across the state for a whole bunch of young people to learn some job skills, get a little money to be paid while they're doing it. And that came as a result of going out to people. So the job of lieutenant governor, that is almost the most potential the position brings, is actually precisely to be able to elevate some of those issues, interact with people outside the Montpelier bubble, come back and deliver good ideas, and then be the voice piece to kind of pound away and see that they happen. And so to me, that's a very exciting prospect.
They always talk about the children that are in state care and the cliff. When they're 18, there's very little, I think, support. They just, you're gone and that's it, and you're out on your own. And there's not much help for them to get jobs, to know what to do.
It's a real problem, and Frank Coffey, who you'll both be familiar with, the GBIC, which is the Economic Development Corp in my community, talked to me 2 or 3 years ago about this issue of thousands of kids in that age range who are just dropping kind of off the radar altogether. They're not going on to any schooling. They're not going on to any jobs. And you say, well, where the heck are they going? And we don't really know. But what we know is they're probably not fulfilling their potential.
For sure.
And so to me, with all the demographic challenges we have, with the skill disconnect we have in terms of people being job ready for even relatively low skill positions, to me, we can't afford to be losing thousands of young people every year or two while we face those headwinds.
I didn't realize that number was that large.
It's not a good picture.
No.
And these are largely kids coming from households with a lot of challenges, and it's not easy work to help equip them, but that is the job of government and public partnerships with nonprofit and private resources.
It's a half part-time job is the word I was looking for.
Well,
but it's not really. But you have another half a day to get out. Yes,
you have the flexibility that you don't have if you're pinned managing the day-to-day in the Senate, and so
that's a good question, because you have a reputation for being a policy guy, right? You try
if
to
it's said as a compliment, I accept. If it's a compliment, I accept.
Yes, it is. He's a policy guy. He likes it.
Okay.
Accept the charge.
Fair enough. And as such, I know you like to dive in and like really deconstruct a problem, right? I kind of approach things the same way. Like, you'd like to deconstruct the problem, figure out what the real core issue is, and what's the best way to solve it. You know, and a lot of that is in the sausage making process in the legislature, and the lieutenant governor role kind of steps back from that a little bit. So I'm kind of curious. You know, it sounds like you want to use that office as more of an advocacy role, which is really what Howard Dean brought to the lieutenant governor's role. Like, there's not a whole lot of statutory authority as a lieutenant governor, right? Your role is often more ceremonial. You can use it as a platform to advocate for things, and that's really the flavor that Howard Dean and most of the lieutenant governors since then has brought to that. Is that really the path you're going down, is to grab some of these things you're really passionate about and bring them to the state?
Yeah, one of the things that it's the blessing and curse of being the president of the Senate is that you get to have your hand in all the issues because you're working with your committee chairs and the other members of the committees every day on the whole menu of items that are being considered. What you lose a little, though, is the part where you bring your passions to the table.
Right.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I get to work on things. I continue to be proud of the work we do, some of which are things that I help get to the finish line personally. But I don't spend 100% of my time focused on the issues I care most about.
Right.
I'm focused on 100% of my time is on what the group has decided, and that includes not just the majority party, but also the minority party. And so that's been my job for 4 years. I've been dutiful. I give everything I have to it. But the lieutenant governor's position allows you to pick the things that you are personally passionate about, go out, elevate those, and advocate. And it is true, once you hand it off to the legislature, they typically don't say, hey, Mr. Lieutenant Governor or Madam Lieutenant Governor, come help us write the bill now that we're in the committee room. It doesn't go down like that, and I'd have to appreciate that. But to me, a couple of the themes that are often talked about, but we don't get the coherent action that would be ideal. I really believe that rural economic vitality is something that there's a lot of talk about, and we've made some inroads in recent years, and we've tried to prioritize it in the Senate, and I'm sure in the House. But really thinking realistically and strategically about all 14 counties and what we do for communities that aren't going to get the old factory back, which used to be the source of employment for people with a high school diploma. So to me, going out to communities and then being able to come back and say, hey, legislature, especially knowing how much appetite there is for it, here's the best thinking in community X about how we can really strengthen the assets that they have to work with. Young people in the workforce would be another one. I believe very firmly that the demographic challenges are real. I am always amazed the politicization of demographic trends. They are what they are right now.
Right.
You can't, and we have some efforts to try to entice people to come to Vermont. They're really small parts of the budget. Some people don't like it because they think it's not right to give people money to come here. But to them, I'd say it's a tiny microscopic piece of the whole budget.
And there's a return on that investment.
Yeah, but also, like, don't stress it if you don't like it, because it's really a small piece. For those who think it's going to save the state, that's not going to happen either, because people come for a variety of reasons. It's not going to be just for this small enticement in the grand scheme of things. What we really need to emphasize as the core part of any strategy about filling the jobs people need is getting the most out of people who are already here. And we have a tech center infrastructure through our high schools, which, as commendable as each facility is, I don't know that there's the integration there ought to be. We have a dizzying array of programs through the Department of Labor, which you, I think, know well. But we have job training programs, not just at the Department of Labor, at the Agency of Human Services, the Agency of Education. It's all across state government. Dozens of these programs, some of which serve 2 people here, 4 people there.
I should send you my proposal, which was poo-pooed about bringing them all together.
Well, I look forward to seeing it but what it does is it means that all of our staff working on this and granting to nonprofits and private entities are scrambling all the time to do lots of little bureaucratic exercises, rather than having one thematic approach which says, hey, if you're in this demographic and you want to have skills, don't come and tell us which program you're eligible for. Tell us what you want to do. We'll figure out the rest.
A case manager.
Effectively, someone who is your problem solver. And this is sometimes has me running afoul of some of the entities who receive state grants. We cannot have 100 different demonstration projects going on at all times. There are some things which are bread and butter activities which can be replicated. The Vermont Youth Conservation Corps, to me, is one of the perfect examples of something that already has an administrative infrastructure. The public's understanding of it is all positive. They see young people who are kind of jazzed. Some of it's outside work, some inside work, but they gain skills. They learn how to work in teams. We need entities like Vermont Works for Women would be another good example. We need to expand and build on those known, high quality, ready to go administrative structures. And that to me is something that, you know, getting outside the State House bubble and working in the community level, we can come back and figure some of that out. So there's a lot of other things that I would elevate. You can't run on everything. But the last piece I'll just say is really the affordability question. And that's another one where I know the politics of it. Governors always talk about affordability. The legislature says, but we care about that too, but it's harder to get your voice out there. But issues like home ownership, to me, we have to make home ownership more realistic for young people in communities with high housing prices, which is virtually everywhere in the state. Loan repayment, we can't probably afford it to do it for all student debt, the way people talk about it, national debates.
But there's a conversation about CCV right now.
There is a conversation about CCV, which can go some.
It's actually a surprisingly low price point.
The price point is not that low, and the question, we'll work through that. But I'll tell you, as a student graduating from grad school with tremendous financial debt as a result of my borrowing to go to grad school, I would not have been able to return to Vermont if my school did not have its own loan repayment program. So I don't need a philosophy, you know, I don't need to be, it's not a philosophical discussion for me. It was the difference maker between me being somewhere else trying to make enough money to pay back my loans, or me being here and being able to do public service and other things that I've done. And so that's another key piece of it. And then on the jobs front, I think it used to be that people in private industry said government doesn't create jobs, you stay out of it, create the infrastructure. Well, there's more of an expectation that government play a role in kind of supporting and incubating and developing jobs, to keep it on simple terms. In my view, what we really need to do is revitalize the core of these communities so that people would want to locate their small businesses too. I think one of the really exciting, if modest, things that's going on around the state right now is the co-working spaces that have popped up in many communities, including here in Montpelier. It doesn't solve the demographic crisis. It doesn't create 2,000 new jobs.
You're talking like Bradbury's?
Exactly.
Oh my God, that's
what
fabulous.
it does is says to people, I have a place I can go. I'm going to benefit by being around other people who have some skills that I'm not going to hire a person full-time to do. And I'm not sitting home alone feeling kind of like a little lonely. I get a little bit of the connection like being in a typical workplace. And then people can, you know, they offset some of the costs of fixed costs of running a business. They can share infrastructure, like, you know, whether it's the 3D printer, the copy machine, whatever it is, all that stuff gets shared into the cost. And that's the kind of infrastructure we need. I mean, broadband into downtowns. Some small communities still don't have high-speed broadband into just the core of the village center. So those are the kinds of things that I'd really want to figure out. You can't have a unique program for every community, but some communities could use a little bit of a nudge, and I think that's a role that the state can play.
What I love about co-working spaces is the water cooler talk, right, that happens. Because that's normal in a business office, right? You get people that run into each other in the hallways or in the kitchen or whatever, and conversations happen and ideas get sparked from that. But in co-working spaces, it's sometimes even more than that, because you have people from totally different industries.
You can get technical expertise from people they'll share.
Yeah, well, someone that's totally outside of your industry, totally outside of your knowledge base. And spark conversations, and sometimes those conversations lead to something.
Well, that's to me that's one of the I've been to a number of them, including VSET, which is located on Main Street in Burlington. And you know, since many small businesses are now doing work that doesn't really need a big bricks and mortar workplace with 50 people, but might be design work or software development, programming, things like that. That kind of office cooler discussion that you're describing often leads to someone getting a job that is linked to by the other person. Someone who needs someone for, you know, a 1-month project, but you're around people who are constantly feeding you those opportunities that you wouldn't get if you're sitting back at your home, you know, making coffee with Mr. Coffee.
Have you ever been to Dave Bradbury's setup?
Yes.
It is so funky. I just
awesome.
love it. It's open everybody supports everybody. It's fabulous.
Around the state, there are many others that don't
I've
have
heard that. I
they
haven't-
don't have the level of they don't have the cool factor
Oh,
that
really?
VSET
It's
does. Some of
so
them,
cool.
they're cool because of what they're doing.
Yeah.
Even if their resources are more
Have
modest.
you talked to Matt Dunn?
I have talked to Matt Dunn a number of times.
He was
yes.
on our show. That is, he just put out an email about how much progress they're making in getting to
Doing some
rural
awesome
communities.
stuff.
Yeah, it's very
Fabulous,
positive in a community
fabulous.
that desperately needed
Yeah.
a kickstart.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, and I mean, this is right in line with the stuff that we've been talking about at Campaign for Vermont for years about, workforce development. Because the last 4, 5, 6 years, the challenge hasn't so much been job creation, right? The job creation's been fairly strong last several years. It's the workforce piece.
To fill the positions.
The filled positions and the technical skills, because where the jobs are today is not where the workforce is in terms of skill set. So you either need to retrain your workforce. The problem is a lot of that workforce is already tied up in jobs that they do have skills for. So we need to grow the workforce, and there's a couple ways to do that. You can go out and try to attract more people to the state, which is a difficult proposition, right? And we talked a little bit about that. We have these incentives out there, but and they do work for what they're supposed to. It's a tool in the toolbox, but it's not the end-all be-all answer. One of the other strategies is pulling people who are not currently engaged in the workforce, right? So folks that have either fallen off the career path somewhere, or maybe are coming into second careers, right? They've retired from one career and they maybe have a pension plan or retirement plan, and have time and energy to still do something. So pulling those people back into the workforce and teaching them, giving them skills.
It's an interesting issue. This past year, there was the legislature, when it doesn't want to take action, creates study committees. One such was a study group that met in the off season to look at the state of Vermont's compliance with the Older Americans Act, which is a federal act.
Interesting.
And a number of programs, like the Agencies on Aging, the money comes through that federal act.
Right.
Several of us in the Senate said, well, obviously we have to comply with the federal law in order to get these funds, but our state needs to be thinking about aging much more broadly, because many
and we're living longer too,
many older
because
Vermonters
of-
are not receiving those kinds of public benefit programs, and yet still have a lot to offer. And so one of the things that we've worked with our counterparts in the House to do is say that we want probably the Secretary of Administration, who your listeners might not know, basically runs government for whoever the governor is, to have a master plan on aging that isn't just focused on people who are on public benefit programs, precisely so that we're not neglecting the opportunity to utilize the skills and time and willingness to work that many older Vermonters today have, but just aren't being connected to the opportunities. And in the coming years, as we know, because of the demographic trends, there are going to be many more people.
We're gonna get hit by that, and it's gonna be like a school bus hit.
It is going to be like a school bus unless we do some upfront work to manage that better.
Just one more thing I would add to Ben's list of things we should do is I've always thought we should put on a full court press to UVM, to all of our colleges where out-of-state students have picked to be in
40,000
Vermont.
a year.
There you go.
40,000 students a year.
Students have picked Vermont to go to school because they like the skiing, because they like the school, obviously, but just the lifestyle. Why are we not putting a full court press, find out what they're taking, try to create jobs that are a match and get them to stay here?
You're a product of that, right?
Yes, there you
That's
go.
the pattern I
We
followed.
never do it.
Well, and one of the challenges, I think, and I think we're doing a bit better job today than maybe it would have been 10 years ago. Higher ed institutions, in particular the University of Vermont, they think about career readiness through their own lens as a higher ed institution. They weren't first and foremost saying, how are we going to help the state?
That's right.
And each of the state college campuses had some similar thing going where, there's in the background, we'd like to find people connections here, but it's really about supporting the students in whatever job interviews they're, ginning up or whatever. I think there's an increasing relationship between state and the various higher ed institutions, which I think is very promising, especially with the University of Vermont, which has 2/3 or whatever students who are from out of state, and they're coming out with bachelor's or more in either Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Arts. And it's always discouraging when you speak to the CEO or HR director of a firm that has, say, engineering positions open,
Right.
and you know there are people graduating from UVM, and you suspect they have no idea that there's a good paying job right down the road, which would allow them to stay in Burlington or stay in, you know, Castleton or wherever. So those are areas that we've probably faltered a little bit in the past, but there are opportunities to pick for the future.
I've certainly talked about that over the years,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it just falls on deaf ears. And
Well,
I suppose it'd be a lot of work to do it right, but it would be worth it in the end if kids stay.
Well, if you think about the University of Vermont as an organization, it is effectively the same heft as state government is.
Well, yes,
and
it
you
is.
can have the new president is very excited to find ways to partner with employers.
Oh.
But don't forget, he's managing a culture of thousands of people that has to gradually shift, just like trying to change things in state government. I have to say sometimes doesn't happen at a rapid pace.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that shocks
Never
me.
happens as fast as you want it to happen.
When I want the change, I wish it was rapid. When I don't want it, I wish it was glacial.
So, Tim, we have 2 minutes left, and I wanted to give you a chance to talk about why we should vote for you, why you present the right qualifications for the lieutenant governor job, because, you know, as Governor Dean found out, sometimes you have to sadly step up when when something happens to the you see, you didn't mention that. Yeah.
Well, it's you know, it's first of all, to run and be considered for lieutenant governor is already a amazing opportunity, and it's a little daunting and a privilege to even be in the mix. But what I hope people would see in me is a track record, first of all, and I think the last 3 years in terms of being able to work with people from both the Democratic and Republican parties, and also the progressives and independents who are around, have a Senate that operates in a way that respects people's position, even if they're opposite positions, has been able to pass, working with my colleagues, not trying to showboat or take all the credit, but spreading the credit wherever it's been due on issues like protecting women's rights, taking care of the environment, addressing climate change while trying to keep the price of electricity down, passing the first significant gun safety legislation, working on getting more people who are new Americans into our workforce, a whole variety of areas of progress which are not mine alone to take credit for, but under my leadership we've been able to make really significant progress. My outside government experience as an affordable housing developer for 8 years, where we put up we renovated or built about 400 senior apartments, developed solar projects, did one of the largest weatherization projects. Doesn't make me the perfect fit for any position, but I have a really deep sense from a professional background, not only of land use planning, meeting human needs, because we were often dealing with people who were very low income with health issues, dealing with public, private, and nonprofit to come together to do projects that benefited everybody, is really extensive. And so I have watched that pay off as I have been the policy wonk, perhaps, according to some, and hopefully benefited the legislation I worked on. And then ultimately, it's a readiness question, and I really feel that, God forbid, should anything ever happen to whoever the governor is going to be in January, I really do think sometimes people forget when you're voting for lieutenant governor, what you're really saying is that if something were to happen, that this person is ready to step in and hold things down in a very difficult time. And I'm not presumptuous enough to know what that would look like, but I do know that I know government inside and out, and have seen it work at its best in partnership with people outside government. I've also seen when it trips up sometimes, and bring all of that experience, but would think that I'd be ready to step in that awful situation should it ever arise. So I bring a level of energy to it. I think people who have seen me in the Senate have watched me in action, and I find a lot of enjoyment about doing the things that the public sector is uniquely positioned and required to do on behalf of the people, and would just be tremendously honored if I got the position.
Great ending to the show. Thank you very much. We wish you a lot of luck. You probably have to face a primary, do you know?
There'll be a primary.
There's a few of them. There's a few of them in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Everyone's entitled to run, so I've got a daunting set of tasks
keep that
ahead.
energy up. That's great.
I will have to.
So, all right. Thank you all for tuning in. I enjoyed the show. I hope you did too. It was great to have the Senate Pro Tem as our guest. We'll see you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
I'll call this meeting to order, and we have to add under bills for payment, cemetery number 2. But with that, we'll go on to the minutes of May 20th and May 27th.
I'll make a motion to approve minutes for May 20th and May 27th.
I'll second that. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right, moving on to bills for payment. We have warrants 25, 25P, and cemetery number 2.
I'll move that we approve warrants number 25, 25P, and cemetery number 2.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 25 is for a total of $18,970.02. Quite well, about half of it went for sand from the Carpenter Pit, the Highway Department, repairs and supplies, fuel, some calcium chloride, and payroll transfers. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's see. Visitors and public comments. Paul?
Just here as an observer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. The road foreman's report, Terry?
Okay, so on 5/18, they were checking the roads for down trees and washing and hauled sand to Putney. On the 19th, he cleaned up down trees and cleaned culverts on Park Lot and Road area. 5/20, he cleaned culverts Bunker Road area. 21st, he installed underdrain on Canoe Brook area. This will dry out road for the next mud season. The 22nd, he finished the underdrain on Canoe Brook Road. The 26th, he installed underdrain on Waterman Road, which will help out for mud season. The 27th was a driveway culvert for Waterman Road, hauled sand to Putney. The 28th and the 29th, he hauled sand to Putney and did chloride on the dusty roads.
Okay. Anything else on the highway report?
That's it.
That's all he wrote.
That's all he wrote.
Okay. Moving on for correspondence for information. Is there anything there that you would like to discuss? Okay. We have nothing under correspondence for discussion and or action. So under new business, we had an email from Chris Olson regarding the broadband survey update. What would you like to do there? I guess we don't have to do anything at this.
Well, Zeke, can you say for, the recording what it was about?
Yes, and I looked for that email earlier to just freshen up my memory, and I wasn't able to find it. But before the virus came along, they were doing a survey on broadband service to different parts of the state with the idea of starting community. What was the term for it? Partners.
Collaborative? No.
No. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I know what you mean. A community group. Yeah.
And so Chris Olson has been sort of the lead person on this. And he had some information. If we were to pursue this, we would join the Deerfield
association.
Association. And he's keeping up to date on this. And at some point, we may want to invite him to a meeting and get an update and debriefing on what he's learned so far and what he anticipates the process being. And for now, I have no problem with him being our sort of ad hoc person on this, representing the town, if everyone else is good with that.
That sounds good. The other thing is, if you want to, you can go onto the Wyndham Regional's website, and up on the top left-hand corner, it'll give you the results of the survey. And it's quite an in-depth survey, and I have not had enough time to really spend time on it. It's a lot.
Okay.
But it's not just our town, but it's everything.
They're called CUDs.
There you go.
Right.
I'm assuming that Chris would give us an update if there was new information. Roger Turner is the other one that we could ask.
Yeah, I think I expect that there's nothing that we have to act on right at the current time.
Okay.
So, but we can just keep in touch with Chris and follow what's happening on that. So I can send him a note thanking him for his work and asking that that he let us know when there are new developments.
Good.
So, well, Stickney Brook Road shooting complaint.
I'm still working on that. Mark Anderson's been in a lot of meetings, so he was hoping to call me this afternoon to give me an update, but it looks like it'll be Friday. He's just looking to go back to see if he sent somebody up there to talk to him, because this is the second complaint. So I'll get more information from him. So I'm still waiting.
Okay. Anything else on that? Any questions? All right, then moving on to parking issues on Route 30.
Well, I'm waiting for Mark to get back to me on that one too. He was going to check in. He was going to talk to AO.
Has he been in a lot of meetings lately? Or?
He's on the phone and on meetings all the time. He actually emailed me at 9 o'clock and said, I just got your voicemail from yesterday. So, you know, I get it. He's on a lot of Zoom meetings too. But he's going to check in with AOT. But I think at this point, this has been on the radar for now, 6 weeks with my weekly calls, both regional and statewide. So the state knows what's going on up here on Route 30. They were supposed to work with AOT at the top, and then Chris Campany was supposed to work with AOT at the bottom, and nobody's come up with what they want to do. So
and talking about Williamsville Road, where Williamsville, the Rock River comes out.
Right, exactly, okay. In the parking, because we are starting to now get complaints at our town office for the parking, because they call Newfane, and of course that's not Newfane, so they call Dummerston. So I don't really know what we're going to do, or if anybody's going to do anything. I mean, it's up in the air right now, but it's not like we're not all aware of it in the state.
And the concern is lack of safety on Route 30 because of those cars, or is it a COVID concern?
It's the whole thing. It's the lack of safety because of the amount of cars that are there. It's the safety when they're down in there. So for Newfane's side, in terms of rescue, if they need to do rescue,
right?
It's COVID. It's the amount of out-of-state vehicles that are there. That's running about 80 to 90% out-of-state vehicles. So it's the whole bailiwick that everybody's complaining about.
Yeah,
so
I have a hard time understanding why we can't just put no trespassing signs up.
Well, what they wanted to do, and it was a Newfane's suggestion, both regional and the state meeting, was to put no parking signs on the southbound. Okay, but we can't seem to get any answers if that's going to happen. Now, if Mark can get AOT to decide to put them on the southbound, they could actually, the state police, the sheriff's department could tow. But Mark could put his no parking signs, but those aren't towable signs to put there. So it would kind of, I mean, we could do it, but it'd be show. So it's all a state highway. It's.
But there's also the issue of blocking the access to the river.
That's private property.
Right. Yeah, you can't do that.
Well,
The
See,
state, yeah.
property,
ahead.
yeah, property owner could.
Yeah. No, those waterways belong to the state, and they are, anyone can have access to waterway. So this comes up every few years.
I know it comes up every year, but I think that the COVID situation is an extreme, overlay to it that seems like a good avenue to take, but whatever. I mean, I'm sure, Terry, you and the sheriff, Mark Anderson, are working toward something.
We're trying to. The head of the Rock River Preservation went up there and signs there to say, please don't park here, don't come because of COVID. He put it on the trailheads. He gave everybody on their list, which is 700 or 800 people on Facebook, to please don't come up this year because of the situation. I think the signs lasted, my best guess from seeing them, maybe 24 hours and they were taken down.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Well, that's a very popular place. I mean, people have been going there for years too.
Yeah.
Right. Hence the no parking signs for the Taft Cemetery if we need them. Should they put the towable no parking on the south, we don't want them in the Taft Cemetery next.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
So, does anyone have any other business? Any other new business? All right. I guess we'll adjourn this meeting if we have a motion, and then we'll have a work session, a budget work session to follow.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, then we're adjourned.
Hey, good morning, everyone. We're live on YouTube. This is the Vermont House Committee on Commerce and Economic Development. We're having some discussion this morning on COVID-19 economic development dollars. And we have several guests with us this morning to hear from them in their particular sectors on challenges that they've been meeting, and hopefully the information that we receive from them will help us structure the economic development bill, which is being drafted today by David. We had to change our plans a little bit. David, we didn't get the draft from the administration until 4 o'clock yesterday, so we had to make a few changes. Tomorrow morning we'll be in a joint hearing with the Senate to go through the language with David for an hour. And then we'll really get to work on it. We have about a week and a half to get this bill taken care of. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. So with that, I would ask everyone to mute. And okay. So first up, Sue, good morning. Glad you could join us. And you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yep, that's good. So before you get started, I just, everyone that we're hearing from today, try to be as concise and to the point as possible. We have lots and lots of people to hear from over the course of the next week or so. And we're trying to make sure we have time to hear from everyone so that we can craft this bill. So with that, good morning, Sue. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And I'm just sort of pulling my thoughts together quickly, having been asked last night to say a few words. And I guess I want to start out by thanking you so much for reaching out to us and for this opportunity to share what the COVID pandemic experience really is like from the lens of our neighbors, our families, and our businesses. I'm pleased to present to you both as the Executive Director of Capstone Community Action and on behalf of the 5 community action agencies that comprise the Vermont Community Action Partnership. I think you know that community action agencies have always been an open door for folks struggling with economic security and distress. And for 50 years, it has really been our mission to lift people out of poverty. And I think that our success really stems from what we understand as poverty being very complex and multifaceted, and programs that really are client-centered and build opportunity and economic security through a range of activities, whether it's providing food, housing, and new opportunities for building economic security through workforce development, through our financial empowerment programs, and our micro business development programs. So I just want to say as background, I took on the job of leading Capstone Community Action, and I never really understood the breadth and depth of poverty in Vermont. And this is, of course, pre-COVID, but it has been an amazing education in just the range of people that fill our waiting rooms on a daily basis when we were able to be open. We continue our services now remotely and very actively, and the needs are pressing and swelling. But it is critical to see that this pandemic has actually brought the community action mission to the forefront, both our mission and our expertise. Because we know that even before COVID, which is of course just a few short months ago, some 40% of Vermonters were but a paycheck away from economic disaster. Well, now the paychecks have stopped, and the numbers of folks in economic distress and really on the precipice are swelling. And the demands of our staff have been magnified. We see that what began as an extraordinary and tragic health disaster or crisis has really very swiftly unfolded into an economic crisis that is the greatest of our lifetimes. And I believe that we need to meet the magnitude of this crisis with a corresponding and coordinated response. And I know that community action agencies and our partners across this state are an existing network of organizations that essentially make up the proverbial safety net. And I think we are critically and uniquely suited to be a part of the response. And we stand ready to partner with the state, with all of you in every way that we can. We are already doing it in many ways that I'd be happy to get into at a later time if you are interested in. But I do want to comment briefly on what I've learned about the governor's proposal. I believe it is essential that we think broadly, that we act quickly, and that we invest these federal recovery dollars as effectively but quickly as possible. So, you know, our agencies were not consulted on the development of these proposals, but we absolutely see value in many of the ideas that are set forth within it, the bit that we've been able to glean, as have you, from the materials. In fact, there are several key elements of the proposal that are actually activities that community action agencies already undertake. For example, the $42 million investment proposed in rental assistance, you know, ensuring that landlords are able to receive rent and that tenants do not lose their homes when the eviction moratorium expires. That is actually work community action agencies currently do as part of a homelessness prevention program in which we employ landlord liaisons. We have memorandums of understanding with landlords in our various communities that we work with already to try to establish secure relationships with tenants, and so that landlords can have confidence in the folks they rent to. So, you know, we have been doing this for decades, obviously not at this scale. But, you know, we stand ready, very well positioned, already with relationships to scale up and help meet this tremendous need in a very, very short timeline to invest in helping landlords and tenants through such precarious times. Similarly, with respect to the proposal for the rental rehab of existing units, while we generally don't get involved in the development of housing or rehabilitation, we have very close relationships with our affordable housing partners. For example, in Washington County, I am literally having email exchanges today, yesterday, and ever since the proposals were presented with the city of Barrie, with the landlords in Barrie, with downstreet housing, and with developers to try to be ready. That's what we do. So we are ready to assist, and we stand ready to take this forward. I want to comment specifically, obviously, on the economic development proposal. I'm sure most of you, almost all of you, were present when we consulted with you, advocated with you about the micro-business development program that we have since 1988 embraced as a very important component, not only for helping people out of poverty, but for stimulating the economy. And that's what I think is very important about our program. And it's why we got together as a network, the 5 community action agencies, and said, we see this tsunami coming. Our phones are ringing off the hook. We see the people who were left behind in the federal stimulus program, who can't access the EIDL or the PPP and are essential to our economy. They come to us because they have a relationship with us and because our program provides one-on-one counseling and assistance. So we presented to you and the administration, you know, we didn't really know what they were doing and they weren't consulting with us, but we put forward a proposal because we want to be proactive. in establishing what we call Embrace, the Economic Micro Business Recovery Assistance for COVID-19 epidemic. And it is understood to be a statewide coordinated strategy to stimulate economic growth for really our most vulnerable Vermonters. We recognize that there is a very strong correlation, and if you get a chance to read our proposal, you will see the graphic that demonstrates with unemployment, there is a corresponding correlation with the increase in micro business. In fact, we've put out an estimate that we think there will be a demand for 5,000 new micro business efforts. And we are proposing to you, to anyone who will listen, to invest in us, to help us establish a specific micro business information hub, to hire 5 new counselors at each, one at each of the existing 5. Now, I do want to say for a moment, our proposal assumes that the base funding that you had supported in the appropriations bill, which, as you may recall, was eliminated under the governor's proposal. Understand that if the governor's proposal stands, our entire micro business program is over. We believe that would be a terrible move in this moment of all times, and are proposing that not only do we fund that, but that we scale up and essentially double the number of counselors in each of the 5 areas, and that we create a new access to working capital. We already have a relationship with Community Capital of Vermont. We are having conversations with VSECU to help create a secured credit building loan, which everyone would be eligible for $2,500. We really believe that this approach and this deployment of resources will have a dual positive impact of creating economic stimulus, new businesses and jobs, while also avoiding the likelihood that more Vermonters needing crisis services like food and housing, fuel assistance, rental assistance will be sustained. The governor's proposal does excellent and important things to help larger businesses and even small businesses. But the micro businesses that we work with are really not included in the relief that he's presenting. And I think that's what I want to convey to you. Our program is a slice of the pie and a very important one. 50% of Vermont's businesses are micro businesses. 26% of Vermont's workforce are in micro businesses. So if we aren't proactive at this moment in addressing this need by supporting the folks who have been doing this work, I think we are really missing an important point. And just to emphasize, more and more people right now are on the economic edge. And this program is dedicated to helping those people step back from that edge. It is clear from history that low-income Vermonters are the hardest hit in every disaster, whether it's a natural disaster or an economic disaster. They're also the longest to recover. That's why it's important to be thinking about them now. I want to conclude by just sharing what it really feels like on what I would say is the front lines of this economic crisis for vulnerable Vermonters. I really see fires raging. I think you don't have to look far to see how hot and how pervasive these fires are. Every day we have food distribution, and I've been involved in a state emergency operations center planning of these mass food distributions. It doesn't matter if you're in Coventry, in Springfield, in Hyde Park, Peru, Vermont. Every single day, 1,000 boxes now being distributed, and 3 and 4 times the amount of people are coming for food, waiting sometimes 4 hours in hot sun. These are not people interested in getting a freebie. They're not interested in freeloading or hoarding. They are in crisis, and that is what we experience, because that's who's on the phone with us. That's who we're trying to work for. And I do want to say that one of the parts of the governor's proposal that is troubling for us is sort of the manner with which it envisions getting it going, which is an RFP, request for proposal process, you know, where we are going to be expected to compete for something. I understand why, but let's remember this. There are fires raging right now. And when you have a fire, you call out all the firefighters you have to help work together in every way that they're trained to do. You don't expect them to compete for the chance to put out the fire. We do not have time for that. And we all have a different role to play. I know there are many organizations concerned for the same reasons. I just want to say that I believe we are positioned uniquely. Fighting poverty is our mission. It's been for 50 years. That's what's in front of all of you today. And I also feel, I want to just end by saying, I have had an amazing experience in this year and a half, not only seeing the depth and breadth of poverty, but seeing the potential for helping people out of poverty. Seeing single pregnant moms who come homeless to us, and 5 years, 3 years later, they have a job, their child is in childcare, they're owning a home, they're starting a business. Poverty is not permanent, and this is what we're facing now. Finally, I know that crisis brings incredible innovation, opportunity, and people working together. I had the amazing experience after Tropical Storm Irene to be in the eye of that storm. I saw what happened when people came together. I think our state is ready to come together. I know you all have a tremendous load on your shoulders. We're here to work with you and for the state of Vermont, and for the vulnerable Vermonters who we have served for 50 years. I'm going to just end with a quote by St. Francis of Assisi that has been with me since the beginning of this. Start by doing what is necessary. Then do what is possible. Suddenly, you are doing the impossible. The impossible confronts us all. We're in this together. We need to give everyone the water in those hoses to go get it. And we can't be slow. We have to work quickly. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Questions for Sue? Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sue, I'm particularly interested in two things. First of all, thank you very much for your excellent testimony. With your micro business, and I agree with you wholeheartedly that you should not be competing for this. You're a pre-existing agency that spent 50 years doing exactly where you're in the slot that we need you to be. You're talking about doubling. How large could you scale up that operation? And the second question I have is the 42 million in rental assistance. How will your organizations access that 42 million? Thank you.
So I'm gonna answer the second question first, and then
Right.
I'm gonna actually put Tyler, who is really the boots on the ground, who understands these programs and what's needed. The rental assistance, again, you know, we're all learning, and I'm sure it's all evolving. But at this moment, what we understand is that's an RFP as well. And I will say that, so that's the way it's been written. So you know, honestly, we won't probably pursue a competitive bid for something when we have so much work to do. But there is also hope that they will go through through the grant agreements that they already hold with so many of us. I was asked by Josh Hanford to chat a little bit so he understood more of our programs and we of their vision. And so that's still unknown. They're deciding. I suspect they'll listen to your interests as well. But again, time is of the essence. The agencies already have grant agreements with all of us. And in that case, it could be, you know, depending on how it rolls out, because we have such a strong collaboration with Downstreet Partners Housing, our affordable housing agency. And by the way, Capstone covers Washington, Lamoille, and Orange. For Downstreet Housing's Home Ownership Center, they have that exact same service territory. It could be that we actually work together on both programs because they have the expertise in the rental rehab. We have the expertise in, the landlord liaison program. But when we pull that together, we're going to be doing a much stronger job. But we don't know how it's going to be put out there. We would hope that they would go.
Quick question, in that collaboration, would you need to do anything with your grant agreements, or you could just do that under your current grant agreements and collaborate like that?
So the capstone, the community action agencies have grant agreements with the Agency of Human Services. Downstreet Housing, the affordable housing folks have grant agreements with the Agency of Commerce, Department of Housing.
Okay,
So
can I just jump in for a second, Sue?
Okay.
I just want everybody to understand that we're not going to deal with the housing piece of this, that's housing, that's general housing, military affairs. So I'd rather us really focus on economic development and what our committee purview is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you.
So I would like to ask the second question for Tyler. Tyler is the micro business counselor at Brock Community Action. That's Bennington and Rutland, and he was nice enough to join me this morning. He has been working with his colleagues in the Vermont Community Action Agency Network to develop this proposal that they believe is the first step. But the question was, Tyler, what do you really think we could be capable of? Is doubling enough, and would there possibly be more?
Thank you. So the reason that we reached the number initially was I took the 10-year correlation study between the micro business development program and the Vermont unemployment rate, and this is figure 1 on page 6. And there's a direct correlation of 6.15% between the unemployment rate and the amount of participants total in the micro business development program. Utilizing that 6.15% figure, I then go to figure 2 on page 6, and that's with the correlation between unemployment as it is today and with a 6.15% correlation, projecting us to have a 5,000 participants in the micro business development program. Now, obviously, because of COVID, we cannot use the 10-year historical correlation to be tied to it directly. So we've gone on the side of caution on this and are looking to scale up to 1,750 to 2,000 participants in the micro business development program from the around 700 that we had in 2019. So this is more than a 50% increase in the participants. So I'm looking at, on a projected level, it's 5,000, but we've broken that down to be something that we believe to be attainable within what we have for services, in increasing the staff by 1 FTE position business counselor at each of the 5 community action agencies, and putting in 1 micro business coordinator that can help streamline the efficiency of all the agencies by combining education materials and also starting the micro business development hub. Now, the important difference between us and other business educational resources is we really focus on the micro business. Everything 5 employees and below. That is where we focus. That's where I live every day. These are solo entrepreneurs, single individuals, 1 or 2 employees, small businesses. These are the landscapers, the hairdressers, the floor refinishers. A lot of the ones that we work with are in the service industry, in the daycare industry. So because they're small, the governor's proposal is really tying a lot of it in to tax revenue between alcohol revenue, sales tax revenue, meals and rooms revenue, but that really leaves out the service industry from this. They're also looking for 3 years of tax information to be able to base that correlation on for the majority of their businesses, and that will not work for the micro businesses in the state. A lot of them do not have great record keeping, do not have the ability and resources to pull together things necessary for this. They're struggling daily. I know, because I'm on the phone with 6 to 8 of them every single day trying to work through confusions and problems related to getting through PPP and EIDL. I'm on the COVID-19 Business Coalition that Ted Brady is a part of and leads, and I'm in depth in this every single day from the start of COVID-19 and beyond. And from my understanding, the proposal is not going to help the individuals who are most vulnerable, which is our micro business clients. These individuals do not make a lot of money, but they do contribute to Vermont's economy and a great deal. These are the side of the road, small businesses. This is really hometown Vermont and what makes Vermont so special. And I really feel that if we leave these people behind, it's going to have a rippling impact for years to come. Now, 10 years ago, the micro business development program was really into high gear. And we still have many businesses that were started 10 years ago through this program that are open and thriving. They have been sold on to the next generation. The original owners have passed on in some cases. It's hard to track down businesses from 10 years, but they are still doing wonderful. And when you hear those stories, the emotional impact of them, and these are thousands of micro businesses that we've served, but just one of those, somebody goes through and they're doing really well in life. And then something happens. They have a seizure disorder. They have a drug issue. They have economic fallout, and they come down to the lowest level and they lose self-esteem. And somehow they find us through the food shelf, through the fuel assistance, through the rental assistance, and they're connected with that spark of hope that they can start a business, that they can do this. And then they're reached out and they're entered into a partnership with a micro business counselor who knows how to get through the red tape, who understands how to start the business, who's been there and done it. I've ran 2 businesses myself. The counselors are well educated. They've been there. We deal with a multitude of business, positioning us the perfect people to help with micro businesses. And right now in this economy, there is not another proposal out there on the table that specifically addresses the bottom 50% of all businesses in the state, which are micro businesses. We need help for the small businesses, but just as importantly, we need to focus on the micro business. This is a time that we cannot just stand by and let the impoverished and the underprivileged once again be passed by and looked over. This is a time where we need to stand together and really say that this is the time where Vermont comes through and that we can just work together to build this. This proposal was built and drafted in a combination through all of the Vermont community action agencies because we understand the needs. So as part of the projected percent and of helping to increase the staff, we're looking for an increase of 5 FTEs, bringing up to 10 business counselors, micro business counselors statewide, 2 for each community action agency. Will be evenly dispersed throughout the state of Vermont with 1 coordinator to be able to control and help make efficiency amongst them, as well as getting this online hub. The technical difficulties, a lot of our clients don't have computers, don't have access to internet. We help them reach those things. We help them break down whatever barrier is holding them back. They bring the energy, the motivation, and their skill set, and we help connect them in something that can be viable and economically feasible for them to meet. Their goal might be to open a restaurant. Well, we start them with a food truck. We start them with a food cart. We start them where they are and the resources that we have to try to connect them. This plan has been carefully thought out to be a very good and efficient use of the funds. Every dollar is accounted for. We're not using a cannon to throw $100 million at this. This is a very small $2 million investment that's going to be used efficiently and thoughtfully to implement into 420 micro businesses with direct grants of $2,500 apiece. We're projecting to see 1,000 positive outcomes between all of these micro businesses. 1,000 positive outcomes where many of them will stand for the next decade and beyond. The children of these entrepreneurs wake up and they see their parent was able to achieve the dream of entrepreneurship and self-employment and inspires the next generation. If we stand by and do not help them now, that dream could go out, and the parts that we love about Vermont, the roadside, the tourist attraction coming in to see the small Vermont businesses and locals will be gone. And yes, we'll have small business and we'll have large business, but we will have very few micro businesses. They cannot survive in this climate. Thank you.
Tyler.
Charlie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just sent to Amy and asked her to post the 28-page report that I think Tyler was referencing that I don't know if the entire committee has had a chance to review. So it's to make sure that we have that first, and that'll be posted to the web page. I guess one of the questions I have for either Sue or Tyler is that many months ago when we were actually in person in the legislature, we talked about the evidence of success of the different micro business lending programs as part of a condition of looking for additional financing. And one of the things we talked about is the evidence of the improvement and the actual earnings for the recipients from what they had before receiving the micro grants and then what they had for earnings after the micro grants. And we're talking about a lack of evidentiary or evidence that existed. And we know that the number of businesses started, all that kind of stuff, but it's really about how is this program lifting people out of poverty is one of the questions. So I guess I would ask you, I have two questions. One is, do we have any of that information now available? We didn't have it then. We know it's a heavy lift in order to get that done. And the second part that I want to ask is that with this package proposed by the governor, there is the money for the Restart Loan and Grant Program for micro businesses with $15 million going into it, or 20 million, I'm sorry. And I know you're talking about the advising part of it, but I didn't hear you really address that part of it, which seems to be geared towards the clients that you're really talking about. So I was wondering if you could address both of those parts. One is that
I'm going to address quickly the first part of your question and have Tyler focus on, you know, what we do know, because of course we don't know even as much as you know at this point about what the proposal is, but I think that there are parameters around it that are difficult for our clients. But to your first question, you definitely asked us for information, and I think you recall you were asking us for, so we have information over a 10-year period that we've been asked to collect, but you were asking for information that we've never been asked to collect. So we were reaching out to clients who have been with us over time to understand, you know, they're very complex personal finances, essentially, is what we're trying to find out, and how hard it was for us. You just moved on me. Okay, I don't know why that happened.
I don't know either.
So we but you know, the truth is, you're right, we were in the process of learning that and thinking about, well, if they had this subsidy and they no longer need that subsidy, but then they went into a new rental unit and people's circumstances changed. So we were investigating about 5 different cases at Capstone. I don't believe Tyler was even involved in that because he wasn't even in this thing. And COVID hit. So frankly, we did not complete the research that you wanted, which was demonstrate to us how individuals have gotten off the system, essentially. What we did collect is a whole lot of 10-year history about successful businesses that I think, you know, it's hard for us to go back to clients that we never collected information and ask for them 5 years ago, what, you know, subsidies were you on? How did that change? And we were building that, but it isn't a simple process. And the truth is we have not gone back to that. And honestly, our workload is so extraordinary right now. I mean, we are feeding homeless people in hotels, 20,000 meals in 5 weeks. We're doing a lot of new things. So I can't commit to you to answering the questions you asked, but we have developed a spreadsheet I want you to see that I think will help you. Sorry for that long answer. Tyler, maybe you could answer the whether and how our clients can or maybe couldn't, for what we know of the governor's proposal at this point, and differentiating our grant and loan proposal.
So my biggest concern on the governor's proposal, as far as it relates to the micro business clients, is really their lack of financial taxes. For this is the same issue that came up with dozens and dozens of clients who reached out directly to me on receiving the PPP and the EIDL. They qualified for the EIDL, but because they're a sole proprietor, one individual, they were only able to receive $1,000. And for the PPP, the process for that, even the business that sole proprietor doing well, that did 57,000 in revenue last year gross, they were only able to receive $2,700 from the PPP, because the way the sole proprietors work, and that they're not processing paychecks and hours the same way as larger businesses are. And my fear is that the governor's proposal is falling into the same track that the PPP and the EIDL did, and is putting in too many barriers for the micro business clients. It's easy for a small business to do it, where they have access to a larger staff, human resources, different individual. These are only 30 to 40 individual sized businesses, but they have a financial officer to take care of this. The sole proprietor, they were responsible for every single aspect of this. And I'm really afraid that the proposal fails to recognize the limitations of a sole proprietor micro business. I think the proposal does
I
a
will say though,
fantastic job at targeting small businesses, but even though they have language in there that does target micro business loans, those are going to really fail to secure what is our clients and what is the sole proprietors, and the smallest of the micro businesses are going to have a hard time accessing those funds. You're taking somebody who's put in years of effort to get their business off the ground. I know because I've done it. I see it every day. And now you're trying to saddle them with more loopholes and more things to jump through and able to access funding. They need the funding today. They don't need to go through more process to be able to receive it. What the governor's proposal is trying to put them through, and I understand why. I understand that there's not enough fund to be able to go through and put everyone for a direct grant, but we're just asking for 420 small direct grants to be targeted specifically to individual micro businesses that meet one-on-one with a business counselor that is a proven combination for success in starting a business. Having somebody for guidance or for counseling during that business process goes a long way. It's just throwing money at them will not help them succeed and navigate this new endeavor, new process. And I understand there's language in there for $5 million as far as technical assistance providers, but a lot of that is going to be reimbursed back or paid to CPAs, lawyers, accountants, and such, and is not going to direct one-on-one business counseling, especially into. Some of that will be going through the Vermont SBDC. I'm certain of it, but a lot of it's not focused on the micro businesses. And from what I've seen, our proposal is the only one that has into it a 2-to-1 return on investment, where there has been no shown from any other proposals what their projected return is on that investment.
Okay, Tyler, yeah, I'm just looking at I don't know if you've seen the document, but with a $20 million program that's really for sole entrepreneurs, micro businesses, and other small business with annual gross revenues of less than $1 million. And then the $15 million in existing available capital to make loans. So I don't think you're disqualified from access to these funds. And when we heard this proposal originally from Economic Development, we said, would you be including the capstone agencies or the CAAs? And the response that we got back was yes. So that there may be room within this $20 million to fund the micro business programs. And I just want to make sure that it's not disqualifying. You're not disqualified from this. I understand what you're talking about is your specific proposal and how does it fit within that. And that's what I'm trying to figure out is how do they line up at all. So it sounds like you're.
I want to just mention that I did ask for and get a little bit of time with the agency, with Ted Brady, with Joan Goldstein, before they had unveiled it. I knew nothing about what they were doing, and they received mine, and they said, look, would you be willing to be folded into our program? We say, of course. And the point is that every different sector needs this support as quickly as possible. But I think because ours is this one-on-one counseling, I don't think that was envisioned as much with the proposal as we've understood it. But obviously we're open and interested in the more, honestly, I think there should be one hub. We have this vision of a hub because we want it to be a network. And if there is one hub, and it can be micro businesses that we work with and small businesses and larger businesses all working together in one effort, that would be great. I don't know exactly how to make that happen, but I think the more we work at the idea of partnership, it's the how to compete for the money I don't understand, but maybe they won't go that direction.
Thank you.
And Representative Kimball, I do want to mention, we will get back to the request and to try to come up with some examples, but it will not be a comprehensive. But we also have a spreadsheet to share with you of what we've learned in 10 years of businesses that we pulled together, and I'll give it to you, send it to you right after this.
So if this was to be combined in with the governor's proposal, especially on the specific grant portion of that, I think that could be an interesting proposition that would probably work well if the language in that was just tweaked slightly to be able to focus more on the caps and onto the micro businesses for the grant portion. That would decrease the cost of our Embrace proposal by $1 million because that would take out our grant portion of it, and that would just leave the funding of the increased FTEs as well as the microbusiness development hub site with the statewide coordinator. So if there was a concession made on ours in combination with their grant program to be able to increase our staffing for the one-on-one counseling, that's really the important part. And that's, I believe it's a three-leg stool, but if that one of those legs is being covered by the governor's proposal for the grants for the microbusiness program, then the other two legs could be our hub site for the microbusinesses as well as increasing the staffing in the coordinator position. So I think there could be a compromise there that would be a good way to kind of bridge the divide and go at it that way. I think that today more than ever, we need to kind of break down those barriers of where different things are and where people stand. And we really need to all put aside our own ideas and egos once in a while and really move this forward based on what we need to do. Might not be what we all want to do, but it's really what we need to do.
Okay, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for Tyler. This is Representative Carol Bennington 22. With respect to the proposed increase with these funds, what kind of framework would you put into place for outreach? And furthermore, what have you done with respect to outreach in Bennington currently?
Yes, sir. So I'm the microbusiness development counselor right now for MEDP in Rutland and Bennington County. And right now, as it stands, and I think it's been unfairly for years that Bennington has not received the same amount of attention as Rutland County has. And part of that is Brock's office is a satellite office in Bennington, and Brock does a tremendous amount of work in Bennington, but the microbusiness counselor, I am one individual, and I am tied between Rutland and Bennington County. So the difficulty is I make it down to Bennington once a week to the Brock office and meet with clients one-on-one. But this proposal would allow us to increase staffing so I could have one dedicated counselor in Bennington County, which they need at least one, and one dedicated counselor in Rutland County. So this proposal would increase staffing to be able to better represent Bennington. And it is my thing. Every week I try to be able to reach out and have more activity in Bennington, but right now it's difficult with me in my main office being at Rutland. So I would divide the counseling position and have one focused on Bennington County and one focused in Rutland to really understand the difference. And there's a tremendous difference in geography and business resources in the borders between Massachusetts and New York and Bennington over Rutland County. There's a tremendous difference. And I want to have somebody in there who's a specialist for Bennington County. And this proposal would give that specialist to be in Bennington County.
Okay, but you're telling me that you're coming down here once a week. How many clients have you met from Bennington?
I have over 20 clients in Bennington, between Bennington and Manchester.
You know, Representative Carroll, you asked a really important question about outreach. And frankly, there are so many programs that we foresee a tremendous need to scale up, this being one of them. What's I think also important about our proposal is that we are a network. And when we combine, we're going to be able to share resources. We're going to be doing an expertise in remote learning, obviously, because that's what's needed right now. But it does avail everyone to have, let's say in the Northeast Kingdom, our microbusiness counselor has expertise in landscaping. They're going to be able to have as much connection to someone in Bennington with that interest as they would with a Brock counselor. That's part of the network, the information hub, and the information sharing we envision. And when we are ready to actually receive the people who need help, then we will be able to do effective outreach statewide.
So part of the outreach that I've already been doing is I've been going into the Lightning Jar in Bennington. I've been going to different meetings in Bennington, reaching out to the Bennington business council there, reaching out to individuals there as best as I can. And it's definitely very difficult when I'm only kind of budgeted and time allowed to have one day down there to set those meetings up and to be down there. Having somebody who's in that office every day that people can know that they're there every day to call, to drop in, to ask a question. That's what makes the kind of synergy work in Rutland so much better, is that everyone knows that I'm in the office every day. They know they can call, they know they can drop in, they know that we can schedule an appointment, we can meet tomorrow. I don't have to schedule the appointment a week out. So it works so much better, especially when businesses are right in that time. And right now I have 3 or 4 businesses that are getting set to open this spring. And that navigation, sometimes it's an every other day thing where we're working on the next step, getting this health certification done, getting this open. And it really needs to be that one-on-one in-depth thing where the counselor needs to really understand every aspect about that individual's life and their business to be able to give good counseling. It's not enough just to have a brief overview. The clients that I deal with at work and become really successful are the ones where we have a fantastic back and forth information sharing, where we're both working together in a synergy. They're bringing the technical expertise in their field, and I'm helping bring in the broader business education and more formal college education into that setting, where a lot of them, because of their financial background, they lack the college education, they lack the more traditional education and the traditional resources. While I am that person who can help bridge that gap for them and give them a level playing field in the fight for business, because we're able to give them that technical expertise that the majority of them are lacking because of other factors in their life leading up to this point.
One final question. With respect to the work that you're doing here in Bennington, provide me with a report of the businesses that, so that, you know, in my own small way, I may be able to offer some assistance, but I would just like to see, you know, what kind of work is being done down here. And I think many of us would like to know the impact and the results that you're getting.
It'll be my absolute pleasure to do that. But part of this is the fact that right now I'm trying to go between 2 counties. We have one individual trying to go between Windsor and Windham County. We are stretched right now on staffing for the amount of phone calls that are coming into the micro business program, and the amount of clients that are needing help right now during this time. So right after this call at 10 o'clock, I'm going to get off and I have a call with a client right there that's working on starting a flagging business. From there, I have 4 more clients lined up to go through this afternoon, one call after the next. I was up till 10 o'clock last night working on different aspects of this. We need more staffing to be able to get more data to you. That's part of the big thing, is right now the hours are stretched very thin and the staffing level is very low for the amount of expertise we need to be able to provide to these individuals.
Thank you.
Sue and Tyler, thank you very much. The document has been posted to our webpage so that everyone has access to it. And we'll be looking at that as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and for all the hard work you're doing. I know it's a heavy burden, and we're there to be your partners. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Sue. Matt, how are you?
I'm not bad. Thanks for having me.
So if you could tell us a little bit of what's happening with our contracting world right now, and how we could be of assistance when we're looking at this, when we start looking at this economic development package that the administration is bringing to us.
Great. Great, I appreciate it. So just for the record, Matt Musgrave, I'm with the Associated General Contractors. And just a disclosure, if you see me reach for a tissue or sneeze or something like that, it's not COVID. I have allergies pretty bad. So if you hear me sniffling or clearing my throat, I'm healthy and well. I just have seasonal allergies.
Well, just as long as you're by yourself, we're fine.
Great, great, terrific. Well, thanks again for having me. You know, I think things have significantly changed in my world since the last time we talked. I think the last time we spoke, I was talking about the 7 levels of coping, and that we were somewhere in between anger and frustration and confusion. And I think, you know, we've kind of been watching if you've been obviously paying attention to what's going on, you've seen, you know, our industry, construction and the trades, we've, as of last week, largely returned to normal size crews out there. So that's been a huge burden that's been lifted off of our people that they're able to go back to work. It was challenging. I think I may have updated you. We were one of the first groups to put together a sector-specific plan, which we worked with ACCD, Health Department, Administration on, and we rolled that out. Part of that plan that we put together was COVID safety resource officer training, which included a train the trainer portion that we ended up first made it available to AGC members. We brought through every one of our members, got them all trained, and then the conversation switched gears really quickly, and we realized that our members here at AGC don't always work with members. So sometimes they'll have subcontractors or suppliers or other people that they work with that maybe aren't in our association, maybe they're in the Home Builders Association, maybe they've chosen to just act independently out there. And we realized that there was, varying levels of training that were coming down the pike. I know VOSHA worked real hard to put together a good general industry training. But we felt that, we brought our folks up to, we feel like we raised the bar in terms of this return to work COVID stuff. And we wanted to make sure that when our members were out there, as well as the rest of the construction community, that there was an opportunity for everybody to follow a same basic set of protocols that were intended to do three different things, really. One, keep our staff safe when they go to work, but also as important to that, and this is one of those things that we've never done training at AGC for a recognized hazard that you could actually step into at work and bring home with you and hurt someone else. And that was really striking to us that, the actions and the things that we do at work can follow us home now if we're not following procedures and protocols. So we put together this CSRO training, and we put it out, number one, to our members, but then we were able to work with Department of Labor and got some resources to help us actually transmit this. And we offered this out to anyone in the building community in the state of Vermont. And as of today, or yesterday was our last course, I believe, we have put over 2,100 different people and companies through this program, and that's going to trickle down to the larger contractor world in terms of training, and that includes not only general contractors but subcontractors, electricians. I had ski resorts, we had suppliers on, we had members of Capstone and their weatherization program. We had I even had daycare providers that took the course with us. So we were really pleased to do that and provide that level of service. And we think that those 2,000 people that we trained are going to trickle down to somewhere between 20 and 30,000 people on the ground getting that training. So we're really proud to talk about that. And we think it was one of the parts that got us back to work. And so that brings us to where we are today. And I'm happy to say that, we're one of the verticals in the building trades that have, whereas we are limited in certain terms, like needing to wear face coverings and social distancing and put together disinfecting and cleaning protocols at the job site. Outside of that, we're one of the few industries that have been able to send full crews back to work, and that happened last week. And we're very appreciative of that. And reason why I reached out to the committee to talk today or whenever was that we did see this economic recovery plan come down, and we're cognizant of the fact that a lot of our members and other folks in the contractor community were able to take care of the PPP plan, or in the worst case scenario, if people had to get laid off, we were able to at least make our workers right, so to speak, that they were able to continue with their lives and pay rent, and enjoy the expanded unemployment as well as the federal program. But now that things are gone back to work and we're starting to look at things from the company level, we're starting to have these discussions internally about the costs and losses that have been absorbed over the last couple of months. And when we start discussing some of these challenges, we start getting into the tens of millions of dollars pretty quickly, just within our ranks, not even talking about going to that larger group of of building trades professionals that are out there. So one of the things that not a lot of people are familiar with is that, you know, both our residential, or all three, residential, commercial, and our highway and bridge world, they're pretty limited to about 10 months of work out of the year, and that's based on our weather here in Vermont. And basically with a number of these companies, with the exception of you can do some interior work and over the winter, but you're certainly not doing new starts and stuff like that, and definitely not doing roads and bridges. That season is pretty clear. So when we look at that in terms of the impact that this COVID thing has had on our economy, or the construction economy, is that we really lost 2 months out of 10 months that we depend on to not only pay the bills, but to remain profitable, that the businesses will stay open. And when I say that, you know, it's the general contractors are typically working right on through August or September before they hit that Black Friday. And they depend on those last 2 months of the cycle to really get them through that winter period, and that they may enjoy some level of profit as well as paying the bills. And in this year, we've actually, because we lost 2 months, we lost about 20% of that earning time that people were out there for. And, you know, arguably, I think we're going to have some of the contracts, particularly with our AOT, as well as BGS contracts that were already budgeted. I know that you may do some adjusting or whatnot, but those are going to come back. But that's a small fraction. You know, when we look at what but I think between buildings and general services and AOT, we'll probably see $500 to $700 million. And then you have another percentage, which is that private residential as well as commercial. And then you start getting up, you know, I want to say the non-residential is right around 500 to 600 million. And then the residential, I'd have to ask the home builders, but, you know, I'd say that's more in the closer to the $100 million range there. So we need to look at how much money was lost, and we started tossing around figures, and these are based on, you know, there's two different types of cost elements that we deal with. One is those fixed costs, and the other is those variable costs. And variable costs are things like buying supplies to go out and do the build, hiring labor to go out and do things, maybe leasing equipment or hiring professional help. Whereas you have those fixed costs that include your buildings, and a lot of these construction firms they don't generally just have one property. They're going to have multiple properties. Maybe they'll have a sand and gravel pit, they'll have a business office, they'll have a work shed. They're paying property taxes on all of these, as well as their electric bills, keeping the lights on. And then there's a third level of bills which haven't really been discussed. I know I was in Senate Economic Development yesterday, and they started this conversation. There's also that fixed capital cost that companies have encountered. And they had a fellow from a tent company on yesterday, and I can tell you it's very much the same model for a lot of these contractors. Is that yellow equipment that you see out there, if you get 4 pieces of equipment, you're well over $1 million pretty quickly on a property. And a lot of that stuff comes through financing from banks. So whereas that's not necessarily a fixed cost, that's a capital cost, it does become part of that revolving monthly cost of doing business. And they, unfortunately, you know, unlike some of the mortgage lenders and folks like that out there that are willing to be a little lenient with some of these payments, a lot of the commercial lenders just frankly aren't. So those are built-in costs that they've had to occur over those last couple of months. So we realize that there's been differences, and one of the things that we really like about this plan, and we are supportive of the governor's plan, and I'm here specifically to talk to the Economic Injury Disaster Program. That's the $80 million program. We like the way that looks. It's going to be issued through VITA or other, I believe, other non-traditional lenders, and we're fine with that. We like that process, and I think one of the things that we like about that is it gives our individual companies, and some of those are micro businesses, right? I mean, some of those subcontractors, those 1-2 person plumbers, electricians, painters, other specialty contractors. We have people that run the gamut from very, very micro all the way up to some of these larger groups like SD Ireland and you know, Pike Industries and such. So what we like the ability for individual companies to go forward and say, itemize, this is what our issues are, this is where we were before, this is where we are today, and this is our actual pain that we've developed. And I think that goes a long way. I know there's some other models like taking a general percentage of what the income is, but this gives us the ability, I believe, to go out there and give actual cost losses. And it's not based on estimates. It's not based on a general industry percentage. This is based on those individual company costs. What we do want to talk about with that program, and I've definitely spent some time with ACCD. I think the administration of them put some good thought into this. But the challenge that I have, I think our association has in general, is you have the first component, which calls out the hospitality, the retail, and the food services. And I think that's good. I believe that you do need to delineate a certain level of funds for those businesses and the way that they're hit, because that creates some sort of rules to the game of where these public funds are actually going to. And I think, largely it's going to be easy for the hotels, restaurants, and retail to say, this is what our till generally is for these 2 months, and this is what we've lost. This is what our operating expenses. And I think that's a great program. But I don't see that on this $80 million economic injury disaster program. What I see is that any nonprofit or any business can actually come out and apply for these grants and these funds. And quite frankly, I think, I'm preaching to the choir when I say this, $80 million is going to go very quickly. And I think one of the things, I have two recommendations for this. It's an either or scenario. But number one was I don't know if I think it may make sense to look at that $80 million and maybe try to target those dollars into certain sectors. And I used the number $20 million earlier when I was talking about and that's a low estimate of what the perceived losses in construction would be. But if you were to make a portion of that for the building trades, that would give people, and again, these are folks that aren't savvy with the grant writing process. So that's why I think the delineation is important, is that it gives the opportunity for people to come out and say, yeah, well, I'm raising my hand, I'm the building trades, this is the program I go to. And what we fear in general, and there was a Sly article about AGC last week or the week before in one of the local papers about how great we are at applying for grants. And there's lots of groups that are like us. That's what we do professionally. And there's lots of organizations that are expert grant writers, experts at getting money from the government in one way, shape, or form. And we don't want to see that $80 million just disappear to professional grant writers and professionals at taking money from government. What we think that money is there for is to help companies that are a part of the economy, that contribute to our economy, that employ people. And I'll call out Capstone. I think Capstone does a great job. And I think that is a group that would be well served to get some of this money and to keep their mission alive. But I'm also aware there's a lot of duplicative services that maybe don't have that same level of impact on our economy and on Vermonters. So either one, look at maybe finding a way to delineate some of these $80 million, and maybe it's not $20 million, maybe it's $5 or $10 million, but you're able to earmark those funds into different business verticals. And that maybe it's not just construction, maybe all of a sudden you have a tech vertical, or you have an education vertical, or so look at a way that we can get this money to roll out to get to people so that it creates a benefit to not just people like us that are good at grant writing, but to the larger group, maybe someone that works out in the woods and has never written a grant, so we want to make it easy for them to come out and take advantage of that. So number one, I would either recommend some sort of a delineation of where that money goes, or number two, this is going to go through VITA, and VITA has some pretty good prescriptions, so to speak, for vetting the people that they send money out to. So in the place of maybe doing a delineation, maybe set a standard or a bar that people will have to meet. And I'll pick on Capstone just because they're here today, and this is good. But I think they can actually do a really good job of demonstrating and showing what they're doing out there. And I think the same when, you know, if it's a contractor, they can come out and say, well, I employ 50 people. We, you know, this is what our, you know, what we're doing for the economy. We're a $10 million a year business. We employ 50 people, we build homes, and we do all this great stuff. So I think putting some sort of a litmus test to that money that exceeds my ability to write grants is something that's important out there. So basically, the real reason behind this is what our big ask is on this, is that we know that this money is going to come back one way, shape, or form. We're aware that we're either going to get grants for those immediate losses from the operating costs, and there'll be loans for other monies. But we see this as an alternative to the real fact that we may have to increase costs across the board to make up for the money lost over that 2-month period. And again, we're not just thinking about what's going on today. A lot of us have our contracts written through this summer, and that's from private as well as the public sector. But we're also recognizing that next year is when we're going to get hit in a loss of new build starts, because you're going to likely see less new businesses coming out. You're going to see people maybe not expanding where they wanted to because we're dealing with this larger challenge. And the worst thing that can happen is that we have to raise prices while people's budgets go down. That's going to stop the building. That's going to impact employment in Vermont and overall our economy. So that's what our ask is that we'd like to see this done very purposefully. I'm not going to speak to any other parts of the proposal, but I do agree that VITA is a good authority to get this money out. But I just think that there should be some set of guidelines that people are following. So the good grant writers like me don't suck up all the money.
Questions for Matt? Gene, do you still have your hand up from last time, or?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'll get rid of that.
And Jim, same with you? Yep.
Good. It sounds like it did okay then.
Okay. There is a piece in the bill where there will be it talks about technical assistance, and just wondering if there's going to be some pieces in that people could access if they don't know how to grant write. So that's something that we can certainly discuss and try to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly going to be supportive of people that are calling us, and our members, certainly other folks that are out there. We do a lot of work with outside people as well. So we're certainly ready to be a resource for it. But it's just one of those things where you see people. I mean, I'm sure you're getting contacted by everybody under the sun that needs the money right now. And our point is this is going to go quickly. And that's one of the challenges, I think. And we saw that with PPP. It just went. And people were left by the wayside because things happen so quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the work you're doing.
Thank you. Karen and Christopher, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Karen Middleman, Executive Director of the Vermont Arts Council. Thank you. I'm really grateful for this chance to talk to you all about the impacts that we're seeing of COVID-19 on the creative sector. And I'll be joined, Christopher Kaufman-Ilstrup's here from the Humanities Council, and we'll be joined any minute now by Jody Freed from Catamount Arts. So I know you're hearing stories of devastation from every sector across Vermont right now. What I'd like to do is share some data that we've collected about the financial distress in the arts and culture sector and some aggregate data from the creative sector. Our cultural organizations, I think were among the very first to close to protect public health in communities across Vermont. And many of them, especially the ones that rely on mass public gatherings and large public audiences, they're going to be the last ones to be able to reopen. So across Vermont, hundreds of theaters, community arts centers, galleries are shuttered or they're operating at extremely reduced capacity. And these are organizations that are economic anchors for our downtowns. So we're already seeing the ripple effects of those closures throughout our communities. Some of those arts nonprofits and creative businesses have been able to take advantage of CARES Act relief. And a lot of them are pivoting creatively and reimagining their missions and their programming. I have to say I've been incredibly inspired and stunned by the creativity in our sector and all of the online programming and drive-by programming and downtown car parades and other kinds of ways that they've invented to keep our communities' spirits up and to keep people engaged and keep audiences connected. But I can tell you that all of those creative pivots and all of the reimagining of business models in the world is not going to be enough. What I want to impress on you most of all today is that without substantial support, many, if not most, of the core cultural organizations in our communities are not going to make it. The data show that they will not weather this storm without substantial support. Arts and humanities organizations across Vermont have already reported millions of dollars in financial losses due to COVID-19 closures. There was a survey early on, just about a month into the pandemic, that showed from about 150 organizations that responded, they were already down 6.3 million. Our data is more recent. As of last week, 168 organizations showed that number has climbed to 13.6 million in losses. The majority expect the impact of the coronavirus on their institutions to be severe or extremely severe. For organizations that rely on live in-person events and mass public gatherings, the economic future through the end of 2020 or even into 2021, as you know, looks pretty grim. Nationwide, only 45% of arts and entertainment businesses expect that they're going to survive if the crisis lasts 4 months. If the crisis lasts 6 months, that number goes down to 35%. Many Vermont organizations, like the contractors that Matt just talked about, rely on the May to October season to bring in revenue from the spring and summer season that is going to sustain them through the winter months when they tend to lose money. And just like the construction business, just like our farmers, they're not seeing that revenue now to carry them through the winter months, which means that even if they are allowed to reopen soon, even if they can reopen in August or after Labor Day, they're down 4 months of critical revenue that won't take them through the winter months. The costs of operating a creative business or an organization don't go away just because the doors are closed to the public. We collected a little bit of data over the past few days from about a dozen organizations. We asked them what their fixed operating costs are when they're in shutdown mode. And the numbers, I think, are pretty stunning. The Chandler Center for the Arts in Randolph reports that they're looking at fixed overhead costs during the closed phase of nearly $20,000 to $21,000 per month. Northern Stage in White River Junction has been tracking fixed operating expenses that exceed $7,500 a week. Southern Vermont Arts Center reports that they're spending close to $21,000 per month, and that's without any staff. You'll hear in a moment from Jody, Director of Calumet Arts, about the challenges he's facing in keeping his organization afloat. And I know this committee has heard from Jody and from me in the past about why it matters to support our arts and culture organizations. Because they provide jobs, because they anchor our downtowns, because they're critical to the vitality and the survival of our communities. Nonprofit arts and culture organizations in Vermont comprise a $123 million industry. It generates 3.2% of our GDP. The broader creative sector that includes arts and culture and also related industries accounts for more than 9% of Vermont jobs. That was more than 40,900 jobs in 2018. Many of our downtown theaters, and that includes the Chandler, the Latches in Brattleboro, Barry Opera House, they're not just economic engines for our communities. They also represent decades and decades of public and private investment. We've invested through private donations, through the Preservation Trust, through state funds and other public funds. We've invested in saving those buildings and restoring their facilities. That entire cultural and historic infrastructure and all of the decades of investment behind it is in jeopardy right now. The cultural sector is also poised to help Vermont and to help our communities recover. But we need our arts organizations to survive and to weather the storm so they can be there to help us when we're on the other side, to help us to recover. So here's what we think that looks like and what's needed to help Vermont's cultural sector to survive. We're asking you to immediately allocate emergency funds from the CARES Act funds that Vermont received to help our arts and culture organizations to survive and recover. In phase one, the relief phase, we need to focus on preventing permanent closure of Vermont's core cultural institutions. That means grants to cover 3 to 6 months of basic operating expenses. Arts organizations desperately need direct grants, not loans, to cover at least a portion of these basic operating expenses until they can safely reopen. It also means specific support that's targeted at our large performing arts venues. They're in a different boat than the rest of the sector that might be able to look at reopening in late summer or early fall. As we know, the large performing arts venues that have a capacity of 200, 300, 400, 800 seats, they're not going to be looking at mass public gatherings and ticket revenue anytime soon. They need longer term support so that they can still be here in 2021 when they're allowed to open. There are a limited number of those venues, but they're critical to the survival of Vermont's culture and to our downtowns. Part of the governor's plan that we particularly like describes recovery guides that would help organizations and creative businesses to navigate. And I would hope that we could allocate some funding towards recovery guides specifically for the creative sector. Our arts organizations and our executive directors are poised and ready to reimagine their organizations, to take advantage of the financial resources that are out there, but they need help. They need help with business planning, legal advice, financial planning, grant writing. So recovery guides specifically aimed at the creative sector would be incredibly helpful. There's also a portion of the governor's plan that focuses on statewide and regional marketing. Arts organizations are drivers of tourism and drivers of consumer spending, as you all know. Arts and culture events generate a massive amount of spending across the state of Vermont. And these organizations stand ready to be partners and should be central to arts and marketing efforts, both on the statewide level and on the regional level. In phase two, once organizations are moving into the reopening and recovery stage, they'll need support for COVID-related operating costs. And those are things that you can imagine right now: extra staff for temperature checks, PPE for staff to make sure that their employees are safe and that the public is safe. Everything from backpack foggers to sanitize auditoriums to deep cleaning services on a weekly basis to clean between performances. And all of the other adaptations to their facilities that you might imagine to allow arts organizations to comply with the new social distancing protocols. Finally, we'd like to see reopening and restoration grants to support our arts organizations in rehiring staff, in adapting their facilities, in marketing, and in rebuilding the consumer support and the audience base that they've lost during the many months that they're closed. We anticipate that a minimum of at least $35 million to $50 million will be necessary simply to prevent Vermont's core cultural organizations from going out of business. Without that support, we're going to lose many of these anchor organizations that are not just economic engines, but the heart of many of our Vermont communities. And that's a perfect segue for me to turn things over to the director of one of those organizations, Jody Freed from Catamount Arts.
Morning, Jody.
Thanks for having me. I just need to let you know I have a hard off at 10:30 because I'm going to be joining House or Representative Welch on another call. So I'll try and be as brief as I can here. The arts sector, creative sector is facing an existential threat. I think that Karen has really summed it up well. The big issue that we're finding is with Catamount specifically is the inability to generate any form of meaningful revenue. And it's a combination, it's been a perfect storm. We haven't been in a good position to fit into the federal dollars that have flown out to a lot of the small businesses. Our ticketing revenue from our shows and everything that we're doing from a presentation standpoint has stopped. And in addition to that, philanthropy has made a hard pivot, your foundations towards essential services. And we've seen that very little of those dollars are flowing towards the arts and cultural organizations because they're not considered essential based on the definition that has been put out there. So, and then the final step is, or piece of this is that there's so much economic uncertainty that just your general private donations and your philanthropy that is coming in from private donors has dropped off. So it's kind of the perfect storm for the arts organizations. And there is, I would say, we don't have any clear path forward in terms of the timing. We're being very creative and innovative. I mean, we announced this weekend we're going to be doing drive-in concerts and movies, that we're going to be doing online talent shows. We've been doing things working with the healthcare community to help in terms of dealing with trauma and isolation. All of those, I think, serve a real purpose in our community, but they're very difficult to monetize, and they're not solutions that are going to allow us to stay solvent over the long term. So I think that, you know, if I could convey one thing today to you guys, would be the urgency of this, that as Karen mentioned, the larger organizations, especially the ones that are sitting on infrastructure and arts centers or theaters, are carrying significant fixed costs. So we closed on March 15th at Catamount. We laid off our entire staff. We have 6 out of our 18 folks that are working 5 to 10 hours a week. We have 12 folks that are completely laid off. And our run rate on a monthly basis is at about $26,000. 18 of that is fixed. And then we have we're running at $2,000 a week in terms of payroll to do that minimal programming that I was talking to you about. So that's with the Arts Center physically closed, and us just maintaining our debt service, our insurance, our utilities, the basic things that you have to keep your organization going. And so as we move forward, it's going to be extremely important that there is support there. Can I just check in with you guys? My screen has frozen. Are you still there?
So far.
Okay. Maybe I'm up on a hill in Kirby, so that's the, you know, broadband is a whole nother issue. But I guess I would, from there, if given that I don't have a lot of time, I would just end by saying that I think that given the amount of work that we've put in over the past 10 years in the state of Vermont and specifically in the Northeast Kingdom to develop a rural economic development strategy, which leverages the creative sector to move forward into the future, that the ripple effects, if we were to lose these cultural anchors, would be huge. So while Karen mentions 9% of the workforce and the millions and millions of dollars that are brought in, if you then extrapolate that out to what the impact would be if we were not there on the small businesses, the downtowns, the lodging establishments, it would be huge. And I think that, you know, this is a case where we need to make sure that all of that work that we've done is protected during this really, you know, unprecedented event. And the initial impact phase here where these organizations just are not in a position because of the public health safety issues to be able to open their doors and have revenue flowing in. I'd be happy to answer a few questions before I have to drop off, and I'm sorry I have to drop off, but.
Any questions for Jody? Charlie?
Hey, Jody, thank you for coming in, for being on. When did your organization apply for any of the federal dollars, either the emergency economic injury disaster loan or for the PPP loans?
We did, and so we received the PPP loan. It's sitting in a savings account, but because we have been unable to bring any of that staff back and in any meaningful way, we've been advised not to touch that. We're hopeful that the legislation, that's what I'm going to be talking to Peter Welch about in another 5 minutes, that they're going to allow some flexibility with the PPP to go through the end of the year, hopefully, in terms of being able to spend that down, and also in terms of the percentages. And if that were to happen, we would have that funding in the bank to cover the staff side of things and some of our infrastructure costs. But that it's going to be dependent on there being changes at a federal congressional level.
Yeah, because the reason I asked is that part of this economic recovery package says that if you already have one of those federal loans, then you wouldn't qualify for one of the loan programs or grant programs here. So if you have it, but then you give it back, that's a different deal. But just wanted to find that out first. If the rules would change, would you have? It's an unfair question, but if the rules change so that you'd be able to be forgiven it for the organization, would you still need financial help from the state?
Absolutely. So I mean, the PPP that we would have there would cover us for probably about 3 months in terms of our payroll as we start to hopefully engage again with these drive-in concerts and those types of things. But it's not going to replace what we've lost in terms of our revenue stream. So it's a piece of the solution. It's not going to be the entire solution.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Jody? Jody, thank you for taking time, and I hope that Congressman Welch will be successful in working with our other members of the delegation to persuade Congress to loosen the purse strings up a little bit and make it a little easier for businesses and people to access this money.
Yeah, I don't think we're alone in the fact that the PPP program, even though we actually were successful in getting the award of it, being able to use it's a different story. So
we're hearing the same issues from restaurants. They have the money and it's sitting in their account and they don't dare to touch it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for what you guys are doing. I appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you, and you as well. Christopher.
Thank you, Jody. Christopher, you're muted.
Is that better?
There you go.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for having us, Chairman Market, and all of the representatives. It's an honor to be able to be here and speak to this. I'd like to emphasize a little bit what Jody said, that the PPP program only covers 2 months worth of payroll and a little bit of infrastructure, and the damages that we're seeing in the cultural sector, of course, are well beyond 2 months and are likely to be closer to a year or more before people are back to normal. So it really is only a piece of the solution, and an imperfect piece of the solution at that, the way the rules are currently set up. To speak on the humanities side of the issue, again, my name is Christopher Kaufman Ilstrup. I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Humanities Council, Karen's counterpart. We are the state affiliate of the National Endowment for the Humanities, and we've had the privilege of working with the Arts Council to distribute almost $800,000 of CARES funding from the NEH and the NEA. We run as an organization ourselves direct programming in schools, libraries, community centers, museums, correctional facilities across the state. And we support nonprofit humanities programming in the arts, history, philosophy, literature, civic engagement, and more through our grant making program that's now in its 46th year of operation. We are deeply thankful for the work of Congressman Welch and the rest of the congressional delegation in securing the funding for the NEH and the NEA. But it was apparent before we even began the grant process that the small amount of direct aid that came to Vermont would be nowhere near enough to support the critical and indeed essential part of Vermont's economy that is the cultural sector. As Karen and Jody noted, I want to emphasize again, the cultural sector makes up 9% of Vermont's economy, and almost 40,000 Vermonters make their living doing this work across all 14 counties. From the humanities side, I just want to note that we have a 40,000-foot view looking at hundreds of institutions across the state. Our network of small, medium, and large museums and historic sites are a primary driver of our summer tourism industry. You all know sites like the Lake Champlain Maritime Museum in Ferrisburg, the Old Stone House in Brownington, the American Precision Museum in Windsor, and the Calvin Coolidge Historic Site in Plymouth Notch. These organizations and others draw tens of thousands of people from out of state into Vermont's small downtowns and villages, and they spend millions of dollars every year in lodging, meals, local products, and transportation along the way. We have in Vermont an increasingly well-developed and sophisticated marketing and tourism strategy that reaches specific audiences interested in our historic sites and in our welcoming communities, including institutions like the Vermont African American Heritage Trail, the Vermont Abenaki Artisans Association, and the Vermont Gay and Lesbian Tourism Association. These networks are largely run on a shoestring by independent nonprofits, and they have not usually received any state support. As you know as well, our summer festival culture is second to none, presenting world-class offerings like the Lake Champlain Chamber Music Festival, the Burlington Discover Jazz Festival, Yellow Barn in Putney, Weston Playhouse, Dorset Theater Festival, and more. These festivals draw thousands of tourists and locals and generate millions of dollars in economic activity in very rural areas. All of this economic activity is in deep jeopardy right now. Indeed, the timing of the pandemic shutdown as the cultural institutions were finalizing plans for busy summer seasons could hardly be worse. As Karen said, most humanities and cultural organizations in Vermont see most of their revenue in the summer season, from May to October. They're likely to experience a complete wipeout of all of this revenue. Even our small public libraries that we work with every day operate on razor-thin margins, but they do most of their fundraising in the summer when they can capture dollars from wealthier summer residents and tourists. Although representing somewhat fewer dollars, I'd also like to point out that many of these humanities organizations and arts organizations rely heavily on school field trips to make ends meet in the shoulder seasons from April to May and October to November. With the schools shut down, all spring field trips were canceled. Given the pandemic-induced crisis in school funding, it seems unlikely that the 2020-21 school year will see much activity in this revenue bucket without external support. Here are a few additional numbers to add to those that Karen and Jody referenced before me. The Lake Champlain Maritime Museum, a key driver of tourism in Addison County for over 40 years, has canceled its entire 2020 season. Their fixed monthly costs, well closed, are $50,000 a month. That's a $300,000 immediate loss over just this season. In addition, because like many nonprofits, they chose to self-insure for unemployment benefits, they will later be on the hook for all of these costs without a regulatory rule change. The Fairbanks Museum in St. Johnsbury, a key resource for the Northeast Kingdom, predicts that it will lose more than $200,000 this summer, and they're unable to run the Balch Nature Preschool that provides early education and childcare for dozens of Caledonia County families. The Billings Farm and Museum in Woodstock will also remain closed throughout the summer season, but they must continue to run a full-fledged dairy operation while generating no revenue, with a predicted loss of over $700,000. Many smaller institutions with long histories of excellent community development work are predicting the loss of virtually their entire revenue stream for the year. Organizations like the St. Albans Museum in Franklin County, Big Heavy World in Burlington, and the Main Street Museum, an eclectic cultural driver of White River Junction's Renaissance, could vanish without a trace. Even our mega institutions, like the Shelburne Museum, operate on a much thinner margin than you might expect. The Shelburne might feel like an immovable force under the withering glare of the ghost of Mrs. Webb, but they predict a summer season loss of at least $2.5 million. It's easy to see that the initial support provided through the CARES Act grants from Vermont Humanities and Vermont Arts Council is simply not sufficient. For Vermont to weather this storm with its cultural identity intact and contributing to our recovery in full force, there must be additional resources deployed. At Vermont Humanities, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Vermont Arts Council to state unambiguously that it is clear our cultural institutions are suffering losses in the tens of millions of dollars, and that these losses pose an existential threat to linchpin community institutions. Our hope is that you will work with us in the legislature to identify additional CARES Act resources to support this sector throughout their expected very long recovery period. Again, as Karen said, we recommend providing grants, not loans, to cover 3 to 6 months of basic operating expenses, including cultural sector businesses like galleries and craft centers in the retail category of the recovery plan, offering specific support to sustain linchpin large performing arts venues. We're talking about the Flynn Center, Paramount, Latches, Barry Opera House, the Chandler Center, that are likely to remain closed well into 2021. Hiring recovery navigators for the creative sector to help them in this new landscape, and investing in recovery marketing and tourism support for the sector. As Karen said, it seems likely that a minimum of at least $35 to $50 million will be necessary to maintain the cultural infrastructure that has been built up through decades of hard-won community investment in the sector. Without support, we will lose many of the organizations that help to make Vermont unique and help our downtowns to thrive. We really appreciate you having us here today. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy and Karen's happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Karen or Christopher? I see none at the moment. Thank you both for joining us today. We also have to be running shortly because we're on the floor at 11. But we appreciate you joining us, giving us the conditions of the creative economy at this point. And as we start looking at the language tomorrow, we'll keep all of that in mind and try to figure out how we're going to put all of this together. And please stay tuned and watch. If there's anything that you feel that we need to understand or know more, don't be afraid, don't hesitate to contact any one of us, and we'll make sure that the committee gets the message from you. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. I know
Thank
Karen
you
and
so
I's
much for your
testimony
time.
is on the website. We also have plenty of raw data that we're happy to share from the grant program that we've been running for NEA and NEH.
Okay, that'd be great. And I'm sure that appropriations will be wanting to see some of that once they start taking a look at everything too. Okay, thank you, committee. I think we're done for today. Is there any questions from anyone before we go off? Okay, so we'll be back on tomorrow at 9 with a joint hearing with the Senate. Economic Development, going with David, going through the language that he is drafting today to get a better understanding of what's going on. As soon as I get the language, I'll get it to Amy, I'll send it out to everyone, and we'll post it right away so people can see it and you can have a chance to look at it. So Amy, I think we can
Good evening, everyone. It's Tim Ash, President of the Vermont State Senate, here on June 4th with one of my Thursday, what I'm now calling an Ask Me Anything session. And I've had a bunch of questions coming in from around the state in the last few days. The predominant nature of the questions has really been about how does Vermont react, take action in light of what the murder of George Floyd represents more broadly about systemic injustice, discrimination. And while we know that that's a problem in every part of our society, the questions have largely focused on law enforcement, criminal justice system. And I think it makes sense because it is law enforcement who are in a position to use deadly force, restraint, and restrict our liberties using their discretion and judgment in ways that are different than many of the other forms of discrimination in our society. And there's a lot of reckoning that our nation has to do, that other nations have to do, and of course Vermont is not immune to that. And before I turn to some of the questions, I just want to just reflect a little bit on the sort of where we've been. And I would entertain people who are in the legislative world that I inhabit, or people who are in the executive branch, meaning the governor's team or the attorney general and his team. I would welcome any of them to say that they see things differently than what I'm about to describe. And I would like them to say it publicly if they feel that way. I have, I think like many people who are in public service, a general belief, sincerely held, that we first run for office or serve in some kind of public role because we want to improve things. We want people's lives to be better. We identify problems that need to be solved, injustices that need to be corrected, and we set about trying to do it. And some of us are more energetic in that effort. Some of us have different skill sets to bring to the equation. But I think that's generally why everyone gets into the public service universe. And one of the weird parts about being a legislator is that we don't run anything. We pass laws and then we hand it off to the executive branch, which is the governor, and all of the state agencies which fall under the governor. We hand things off to other constitutional officers like the attorney general, the state treasurer, the state auditor, secretary of state, and so on. They are the ones who actually do things. And so, you know, one of the first instincts that legislators have when we see the crisis and the calling out for action around us is to say, but wait, I passed some law. I did the right thing. And I'll confess that I'm not immune from having those reactions sometimes. I think it's human to say, well, wait a sec, I'm not part of the problem. It's everybody else. And, you know, coming back from the George Floyd rally and vigil in Battery Park in Burlington on Saturday, you know, I had a number of, you know, sort of emotional and other reactions to the gathering there and what it represented, people of all ages, people of every race that live in Vermont. And came away thinking, you know what, park whatever feelings you have about whether the law you passed hasn't been recognized. It's not about you. Park all of that. This is not about the people who are in legislative offices or statewide offices and their records or anything. The question is really about injustice that others are experiencing. And so with that, I'll just say a quick word about some of the things that I think represent the problem that we, one of the problems we face as we decide what to do to act now. So in the last 4 or 5 years, maybe a little bit longer than that, I could give you a list of pieces of legislation that the Vermont has passed that are all very good in that they seek to root out systemic racism, systemic injustice in our schools, in law enforcement, in state employment. And each one of them, when the bill became law, there was a lot of fanfare. Everyone was happy that we were collectively trying to confront these very difficult challenges and were willing to have difficult conversations. And while none of those bills are perfect, you know, the passage of a bill into a law, then people celebrate and say, we did good. We identified the problem. We thought we were taking a step. Few of the examples I would give, and I've mentioned some of these earlier in the week. We passed a law to require state police to all have body cameras and that they retain the data on the body cameras. We did that because we know that too many instances, the truth of what really goes on in some kind of situation is all left to the people who are doing the telling. And there has been a historic reluctance to treat both sides' stories equally. And this plays out often in situations that involve people of color, people with mental health challenges. And so we believe that body cameras would both protect people from injustices committed by law enforcement officers and would protect law enforcement officers so that their conduct, when it's totally appropriate, would be supported by the evidence. We passed legislation encouraging schools to reduce their reliance on the use of certain disciplinary measures, which we know have a disproportionate impact on people of color, students of color. We require law enforcement agencies to submit the race of people who are pulled over for traffic stops. We've hired a statewide racial equity director to think about how state agencies can be better trained in cultural competencies and make sure that the hiring practices and the disciplinary practices, all the things that come with the state's largest employer, which is the state itself, are done in the most equitable, proactive way to be inclusive. And that's just some of the legislation that we've passed. But also, while I was walking from Battery Park on Saturday, I thought, for all the times I've heard people say that, you know, the activist community representing people of color, they're always wanting some new study, a new bill to look at more data, you know, and sometimes the legislators think that, oh, woe is me. They keep asking me to do more to try to ferret out racial injustice. And as I was reflecting on seeing that, you know, and experiencing that at the State House, I started to think about some of the bills that I've just described. And I thought, in every instance, we all celebrated the passage of the bill. We thought this is really going to be a big advance. And then something conspired to prevent it from being implemented either in a timely way or implemented at all. And I started to better understand the frustration, the built up sense that people aren't listening, because when the collective state officialdom, not just the legislature, but the executive branches who actually implement all this stuff, from the point of view of the citizen, they don't care if it's the legislature, the governor's office, the state's attorney, the attorney general. They're upset that their state government isn't stepping up to protect them. And so in each of the instances, they were right to say, why aren't you taking this particular issue seriously? And, you know, when you really reflect on the body of work that a legislator would normally point to and say, here's my body of work as a legislator that shows how much I take this seriously and how much I care and how much I've poured into it to try to understand the issues and better address issues of injustice. And then the people who we are meaning to support and give an equitable stake in our state are saying, yeah, but it didn't happen. And they're not wrong. So I'm going to answer some questions now, some of which speak to some of the issues that I just raised, but hopefully as I answer them, I'm going to talk about what I suggest are steps forward to act, not just to diagnose what the problem is. And in each of these instances, I'd like to really communicate that on almost every one of the things I'm about to discuss, one of the most important things is that the impacted communities are actually included in the development of ideas. And that is something that state government has had to really own up to and do a much better job of. And I think many of these ideas and proposals have been formulated either by communities of color or substantially by communities of color, and certainly with the inclusion. That doesn't always make them perfect or right, but what it means is that we are not imposing a viewpoint that stems from a position of being free from discrimination based on the color of our skin and imposing our good ideas on those who do face that every day. So first question, and this really gets to the body camera question, is, so what happened with the body cameras and what's going to be done about it? The short story is I described why we required state law enforcement to have body cameras, and it has an obvious tie-in to protecting populations who may be more likely to suffer injustice at the hands of law enforcement, people of color, people with mental health challenges, people who are poor. And we passed the law, came back a year later, this past 2019, January, February, and the public safety department who run the state police came in and said, well, we didn't buy the body cameras because we're concerned that it'll cost too much money to store the data that's actually captured on the cameras. And we were quite upset to hear this. And what made it worse was that they proposed to take the money and use it to buy firearms, and not just any firearms, but AR-15s. And I'm sure someone at the Department of Public Safety, if they're watching this or hearing this, will not be happy to hear me saying this, but those are the facts. So we required them to go out to bid for body cameras because we thought that their numbers that justified their inaction were bogus. And this year, the budget was to include the money to buy the body cameras after all. And what we're worried about is that the economic crisis we're facing will be used as a justification not to do it. So the short story is, I will be doing everything I can to make sure that the Public Safety Department, which runs the state police, buys the body cameras, even if it's at the expense of one of the things that they would prefer to spend it on. Enough's enough, and I think it's a simple action. No more RFPs, no more nonsense. Force them to buy the body cameras and do it by withholding money for something else. I don't think that there's going to be a way to get them to do it without compelling them to do it and making it clear that it's about priorities. If you're not going to prioritize it, we are going to do it for you. We are going to deprioritize the thing that you've prioritized. Second question I had, this is a tangential one. It says, body cameras can be useful, but what can be done to hold people accountable to the footage? Body cameras can be used to gather footage and the truth, but what can be done to hold people accountable to that? This is played out recently in an ACLU lawsuit brought about as a result of several young people of color in a city park and the interaction they had with law enforcement. And the access to the body camera data was restricted by the city of Burlington's police department, and the Attorney General's office seemed, it wasn't clear if they were, what position they had, but the long and short of it is that this body camera data, like all investigative information, should not merely just be distributed to the world. Oftentimes, the camera footage might include things that are very personal about someone. It might be a victim of domestic violence. So it's not so straightforward as to say everyone gets to watch this stuff. However, there clearly can be a process by which someone has access to the information in a secure place that won't be used inappropriately for commercialization or anything like that. And I think that in addition to funding the cameras this year in the budget and forcing them to buy them with consequences if they don't, will be policies about the access. Some of that is played out in the Supreme Court case, so we don't have to invent a whole new standard, but we'll want to review that case again and see how we make sure that people are held accountable. Next question, are Vermont children of color restrained or secluded at higher rates in local schools? It's a very interesting question. The legislature has attempted to get school districts throughout the state to adopt model disciplinary policies that include restorative justice in the school setting. What we do know from the data, this is a little bit dated, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, that students of color are 2 to 3 times more likely to be subject of exclusionary discipline like suspension or expulsion, where they have to leave the school campus. In terms of seclusion and restraint, we don't have as specific data about that, but we know that children with mental health challenges in particular are going to be probably stand out in the data there if it existed. This has, I think, probably been increased as a result of school resource officers who are police officers who are in the schools. Merely by virtue of being there, it's more likely that a police officer will apply restraint. Seclusion and restraint is actually a very interesting area that I talked with the Senate Judiciary Chair today about how we may move forward this year with requirements around the use of restraint. The Woodside facility in Essex, which has been the, I don't know if incarcerative is the right word, but the secure facility for young people who have committed certain offenses. There was a lawsuit brought by the Defender General's office about the use of inappropriate restraints there, which settled, which is to say, I believe that the position of the court was that the Defender General's office was substantially correct that restraint was being inappropriately used. Restraint is the kind of thing like kneeling on someone or chokeholds and things like that. So you can see why this is absolutely critical and slightly different than the issue of the use of deadly force. So we are going to be looking at how we include new parameters around seclusion and restraint throughout the respective agencies in the state. So I cannot say that students of color are restrained or secluded at higher rates in local schools, though I can say that their discipline requires them to be removed from school more than white students. But I suspect seclusion and restraint follows roughly the same pattern, but that's a hunch based on intuition and not based on evidence. One person, this is not so much a question, but said they hope I will push for independent investigations of all police misconduct, for public access to misconduct reports, and for accountability, and that this is long overdue. And I believe that we are due to develop a method for real accountability of particular types of police misconduct. One of the unusual aspects of the state's sort of accountability measures is that there's a certain review panel that handles these kinds of law enforcement cases, and there's sort of internal accountability, but when it ends at that last stop, there's no accountability beyond that. So the public and people like me in my role don't have access or to what's been learned or an insight into how they do it. So I believe that this will be something that we're talking about in the coming couple months, and I want to remind people the legislative session will not be over when we leave in June. It's being we'll go on hiatus until about mid-August. So we will get some things done by the end of June, and then others we'll keep working on later in the summer. COVID has obviously thrown everything off, so I won't glibly say be patient, but knowing that many of these policies are not straightforward, they take time, and with everything else we're doing all at once, it's like crisis on top of crisis. Some of the bills may have to get taken up in late August. Question about a bill called H-808. For those of you who do not follow the legislative process, which probably makes a good number of you, much to my sadness, when a bill is described as H-808, it means that it is a House bill. If it was S-808, that would mean it's a Senate bill. And 808 just means it's the 808th bill that's been introduced in a particular 2-year legislative session. So with that little civics out of the way, H-808 is about the use of deadly force. In the wake of what's been going on the last week, some activists have been calling for passage of H-808 this year. And to be completely honest, the bill's in the House, so I haven't been part of any discussions they've had, but it was not going to move. And when I say move, that means advance and potentially become law. There are some who say, let's turn it into a task force to look at policies around the use of deadly force. And to that, I have to say this is not, in my opinion, the starting point we should have for how to talk about the use of deadly force. So for those of you who go, if you want to go to the legislative website, so just go Google Vermont Legislature, and you'll see a white bar that pops up, and type in 808. And when you hit return, it's going to show you, it's going to find you H808, and then one of the options will say as introduced. That means that's how the bill was first presented to the world. And click on that and just read it. And after you've read it, you email me if you think that we need to wait to adopt that bill. Nothing that I read in there is something that needs to wait 5 years, 4 years, 3 years for multiple task forces. So I'm going to be advocating for moving now with the use of deadly force policies that are imagined there. Yes, every bill requires some modification and adjustment, so that would be totally fair. But I do not believe we need to defer another year or more to a task force. So my hope is to advocate strongly to move forward with the legislation. And if they want to create a task force to continue to think about possible revisions, that's fine. But this is one of those examples where we can keep kicking it down the road, the can down the road, or we could take action using the best information we have right now, and I think we could do that. Another question arises around another bill, which is also sort of being promoted as one of the things that we should be acting on. This is H464. Same thing. Go to the legislative website. If you type in 464, there'll be two options. And well, no, there'll only be one. H464. Click on As Introduced. This one relates to de-escalation tactics in law enforcement, cross-cultural awareness in law enforcement, and the appropriate use of force in law enforcement. And that's another bill that probably was not going to make it to the finish line this year, but now is being called for. It does a few things, really. In regards to de-escalation tactics, it requires that certain training be done of law enforcement and that data be collected around when situations have occurred that have been able to be resolved using de-escalatory tactics. Same with the use of force, providing certain information so that those can be judged. The cross-cultural awareness is largely a training piece to make sure that law enforcement officers, when they're being trained, are exploring things outside of their own norms so that they don't have the same likelihood of viewing someone as other, but rather understanding our implicit biases, respecting the differences that we have rather than being worried about them, and being able to understand some of the subtle differences of the way people express themselves, whether it's verbally or with clothing or mannerisms, to avoid bad situations. So that's another piece of legislation I believe we can move before we get done this year. But what I want to say about that, and this is not an easy one to say because I know that many activists are very strongly calling for this bill right now. The bill, as I told you before, I've helped write 5 or 6 bills, all of which, if they were in the process right now, people would be demanding that we pass them into law. Passing the bill is not the end of the story. Once the bill's passed, it's all about how it's implemented or if it's even implemented. So having data collection be required is only as good as the actual collection of the data and the use of the data to do something with it. In terms of traffic stop data with racial information, in the first couple of years, there were law enforcement agencies who either didn't or didn't submit it at all, or wouldn't submit it in ways that made any sense. It was bad data. As a result, you couldn't determine which agencies had bigger problems with disproportionate traffic stop based on race. And as a result, you can't dive into it and understand what might have explained that, short of injustice. And the consequences were effectively nothing. And so now the data is being submitted, I believe, by every law enforcement agency as of the last report, which is good news. But what's the consequence if they don't again? What's the consequence if the data isn't clean, not really usable? And right now, I'm not sure that there is much of a consequence. So I will be revisiting an issue like that, because passing the bill is not good enough. It's the what then. And if there's an agency that is out of whack, then I think we really got to have some consequences for them. A select board should know that there will be financial consequences if their police department does not satisfactorily contribute to trying to solve a social justice issue. The de-escalation tactics and cultural awareness trainings and all that, they can't just be required. They have to be meaningful, and there has to be follow-up, and they have to produce the outcomes that we hope we are going to see. Otherwise, we've got problems. It's why I worry about task forces being developed everywhere, because task forces get controlled by the people who run them, and the recommendations, half of them languish, and then they all feed back into the same cycle of, we have a moment where we're all saying we've got to confront this, and now's the occasion to take action. By the time a task force puts out a report, you know what? We're going to be past COVID. People are going to be back at work. People are going to be focusing on other things. And I pray that we won't have, although I know I'm wrong to think that this is going to be the case, but if we don't have another George Floyd for the next 3 months, will people be as focused and committed to getting this done as a priority? And so those are the kinds of reasons I get very worried about the establishment of yet another task force. Sometimes they're helpful. They help us all come together and play out the strengths and weaknesses of ideas. Other times they can be a secondary issue, but take the action first and then have a task force to refine it. So I think you're getting my general flavor for that. I think I'm probably going to wrap there. I think I've touched on a handful of some of the most short-term and things that the legislature can take action on. I should add that we also have a long way to go in the way that new Americans are treated. Obviously, they show up under the same data in terms of people of color and the way they're impacted in their treatment by law enforcement. But we also know that the language barriers in particular present real potential for conflict. And I'm very determined that as the number of new Americans in our state grows, which I hope it'll grow more, that we need to make sure that law enforcement really understands how to interact with people who may have limited to no English, whose ability to carry out certain daily duties would be exemplary in their home country, but as they adjust to the U.S., they may struggle to do the same things here because the signage is different, the people are different, everything's different. So we have much more to do on that front as well. And then I do have to conclude by saying something that I think is really important, which is that we also have to have in mind first that there are many wonderful law enforcement officers. I grew up in a family that had law enforcement officers in it. And I know that I've never spoken to an activist who believes that every law enforcement officer is terrible and sets out to commit offenses that are based on racial discrimination. But setting that piece aside, though, I think it is important that we express that because we're also seeing wonderful examples all around the country of compassionate law enforcement officers and chiefs who are stepping up to do the right thing police in the right way, which is as peace officers and keeping people safe rather than imperiling their safety. But we also have to make sure that what we're doing is creating a profession moving forward that draws people who are interested in the strength of communities, the well-being of communities. And as we think about the kind of training that people need, the kind of life experiences they need, the kind of skills that they need, we have to have in mind, it's not a question about just handling bad apples now. It's about creating a profession that people would be proud to serve in moving forward, that the public will look and say, wow, to become a police officer is really hard because you have to confirm all the best about yourself and how you view others and what your mission is. We need to reinvigorate that sense. Many of our state's law enforcement officials, I think, go into it with that mindset. But I think we have a lot of repair work to do to make it real that that is an expectation of everyone who goes into that field, and to make the public confident that we have a law enforcement community that is populated entirely by people who view their work in that framework. So those are aspirational but achievable things if we take action and not defer, and if we all stay on top of the laws we pass as we contemplate even more legislative work to set in motion much needed reform. So these are hugely important discussions, and I guess I'll leave it by saying even much more desperately needed actions. So I will see you tomorrow at 5:30. I'm going to be talking with some people who are on the front lines of mental health from Central Vermont, and I think you'll find the experience they've gone through with the clients they serve very interesting. And I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 5:30.
Thank you.